Chapter 1172 Bloodshed Flying Sword. Chapter 1172 Bloodshed Flying Sword. Yi Yuan, are you all right? The vast heaven peg. Oh, Da's restriction also automatically removed at this time. Long tongue rushed straight out of the vast heaven peg. Oh, Da, and looked Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, the blood on his chest gus. Plussing out like a fountain, looking exceedingly frightening. Wounds carved out on the physical body by a divine sword were not that easy to heal. Yi Yuan revolved the tyrant dragon regeneration art crazily, but the wounds healed rather slowly. I'm fine. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet as he said strenuously, Kill him. Arg. Ji Kanglin's mouth emitted a howl, as if exhausting all the strength in his body. Puchi. After this sound was made, Ji Kanglin's body actually cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul Trio's expressions changed drastically. They never would have thought that this round it was actually Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan only had his chest injured, while Ji Kanglin was cut in half at the waist. Similarly, using a divine artifact, the wound was likewise unable to heal. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's situation right now became even more dangerous. Blood Soul, three people's reactions could not be said to not be fast. They dashed out, charging toward Yi Yuan. Long Teng's expression changed greatly and was just about to take action, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Let me finish talking. Yi Yuan muttered words under his breath. A mysterious and hard-to-fathom divine Tao law slowly emerged. The vast heavenstone steel suddenly turned big from small SMAs. Plussing towards the three people. Blood Soul Trio did not think that Yi Yuan still had such a fallback. Caught unprepared, they were immediately suppressed by the vast heavenstone steel. The vast heavenstone steel that carried divine Tao laws directly crushed the three people into smithereens. Even the black gas that condensed into them were also directly annihilated by the vast heavenstone steel. The vast heavenstone steel and evil extermination sword were originally the fiend race's jinx. Yi Yuan could already draw out a portion of the vast heavenstone steel's power presently. How could it be what Blood Soul Trio was capable of withstanding? Of course, this was primarily still due to Yi Yuan severely injuring them previously with the coiling dragon, heaven, devastating palm. Their current strength was already greatly discounted as well. Poor work. Finished suppressing Blood Soul Trio, Yi Yuan also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Utilizing divine essence and the power of divine Tao laws, especially under the circuit, instances of being severely injured, it increased the burden on his body even more. Yi Yuan. Long Tongue hurriedly went to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Senior, you go back inside the vast heaven peg. Oh, first, this battle isn't over yet. Long Tongue's expression flickered incessantly, but finally still nodded his head and returned inside the vast heaven peg. Unwillingly. Presently, this level of battle was already not what he was able to take part in. At this time, why light shot up into the sky from Ji Kanglin's body. The place where he was severed at the waist actually rejoined together, looking very harrowing. Very clearly, he was making the best use of time to recover his strength. This sword of Yi Yuan did not cut his vital parts. Even ordinary martial artists could not be killed, let alone a fiend like Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's tyrant dragon regeneration art also revolved to the limits, recovering his wound. At the same time, he even swallowed a Tier 9 medicinal pill. How devious, junior brother. At this time, Ji Kanglin, who was inside the bloodlight, spoke up. His tone was icy cold. Clearly, he took Yi Yuan's blow earlier greatly to heart. He was baiting Yi Yuan step by step, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was just meeting one ruse with another, and even deliberately sealed the vast heaven pag, for him to see. In the end, he fell into Yi Yuan's scheme. This round, it was still him who lost by a notch. You were conniving too. Saving them just now is probably in order to be a scapegoat for you, right? He had no reservations earlier in letting Blood Soul and the rest to deliver themselves up for Yi Yuan to kill, in order to aggravate Yi Yuan's injuries. This way, he had even more time to recover from his wounds. Ji Kanglin knew that Yi Yuan still had the strength to spare. If Yi Yuan did not shrink back from getting severely injured and directly came over to kill him, he practically did not have strength left over to retaliate. Merely a bunch of traws. Plus dying for me is their glory. Ji Kanglin said without a care, "You truly deserve death." Haha, my little junior brother, already reached this point today. Do you still not understand me? Hence, I came to kill you. You can't kill me. This battle, the one who dies is you. Is that so? Then let's go another round, how about it? While talking, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. Ji Kanglin in the bloodlight was taken aback with shock and said in horror, How can you possibly recover so quickly? Yi Yuan said coolly, Since you know that I obtained the medicine G. Oh, D Soul Canon, can't you guess it? Arcane Insight rank. Ji Kanglin said in horror, Arcane Insight rank medicinal pills contain divine Tao laws. Healing medicinal pills were naturally able to dispel the power of laws the divine artifacts left behind on the wounds. So, can you go and die already? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A sword slashed towards the Ji Kanglin inside the BLOD light. But in the next second, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. All the hairs on his body stood on its end. Yi Yuan's alarm bells sounded off, and he chose to greater teleport at the first moment. Bloodshed flying sword. A bizarre voice suddenly came out from inside the BLOD light, vastly different from Ji Kanglin normally. However, when countless blood-colored flying swords were magnified limitlessly in Yi Yuan's pupils, Yi Yuan felt tremendous pressure, without holding back in the slightest. Sword intent connecting to divinity. Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy, activating the evil extermination, divine sword to the limits. A dense sword web welcomed the approaching blood-colored flying swords. These flying swords were not real swords, but one after another of dense sword energy. Sword energy and blood energy fused together. Poo. Very soon, Yi Yuan's sword web and the blood swords collided together. The first strike, Yi Yuan almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This was a clash of divine Tao laws. However, it seemed like Ji Kanglin was a level higher. Yi Yuan revolved the black tortoise treasure body divine art and tyrant dragon regeneration art, and forcefully suppressed his rolling blood energy. At the same time, the evil extermination sword in his hand did not stop for a second, dancing until it was impenetrable. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemingly had his chest struck by countless heavy hammers. The wounds from before did not heal right away. Under the attacks of these countless blood swords, his wound split apart once more. Poo work! Finally, this wave of blood swords was withstood by Yi Yuan, but the injuries on his body worsened several times. On Yi Yuan's white long robes, it was already stained full of blackish-red bloodstains. Ji Kanglin was indeed not so easy to deal with. In the bloodlight, Ji Kanglin slowly walked out. His severed body actually pieced together completely once more at this time. Little junior brother, this move is still Pa-S, Sable, right? You're also too careless. The fiend race's recovery ability is rated as perverse. Even you recovered, would I not recover? Ji Kanglin said to Yi Yuan with a wide grin. The blood within Yi Yuan's body was in turmoil. At this time he could not even speak. Those blood swords looked very sloppy and ordinary, but the power was unbelievably terrifying. The evil extermination divine sword that he deployed with divine essence was actually unable to ward off the impact that the power of laws brought to him. Chapter 1173. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Chapter 1173. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Talking about geniuses, it's not just you alone in this world. These few years, your senior brother, I wasn't idling. This bloodshed flying sword amalgamated the fiend races, transcendent blood Tao, and the human races, sword Tao. In terms of power, it's already not weaker compared to the 10 great divine kings. That kind of powerhouses, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan sensed that these blood swords were just like cannon. ALLS. Even if he used all of his strength, he was still beaten to severe injuries. With Yi Yuan's defensive power, this was simply unthinkable. Hoo, stop racking your brain in vain. Do you think that I'd give you a chance to catch your breath? Now, senior brother will send you to go reunite with that D.A.M. an old man of yours. Ji Kanglin suddenly became resolute. He suddenly slashed the divine sword at his own palm. Fresh blood immediately sprayed all over the divine sword. Bloodshed flying sword, go for me. Once more, countless blood swords tore through the air and arrived, and actually carried whistling sounds. This attack, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to hide. But in the next instant, the expression on Ji Kanglin's face became extremely fascinating. A human-sized tortoise S.H.E.L. appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Mystic art, holy tortoise S.A.L. The originally incomparably swift and fierce blood swords collided onto the tortoise S.A.E.L. and actually could not even stir up a single wave. Ji Kanglin's eyes stared like wide circles, but he refused to believe everything that he saw before his eyes. Another round of bloodshed flying sword. However, it still did not stir up any waves. After the mystic art, holy tortoise S.H.E.L. Yi Yuan was currently making use of all of the time to recover essence energy. Yi Yuan's tyrant dragon regeneration art, following the increase in fleshly body power, already cultivated to late-stage 9th level. Right now, the recovery power was very Estonies. I plussing. Plus, the medicinal effects of the arcane insight medicinal pill before had yet to fade. The mystic art, holy tortoise S.H.E.L. I was sufficient to resist until he recovered some strength. Ji Kanglin suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, Could this be the lost supreme treasure of the Black Tortoise clan? The mystic art, holy tortoise S.H.E.L.? D.A.M. And this brat's lucky chances are truly heaven-defying. Thinking about it, Ji Kanglin's face turned cold, and he said, No way! Absolutely can't let him recover strength. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. Instinctively, Ji Kanglin sensed a hint of a threat. Boom! Suddenly, Ji Kanglin's whole body was shrouded in black gas. Berserk fiendish energy gave people a nerve-wracking feeling. Ji Kanglin slit his own palm once more, then smeared his own blood on the divine sword. The divine sword emitted intense vibrations, appearing extremely unwilling. Ji Kanglin said with a hideous grin, Being a wedding gown for this seat, that's your honor. Devil flames, surging to the sky, suppress for me. A cloud of black gas instantly wrapped the divine sword up. The divine sword's unwillingness was actually really quashed down. Ji Kanglin's fiendish energy was countless times purer compared to the average fiend. Even compared to that fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan, it was not at all inferior to. Arg! Ji Kanglin gave a roar. His entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The explosive muscles utterly shredded his clothes. His facial features also became abnormally savage. His entire person was just like a rampaging wild beast. Ji Qingyan, I want to see how long this tortoise S.H.E.L. of yours can last. Bloodshed fiend sword. Ji Kanglin's figure suddenly vanished, like it disappeared into thin air. Bang! 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 The next instant, only to hear a series of loud booms transmit over. On the mystic art, Holy Tortoise SHELL, fierce exploding sounds came over. Waves of terrifying energy undulations spread out layer by layer, blasting the entire Medicine King Hall's houses and mountain body into a pile of dust. This degree of impact was practically already the limits of what divine king powerhouses could attain. Ji Kanglin knew that this mystic art, Holy Tortoise SHEL, I was definitely not deployed by Yi Yuan. It was definitely a one-time treasure. As long as he attacked continuously, it could hasten the mystic art Holy Tortoise LL's expenditure and reduce Yi Yuan's recovery time from there. The two people were racing against time. After the mystic art Holy Tortoise SHEL, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. It was as if everything in the outside world had not the least bit of relation with him. A moment ago, on a piece of empty land in the vast heaven peg, stood 1,000 identical Fieries in ranks. Looking closely, these Fieries forms were different. Some were sitting cross-legged, some were playing with flames in their palms, while some were in a ruminating state. There were even some that were fighting in pairs. On the platform, Fiery's main body's eyes were slightly closed, sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, a voice transmitted into the vast heaven peg. Oda, Fiery, I need your help. It was precisely Yi Yuan's voice. Fiery snapped open his eyes and responded, Okay, big brother, I'm coming right away. Finished talking, his entire body trembled. Those 1,000 fiery clones turned into streams of flowing light, pouring straight into his body. Fiery shut his eyes once more. He was digesting these 1,000 Fiery's comprehension. After 100 breaths, Fiery slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant light appeared in his eyes. By the side, Longting opened his mouth and said, How is it? Fiery said with a light smile, The first level, I already learned the rudiments. Longting's entire body trembled, and he said in astonishment, So fast! Fiery nodded and said, I'm originally an innate fire spirit physique. Comprehending the power of fire source can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Although divine Tao laws are hard, to the current me, it's not something beyond my reach. More importantly, this method that Big Brother came up with is simply too ingenious. But Long Tongue let out a sigh and said, Yeah, I really don't know how this boy's head grew to actually even think of this kind of cultivation method. Using clones to cultivate the cultivation method, then gathering onto the main body. This is equivalent to having 1,000 Fieries cultivating at the same time, even though the effects are inferior to the main body cultivating by yourself. Once these clones come together, the effects are 10 times, even 100 times of the main body's cultivation speed. After Yi Yuan obtained the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine art from Tenyin there, he suddenly came up with a whimsical idea and imparted this cultivation method to Fiery. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth to begin with, and the cleansing Sandalflame Lotus was also a heaven and earth spiritual plant. With Fiery's present cultivation realm, comprehending the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine art was truly advancing at a tremendous pace. While at this time, Fiery already learned the rudiments of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine, Arts Divine, Tao Chapter's first level. In terms of strength, he was already much stronger compared to ordinary peak void mystic. Big Brother is really a prodigious talent. Senior, I'm going out to help Big Brother. Fiery said to Long Tongue. Bang, bang, bang. Ji Kanglin was just like an unceasing war machine, using incomparably powerful offensive power to bombard the mystic art, Holy Tortoise L. Under his untiring efforts, the mystic art, Holy Tortoise L's tremors became stronger and stronger. Finally, with a bang, the mystic art holy tortoise H-E-L. I was no longer able to withstand his tremendous force and was blasted flying. Ka, Ji Qingyan, your hour of doom has arrived. Ji Kanglin shouted excitedly, seeing the scene. But right at this time, there was suddenly an additional figure beside Yi Yuan. The two figures seemed to have consulted in advance. Their movements were virtually synchronized. Two surges of terrifying divine Tao power of laws gushed out akin to twin dragons spitting pearls. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Chapter 1174. Avenging the Great Enmity. Chapter 1174. Avenging the Great Enmity. Two mighty divine Tao law powers intertwined together, but it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Fiery was born from the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus, while the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus was Yi Yuan's clone. Between Fiery and Yi Yuan could be said to be connected in mind and soul. The synchronization of the two people casting arts was in complete unison. Two kinds of divine Tao laws superimposing together, mutually augmenting each other. The power was far from what an independent divine Tao law could compare to. This sword was unimaginable strong. Ji Kanglin's pupils constricted, wanting to escape. But it was already too late to change moves. With a clank, Ji Kanglin's long sword was directly smacked flying out of his hand. Puchi, the evil extermination divine sword, stabbed viciously into Ji Kanglin's body, destroying his life force. The evil extermination divine sword originally countered evil things the most. Fiery's law of fire similarly could purify myriad things under the heavens. This sword was virtually fatal to Ji Kanglin. Swizz. H. Plus right at that instant evil extermination sword stabbed into Ji Kanglin's body. Ama. S of black gas suddenly flew out from the top of his head, fleeing away. The black gas's speed was exceptionally swift, but in front of Yi Yuan, who knew the art of greater teleportation, it was futile even if it was any quicker. "Want to leave?" Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. How could the Ji Kanglin without a physical body compare to Yi Yuan's speed? One teleportation, and it was a distance of 20,000 feet. The black gas did not escape very far yet, and was already blocked from the front by Yi Yuan. 20 feet. Domain of sword. Yi Yuan already firmly locked onto the Ji Kanglin in the middle of escaping. At this time, a layer of pale white flame suffused at the borders of the domain of sword. Looking from far away, it was like a fireball. Enmity of killing one's father, the hatred of losing one's wife. "Do you think that I'd let you escape?" Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld, bone-piercingly cold. The enmity of over 20 years all erupted at this instant. This short 20 years plus, the thing that Yi Yuan thought about day and night was to take revenge. For the sake of this goal, Yi Yuan could be said to have had narrow escapes. From a carefree young master who pursued Tao wholeheartedly, he became someone who was resolved to excel, a powerful martial artist who specialized in the martial Tao. The transformation experienced in between this could not be said to not be great. Now it was finally within sight. "Qingyan, you and I were apprentice brothers at any rate. Furthermore, I didn't kill sister-in-law. She isn't dead yet." Actually, Ji Kanglin also did not know whether Yu Mingli was dead or not. But right now, in order to live, he naturally stuck to his guns that she was not dead. Only this way could he have a chance to live on. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard these words, his expression could not help changing, and he said, "Where's Li Ha? You let me go first. Otherwise, you'll never see her again." Ji Kanglin threatened. Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me?" "Why won't I have the qualifications? My good junior brother, I understand you too well. I know that you'll definitely let me leave, isn't that right?" You couldn't even deal a blow to those devilized former fellow disciples. Could it be that you'll kill me for the sake of your beloved? Ji Kanglin had an unflinching look. He understood Yi Yuan too well. For Yi Yuan to be able to acknowledge Yu Mingli, his fiancée, it showed that he loved Yu Mingli deeply. With Yi Yuan's personality of valuing loyalty and relations, H.I. plus P.S. greatly, he absolutely would not dare to deal a killing blow to him. This was his final counterweight and also the heaviest counterweight, because Yi Yuan would give in obediently. Do you think that I'll believe your words? If you have Lear in your hands, would you wait until now? But Yi Yuan was not easy to hoodwink, as he said with a cold sneer. But Ji Kanglin was not fluid U.S. teared nor rattled, and similarly said with a cold sneer, Do you think that if I caught the Yu family's little SS, I'd hide her here? To me, she isn't just a death exemption gold token that simple. You're the child of destiny. Want to break your destiny. The Yu family's La S. S is the crux. Previously, when I deliberately spread the news of her demise, it was in order to make you fall into depravity. I didn't think that you actually pulled through. But now, she's my death exemption gold token. If you don't believe me, just make a move. You'll become the culprit who causes her death indirectly. Yi Yuan hesitated. Even if he did not believe Ji Kanglin's words at all, he did not dare take this risk either. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Yi Yuan could not use Yu Mingli's life to make a gamble either. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. If Yu Mingli died because of him, even if he avenged his great enmity, what was the use? When Ji Kanglin saw Yi Yuan's expression, he could not help being thrilled in his heart. Striking while the iron was hot, he said, You don't need to doubt either with that La S's strength. Do you think that she's able to escape my encirclement and suppression? Blood-drained strength you've witnessed before. Do you feel that the Yu family's La S can escape from his hands? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This time he really wavered. According to his estimations, even if Li Er progressed at breakneck speed, it was also impossible to be Bloodrain's match. This way, the likelihood of what Ji Kanglin said increased greatly. I can let you go, but I want to see Li Er. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglin said coolly, The Yu family's last S is already being escorted to the Divine Martial Hall. The Divine Martial Hall definitely already knows that my fleshy body is already destroyed. If I don't hurry back within 3 days, the Yu family's S will be dead for sure. You don't have a choice. Ji Kanglin said whatever came to his mind, but said it with assertive eloquence. He was originally incomparably cunning. Even for Yi Yuan, it was hard to see through any flaws too. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened up the domain of sword. That soul-stirring pale, white flames also gradually extinguished. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin was wildly elated in his heart, but he did not have the slightest ripple. Ha ha ha, my good junior brother will meet again. Ji Kanglin laughed smugly. That cloud of black gas turned into a streak of flowing light and headed for the horizon. But right at this time, a beautiful figure gradually appeared in Yi Yuan's line of sight from another direction. Big brother Yuan, are you all right? This beautiful figure was none other than precisely Yu Mingli, who rushed over looking travel-worn. The person who understood you the most in this world would be your enemy and your beloved. Seeing bright moon cities and vast sun cities, miserable states, Yu Mingli knew right away that Yi Yuan definitely came to find Ji Kanglin to take revenge. Under this kind of circumstance, it was practically impossible for Yi Yuan to have a second choice. Therefore, Yu Mingli rushed over without stopping. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan and Ji Kanglin both discovered Yu Mingli. Ji Kanglin had his 7 earthly souls scared out of him, urging fiendish energy to the limits, wanting to get away from Yi Yuan's range. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered too. Virtually without thinking, the Fury Sword Fire Lotus suddenly attacked. Chi! A lotus, flower-shaped pale, white, sword energy tore across the sky, flying straight for Ji Kanglin. Even if Ji Kanglin was any quicker, how could he be as fast that the streak of sword energy that tore across the sky and arrived? Ah, Ji Qingyin, you won't have a good end. A shrill, miserable cry spread throughout the sky and gradually turned into nothing. The evil extermination sword's awe-inspiring sword energy and the cleansing sandal's sacred flame, purifying power directly incinerated that cloud of black gas into nothing. The haughty and domineering Ji Kanglin finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Chapter 1175, Uneasiness. Chapter 1175, Uneasiness. At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like all the pores on his body opened up, incomparably light-footed. The large rock pressing on his heart for over 20 years was finally shattered. Killing Ji Kanglin was giving an account to himself, and even more giving an account to his father who used his life to protect him. But this road was covered densely with thistles and thorns. Fortunately, he finally completed it. But just as Ji Xingyang said, Ji Kanglin was merely a chess piece that was pushed to the front stage. The real person pulling the strings was Heavenly Finji. Oh, Dikanua. This trip to the Medicine King Hall also let Yi Yuan understand some news concerning Finji. Oh, Dikanua. Even though it was just an iota. But what Yi Yuan was most mindful of was where in the world the divine martial hall, this mysterious sect, was at. Very clearly, Finji. Oh, Dikanua was already about to come into being. If he could not find Kanua before this and severely injure, even finish him off, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Thus far, the methods that Kanua exhibited were simply mind-boggling. This opponent was 100 times more terrifying than Ji Kanglin. After all, this was an existence comparable to Taoist absolute heaven, the kind of origin deity realm, unless he could break through to deity realm. But this was an even more impossible task. Big Brother Yuan. Yu Mingli already sprinted in front of Yi Yuan with a look of agitation. Seeing Yu Mingli, Yi Yuan was similarly over the moon. Lier, it's great that you're all right. Yi Yuan immediately pulled Lier into his embrace and said with his true feelings. To Yi Yuan, it was very rare for him to have this kind of outburst of true sentiments. Lier was indeed a special existence to him. Even Mu Lingxue never enjoyed this kind of treatment from Yi Yuan before too. Yu Mengli was held in the arm by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's true sentiments flowing, she was truly unable to contain her joy, her heart pounding. Following Yi Yuan for so long, Yu Mengli was deeply aware of the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders. To Yi Yuan, who had reincarnated, the Medicine King Hall was a colossal giant, growing from a lower realm's youth without any foundation to the present divine realm's big shot, the Hards. H.I. plus PS paid in between this. Only Yu Mingli was the clearest. If it was just talking about Yi Yuan this item. 1. Tai. She could be said to have watched Yi Yuan grow up. Now, Yi Yuan personally killed Ji Kanglin, finally putting down that heavy burden. In addition, seeing that she was fine under the brutal hopelessness of love, that was why he would be like this. Big Brother Yuan, congratulations on avenging your great enmity. It's been hard on you these few years. I believe that Lord Jingyang Zi's spirit in heaven should be able to obtain comfort, Yu Mingli said in a gentle voice, being in Yi Yuan's embrace. Hugging Yu Mingli, hearing her words, Yi Yuan was filled with emotions, but tears gushed out. A man would not shed tears easily unless his heart was broken. Ji Kanglin's betrayal had once made Yi Yuan furious and perplexed. Now the truth came to light. Ji Kanglin was actually a fiend race spy. But even so, he and this member of the fiend race had been 500 years of apprentice brothers too. Yi Yuan's current emotion could not be said to not be complicated. Only after a long time did Yi Yuan walked out from surge of emotions. At this time, he changed back to that calm and collected Yi Yuan again. It was just that his concern towards Yu Mengli did not lessen in the slightest. Lia, I thought. Mentioning this, Yu Mingli's expression dimmed too. After all, the Yu family suffered grievous losses in this unexpected turn of events, and was even almost completely wiped out. Yu Mingli recounted the matters of Bright Moon's change on that day, as well as afterward, making Yi Yuan secretly heave a sigh of relief at getting lucky too. He also did not think that the innate battle soul physique was actually so powerful. They said that you fell onto the demonic path. Along the way, it worried Lear to death, said Yu Mingli, who had some lingering fear as she explained it. Yi Yuan smiled and said what they said was right. Just one more step, and I might not even be able to recognize you anymore. Yu Mingli was alarmed in her heart. Only then did she know that Sun Man's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Did not expect that Bright Moon's change actually brought such peril to Yi Yuan. Seeing Yu Mingli's upset look, Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You lias, what's with this expression? Could it be that I'd be foolish enough to blame this matter on you? Between Ji Kanglin and me, we both understand the other too well. Hence, that's why he would use this kind of despicable means to trigger me to fall into depravity." While talking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. When Yu Mingli noticed Yi Yuan's abnormality, she even thought that it was in the sequela left behind in battle earlier, and hurriedly asked Yi Yuan, "What's wrong with you? Are you all right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said nothing. "It's just, since you're already fine, why is my heart still shrouded in a layer of shadow? Would it be because of the matter with the fiend race?" Lear said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You don't know." I comprehended sudden impulse. Even though the matter of the fiend race is serious, it's not to the point of triggering sudden impulse. The reason why I could rush to Bright Moon City is because of setting off sudden impulse. But now, Ji Kanglin was dead, Lear was safe and sound. Logically speaking, sudden impulse should be allayed. But the shadow in Yi Yuan's heart was still unable to disperse away. Not good. Let's hurry back to take a look. Yi Yuan said anxiously. Half a month later, when Ao Qian and the rest saw Yi Yuan, a large stone in their hearts finally landed. "Young master, you finally came back." When Luer saw Yi Yuan, under her agitated feelings, she leaped right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Lear was aware of Yi Yuan and Luer's relations. Hi+P. From a certain degree, it was even more intimate compared to her. Furthermore, Lear's temperament was indifferent and naturally would not have superfluous thoughts. On the contrary, Yu Mingli was more grateful towards Luer. If without Luer, Yi Yuan would probably have long fallen into depravity already now. "My lord, it's great that you're fine. These few days we were worried to death." Ao Qian stepped forward and greeted, including the spa. Survivors of the Yu family, they also returned to the Dragon Clan under Wu Luo's command. Letting go of Luer, Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, but his brows knitted together. The people that he was familiar with and cared about were not missing a single one. All of them were here. Even the Yu family and the Yu Jianqiu, Yu Lingyu, who were close to him, were completely unscathed. If so, where in the world was his sudden impulse pointing at? Nothing happened here, right? Yi Yuan uttered a sentence that made everyone baffled. Ao Qian was stupefied and said nothing. "We listened to your order and stayed at the Dragon Clan the whole time. After that, Wu Luo also brought the Bright Moon City lord over. It was calm and peaceful all the way after that." Hearing Ao Qian's words, Yi Yuan was hit by a wave of inexplicable vexation, but could not find the source of the irritation. He only felt like his chest was about to explode. Yu Mingli stepped forward and lightly held Yi Yuan's hands, and she calmed him down, saying, "Since everybody is safe and sound, perhaps there are other reasons? Since we're here, stay and make the best use of it to calm your heart down to think about it these past 2 days. Maybe there will be some gains." Hearing Yu Mingli's words, only then did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. He said with a sigh, "I can only do this as well." Chapter 1176 Explosive News. Chapter 1176 Explosive News. Hey, did you hear? The Medicine King Hall was uprooted overnight. Now, it has already utterly fallen into pieces. No way, right? Prior to this, the Heavenly Sword sect master personally took action. Void mystic powerhouses came swarming into full force, but they returned in great defeat. The Heavenly Sword sect was like this. Who else can do it to such an extent? Could it be the heaven-stabilizing divine king personally took action? Ignorant and ill-informed much? The Heaven's Secrets Towers news already came out. It was done by Ji Kanglin's junior brother, Qing Yunzi. Furthermore, he slaughtered the Medicine King Hall's experts clean. Ji Kanglin died under Ji Qingyun's sword too. Hiss! I've long heard that Ji Qingyun's martial Tao in this life is very strong. But this is also too ludicrously strong, right? In a short 20-something years' time, he grew from a lower realms martial artist to such a terrifying powerhouse? Honestly speaking, when I heard this news, I didn't dare to believe it either. But the Heaven's Secrets Tower's information has never been wrong before. Ji Qingyun's strength has likely already reached the peak of Void Mystic Realm. He's already very, very close to the boundary of the 10 great divine kings. The impression that Ji Qingyun gave people on Alchemy Dao was too deep, resulting in everybody overlooking his martial Dao talent. I didn't think that his martial Dao talent is actually so heaven-defying too. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall acted furtively these few years, but they were more and more contrary acting against people's will when doing things, annihilating an entire sect at the drop of a hat. This action of Ji Qingyun is also considered executing justice on heaven's behalf. Such scenes of discussion took place at every corner of the divine realm. The complete collapse of a super holy land was absolutely an earth-shaking matter in the divine realm. Previously, when the Heavenly Sword sect was virtually wiped out, it already added many topics of conversation for everyone in the world. But the Medicine King Hall's destruction was clearly a better topic of conversation. For some time, it became the hot topic of the divine realm's martial artists. It was just that up till now, there was still no one who realized at all what kind of a malignant tumor Yi Yuan helped them to clean up. If this malignant tumor continued developing unchecked, it was sufficient to devour the entire divine realm. These martial artists were still living in their own world. But half a month later, the topic of Yi Yuan annihilating the Medicine King Hall was replaced by another heavyweight bomb. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced a piece of even more explosive news. The new ranking of 10 great divine kings was going to be published in the Holy City a month later. Furthermore, the Heaven's Secret Tower spread the news out that this time, the 10 great divine kings would have newly ascended powerhouses, plussing out the original 10 great divine kings. As for how many newcomers were there, the Heaven's Secret Tower had a very secretive attitude. This topic drove people even crazier compared to Yi Yuan destroying the Medicine King Hall. This action of the Heaven's Secret Tower clearly signified that the rankings of the 10 great divine kings this time definitely had some changes. Furthermore, this change would not be small. One had to know that the Heaven's Secret Tower published the first issue of the 10 great divine kings 2,000 years ago. Ever since then, apart from selling information, the Heaven's Secret Tower no longer made changes to the rankings of the 10 great divine kings. The 10 great divine kings practically became the divine realm's strongest 10 people. Positions as steady as Mount Tai. All the way until today, this arrangement was finally going to be broken. In the wake of newcomers joining, would a decisive battle that concerned reputation stir up among the 10 great divine kings? Would the old batch of 10 great divine kings challenge the newly ascended 10 great divine kings? Would the rankings among the 10 great divine kings have changes or not? A series of questions became the major discussion that swept across the entire divine realm. Especially in the Holy City, This discussion reached an even more seething extent. In the streets and alleys, everyone was virtually discussing this matter. Which newcomers do you guys think will be joining this issue of 10 Great Divine Kings? To talk about the newcomer whose cutting edge shows the most recently, I feel that it should be Ji Qingyan. He destroyed the high and mighty Medicine King Hall with his power alone. In terms of strength, it should be sufficient to rival the 10 Great Divine Kings, right? I think that's far-fetched. It's true that the Medicine King Hall was destroyed, but Ji Qingyan's Martial Dao Foundation is too shallow in the end. How he destroyed the Medicine King Hall, and, body knows either. Isn't it said that he has quite a few void mystic powerhouses by his side? I heard that there was a peak void mystic powerhouse following by his side in tranquil Sun City. If I were to say destroying the Medicine King Hall was most likely largely his credit. Apart from Ji Qingyan, I feel that it can only be some reclusive families' powerhouses. The Su, Hu, Chen, and Feng for great families have been isolated from the world for a long time. It should roughly be time to come into being as well. Don't you forget the last issue of 10 Great Divine Kings didn't have ancient families' disciples. They all obtained heaven-defying lucky chances. That's how they transcended everything and became peerless powerhouses. And what you said is right. This way, the selection of 10 Great Divine Kings this time is really baffling. At this time, Yi Yuan, who was far away in the demon region, was indifferent to this news. Whatever ranking of 10 Great Divine Kings was merely empty reputation to Yi Yuan. Through the recuperation of over half a month, Yi Yuan already recovered from the Medicine King Hall battle, along with the Pa-S Sage of Time. That hint of shadow shrouding Yi Yuan's heart also gradually relaxed vigilance. After all, the people who were related to him were currently all perfectly unscathed in front of him. This was enough. But on this day, the spirit Bristle Divine King suddenly descended upon the Dragon Clan. The moment Tingyun saw Yi Yuan, he scolded laughingly, "You brat, you're also too reckless when doing things. Ji Kanglin's current strength is already not beneath W. A. and Ji Huanzhou's. But you actually went out to the Medicine King Hall by yourself without due consideration." The name W. A. and Ji Huanzhou out of Tunyan's mouth was the Iron Spear Divine King, who was ranked last among the 10 Great Divine Kings. Him saying so served to show that he quite approved of Ji Kanglin's strength. Ting Yan's gaze never left Yi Yuan before, as if it was his first time knowing him. He was truly extremely surprised that Yi Yuan was able to sacre the entire Medicine King Hall. One had to know that not long ago, Yi Yuan still did not have the slightest strength to retaliate in front of Zhuge Qingxian. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan was actually already capable of killing an existence comparable to the 10 Great Divine Kings by himself. Even if it was just the last place, it was also sufficient to see the terror of Yi Yuan's improvement. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Putting aside my great hatred with him, just him daring to touch Lier, this point is enough for him to die 10 times over." Yi Yuan's thinking at that time was very simple, which was to kill people. This grudge he was already unable to carry on enduring, even if he was not fully confident at that time. He slaughtered up to the Medicine King Hall too. Tingyun smiled and said, "Right now there's a hubbub of discussion spreading outside that you're going to enter the 10 Great Divine Kings this time. Looking at your appearance, seems like you aren't patting yourself on the back at all." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he said, smilingly, "Merely empty reputation. Even if I don't enter the 10 Great Divine Kings, it also doesn't mean that I'm inferior to the 10 Great Divine Kings. Don't you think so, Brother Ting?" Tang Yin smiled as he nodded his head and said, "Actually, the 10 Great Divine Kings are only the human territory's 10 Great Divine Kings. It can't represent the divine realm's true strength. At the very least, this demon race has 3 people whose strength that even I have no assurance in prevailing over them." Chapter 1177. Simple Task. Chapter 1177. Simple task. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, clearly rather surprised by Teng Yun's words. He had always been very curious. If the present demon region was so weak, why the human race actually did not come over to annex the region. It turned out that the demon race's strength was actually so terrifying. As expected, any race's strength is not as simple as exhibited on the surface. The demon region's foundation, even Yi Yuan, this former peak alchemy emperor, actually did not know. Of course, the previous life sim was not concerned about these either. The demon race still has such mighty powers. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Teng Yun nodded his head and said, "In this dragon clan there's one." Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. The dragon clan had one? Ao Yong's strength did not seem to be so terrifying, right? Teng Yin seemed to have seen through what Yi Yuan was thinking and said with a smile, "I know Ao Yong, it isn't him. He's the previous generation head elder. Who I'm talking about is the Azure Dragon clan's previous patriarch. Right now, he already doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. Unless it's a clan extermination crisis. Otherwise, he won't appear." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart to no end. He really did not think that the Dragon Clan's foundation was actually so deep. Really talking about it, wouldn't the Dragon Clan's old patriarch be even more impressive than Ao Qian? Than the other two? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. The other two are not the four symbols Divine Beast Clan's powerhouses. One of them is a powerhouse of the Stone Ape Clan, while the other is very mysterious. "I've also only heard a little bit," Teng Yun said. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that his understanding of the divine realm was still truly too little. When he roamed the demon region back then, it was really somewhat the feeling of the ignorant had no fear. "Brother Teng, you've always been investigating the fiend race's whereabouts. Do you know where in the world this divine martial hall is at?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Mentioning this divine martial hall, Teng Yun's brows knitted together too. That fiend race's major power is too terrifying. He's incomparably cautious when doing things. Talking about it is shameful. Even though the divine martial hall has gradually risen to the surface, I really don't know his whereabouts. Rather, the fiend race has several hidden underground lairs that I've already pretty much investigated, Teng Yun said. When Yi Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, about how much does Brother Ting know? No harm in saying. We can get started with these underground lairs." Teng Yun nodded his head and said, "I had precisely this intent. I came to find you this time for precisely this objective as well. These few underground lairs are scattered too broadly. Wanting to wipe them out all at once still expends quite a bit of strength. Hence, I came to find you for help." Yi Yuan said excitedly, "Brother Ting, please say, Heavenly Fiendji. Oh, Dikanua is already almost coming into being. Right now. We must seize every minute and second." Teng Yun nodded his head and told Yi Yuan the information that he investigated one by one. According to what Teng Yun said, the few fiend race underground dens that he found were all in some inconspicuous small sects, concealed extremely deeply. But the underground lair's experts were not few. The fiend race's powerhouses were much more numerous compared to powerhouses of the human race. Above Holy Sovereign, there was even a Holy Emperor rank. Fiends who possessed this form of address were all existences capable of contending against the 10 great divine kings level of powerhouses. And this place that Teng Yun had Yi Yuan go to was called Moonhell Sect, an unremarkable rank 6 holy land at the southern parts of the divine realm. Such a small place, and, body would go and pay attention at all normally. However, it was a stronghold of the fiend race. The places that Teng Yun found were all very important strongholds of the divine martial hall. These places, at the very least, all had Holy Emperor rank powerhouses guarding. If not for Yi Yuan annihilating the Medicine King Hall with his power alone, he had no plans of letting Yi Yuan take part. Even so, the Moonhell sect that he made Yi Yuan go to was also one of the easiest places. According to Teng Yun's investigations, Moonhell Sect's strongest person should be a holy sovereign powerhouse. To Yi Yuan, it should be a cinch. Even though it was a holy sovereign powerhouse that was also Han Qingzi, that level of existence, the average person really could not take on this task. Brother Teng, you're also looking down on this younger brother too much. A mere holy sovereign can't last one move under this Ye's hands at all. Where's the fun in going? Yi Yuan said rather unhappily. This job was truly somewhat easy to Yi Yuan. If it were before, holy sovereign powerhouses were indeed too much for Yi Yuan to bear. But now, it was as easy as flipping his hand for Yi Yuan to want to kill holy sovereign powerhouses. Blood Soul and the others under Ji Kenglin were holy sovereign CLA/SS powerhouses. The four of them joined hands and were directly felled by Yi Yuan in the end too. Ting Yun smiled and said, "Younger brother, don't look down on this mission. It's said that Moonhell Sect, the stronghold, is a stronghold specifically for the Divine Martial Hall to gather information. Your mission isn't just to kill people. If there's a possibility, you might even be able to find the location of the Divine Martial Hall's lair. Therefore, your mission is actually the most important." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Only then did his expression calm down slightly, and he said, "Hoo-hoo, that's more like it. Relax, leave this matter to me." Ting Yun nodded and said, "At that time, I'll send 2 helpers to you. How we target the fiend race's actions in the future will be entrusted to you." Yi Yuan said, "Brother Ting, no need to send people. Ao, Qian, the few of them, their strength is still pretty decent." But Ting Yin shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate the fiend race's intel. It's too conspicuous for you to bring Ao Qian they all. It's more suitable to bring my people." Yi Yuan thought about it and got the picture too. He nodded and said, "All right." There were still 2 months away from the time the 2 people agreed upon. This period of time, Yi Yuan cast away all distracting thoughts and started diving into cultivation. Presently, Yi Yuan's divine soul was already over half transformed into golden color. His fleshy body also cultivated to late stage already. Instead, his essence energy realm was still a very long distance away from peak Divine King. When his essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths all broke through to the great circle of perfection realm, he would be able to refine the Tao-defying pill and directly salt the deity realm. It was just that the 9 core medicines that the Tao-defying pill required was still lacking 3 kinds of present. But 2 of them, the immortal Oriental Jire, S, and Cloud exquisite sunflower. Yi Yuan was not worried. Yi Yuan knew that these 2 kinds of spirit medicine were in the demon region. With the Dragon Clan strength, acquiring naturally would not expend too much effort. Except the last kind of spirit medicine, Kunwu flower, according to what Yi Yuan knew. Only the Dzfal mountain range had it, because this kind of flower grew on top of Kunwu divine wood. Disregarding the Dzfal mountain range's dangers, just this Kunwu divine wood itself was dangerous to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's current strength, facing the Kunwu divine wood, it boded ill rather than well. Those who had truly seen before Kunwu divine wood all died. Not a single person came back before. Looks like I must cultivate essence, energy, and spirit all to the great circle of perfection within a year. Then enter the Dzfal mountain range and find this Kunwu divine wood. Only on that day will I have a chance to thoroughly crush the fiend race. Sigh. It's another journey where life or death is hard to say. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 8th level Tao Profound. He was only missing this last step away from 9th level Tao Profound, the Divine King realm, and right at this time the Heaven's Secret Tower's heavyweight bomb was finally thrown out. Chapter 1178, Heaven Surmounting Divine King. Chapter 1178, Heaven Surmounting Divine King. This is also too ridiculous, right? Ji Qingyin really became one of the 10 great divine kings? Furthermore, he's even rank 6? What the hell L is the heaven's secret tower doing. Brewing for 2,000 years, they came up with such a lousy thing? Just based on annihilating an obsolete sect, one can enter the rankings of the 10 great divine kings? When did the 10 great divine kings become so worthless? It's true that Ji Qingyun's strength is decent, but to say that he's able to rank at number 6, I'm not convinced no matter what. The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was finally fresh out of the press, but it stirred up a huge debate. The old issue of 10 Great Divine Kings in sequence were Heaven Stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, Spirit Bristle Divine King, Ting Yin, Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng, Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zijin, Darkness Divine King, Xikong Shang, Heavenly Book Divine King, Song Chiyu, Single Core Divine King, Li Tianyang, Profound Wind Divine King, Wing Yifan, Void Distance Divine King, Yixing, as well as Iron Spear Divine King, W. A. and Jihuanzhou. These 10 great divine kings had always been viewed as the human race's strongest. For 2,000 years, this kind of concept was rooted deeply in people's hearts. Someone among them being replaced, the people were virtually unable to accept it. And the new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings, apart from the top 5 who were as steady as Mount Tai, the last 5 position, the changes were huge. This result was being called into question. The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings, 6th place, Heaven Surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan, 7th place, Heavenly Book Divine King, Song Cheyu, 8th place, Void Distance Divine King, Yi Xing, 9th place, Profound Wind Divine King, Wing Yifan, and 10th place, Violet Extreme Divine King, Duan Zheng Xiao. The 10 Great Divine Kings actually had 2 people who were squeezed out. The Heaven's Secret Tower announcing that there were newcomers joining. Everyone thought that there was only one person. No one would have thought that 2 were actually swapped out all of a sudden. If the Violet Extreme Divine King, Duan Jingxiao, ranked as the 10th Divine King, everyone was still able to accept it. About Yi Yuan rising as the 6th Divine King in one go. This was something that everyone was unable to accept no matter what. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's Ti was rather different from the others. Heaven surmounting this Ti was even more domineering than heaven stabilizing. This Ti was not anyhow given. The 10 great divine kings Tlis were either the area they were skilled in, or the inheritance that they obtained, or that their comprehensive strength was exceptionally formidable. And heaven stabilizing divine king's Tli was because his comprehensive strength was exceedingly powerful. But Yi Yuan's Tli, heaven surmounting, it seriously made people somewhat scratch their heads in puzzlement. Furthermore, his ranking actually said the heavenly book, divine king, right away. This made people even more unable to understand. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, the violet extreme divine king, Duan Zhengxiao that suddenly emerged, also made everyone very curious. Before this, Body had heard of such a character before at all. But for him to be able to push out the single cord divine king and iron spear divine king, his strength definitely could not be underestimated. Rather, the void distance divine king's strength seemed to have a considerable breakthrough again, and actually overpowered the profound wind divine king, becoming the 8th divine king. At this time, inside the holy city's heaven's secret tower, a distinguished guest was welcomed. It was the heaven-stabilizing divine king, Zhuge Qingxian. Separated by a black curtain, the heaven-stabilizing divine king said to the person behind it, "Is the 10 great divine kings ranking published by your esteemed tower this time ill-considered? That Yi Yuan, this seat has exchanged blows with him before. He's completely a trash that fails to make the cut. Just the likes of him is able to enter the 10 great divine kings too?" Although the heaven-stabilizing divine king's tone was somewhat sullen, he still maintained restraint. He knew that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtain, even he could not figure out as well. Inside this holy city, Zhuge Qingxian could be said to have everything under control. Only this heaven's secret tower was a thorn in his heart. Talking about over 2,000 years ago, Heaven's secret tower's entrance was very domineering. At that time, Zhuge Qingxian still did not have heaven stabilizing. This Tian was also not deep like the ocean at present. At that time, he was still daring and high-spirited. Towards this mysterious organization that ventured indomineeringly, he naturally turned his nose up at it. But he did not even see the face of this mysterious powerhouse and already retreated in defeat. Towards that mysterious old man behind the curtain that he had never seen before, the heaven-stabilizing divine king was incomparably apprehensive. Even if 2,000 years had already passed, said now, and his strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath too. Behind the black curtain came an aged and turbid voice. Times have changed. The heaven-stabilizing divine king's brows furrowed, clearly very displeased with this answer. From Yi Yuan leaving the holy city, just how much time had Pa said? Yi Yuan's strength already improved to such a degree? Then, what did all his years of bitter cultivation count for? Then this heaven-surmounting Tia, what does that mean? The heaven-surmounting divine king asked again. Staying silent for a second, a voice came from behind the black curtain once more. Heaven's secrets, they cannot be divulged. Very soon you'll understand. The heaven-stabilizing divine king gave a cold snort and said crossly, Humph! Your esteemed self is still pretending to be mysterious, just as before. The other party was silent. For some time it was somewhat awkward. The heaven-stabilizing divine king appeared, slightly embarrassed. Said with furrowed brows, I hope that the heaven's secret tower will strike Yi Yuan's name off the 10 great divine kings. For this, the holy city can pay a corresponding price. Heaven's secrets are heaven's secrets. They are not to be changed. The aged voice echoed again, not giving the heaven-stabilizing divine king the least bit of face. Regarding Yi Yuan being chosen, Zhuge Qingxian was very displeased. Yi Yuan almost annihilated the entire holy city's Dao legacy with his strength alone. Even though those people were all ant-like existences to Zhuge Qingxian, this face was slapped resoundingly. Therefore, upon hearing that Yi Yuan was actually selected for the 10 great divine kings, Zhuge Qingxian was very ticked off. The heaven-stabilizing divine king was not an amiable person in the end. Seeing the other party not giving the slightest bit of face, he was finally enraged. Humph! Your esteemed self set up the heaven's secret tower in my holy city, but won't even give this bit of face. This face wants to take a look today at just what your true face looks like. Zhuge Qingxian gave an angry shout. The Brahma Heart Sutra already revolved, grabbing towards the black curtain. Chi! Right as Zhuge Qingxian grabbed the black curtain, a pale light halo rose up and actually bounced Zhuge Qingxian back. Not seeing you out. Behind the black curtain, that aged voice sounded out once more, neither too fast nor too slow, commanding all without being furious. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. He hid his palm inside his sleeves, but it was already numb. Zhuge Qingxian never thought that 2,000 years had already passed. Said he actually still could not even see the other party's face. On this day, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. My lord, you're truly too incredible. Heaven surmounting divine king. This name is domineering. Ha ha ha, Jiang Taitsong said with an excited look. Something that others use several thousand years before accompli. Plus His Excellency only used less than 30 years and achieved it. My lord, at present, you're the divine realm's most scalding hot powerhouse. Inclusive of Ao Qian, when they heard this news, they were all shocked to the core. They never would have thought that His Excellency's strength was actually already horrifyingly to the max. Back then, when they followed Yi Yuan, they more or less still somewhat looked down on Yi Yuan in their hearts. But with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, The speed of them being brought into submission by Yi Yuan would virtually increase every minute and every second. Yi Yuan still had not figured out the situation, but he also picked out that he seemed to have really entered the 10 great divine kings. Chapter 1179 Challenge. Chapter 1179 Challenge Heaven Surmounting. This is my tea. Tli? It sounds like it's pretty good. Yi Yuan mulled over his own tea. Tli for a bit and felt rather satisfied still. It was just that he was somewhat curious about what on earth the Heaven's secret tower was basing on to determine the caliber of strength. More than just pretty good. I reckon that Heaven stabilizing divine king's face is definitely green. He's just Heaven stabilizing, but your excellency tower above the heavens. This disparity is not just a tiny bit. Ha ha ha, Jiang Taitsong said with a loud laugh. With him laughing, the others also started chortling with laughter. These people were all very unhappy with that overweeningly arrogant appearance of Zhuge Qingxian. Back then, if not for the spirit bristled divine king making it in time, Yi Yuan would definitely have already died in his hands. Therefore, this group of people all had a feeling of being bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Now, Yi Yuan entered the rankings of the 10 great divine kings. Not only was he ranked 6th, he even obtained a heaven surmounting Tli. That Zhuge Qingxian was definitely repulsed to death. In truth, they also guessed correctly. Zhuge Qingxian was indeed very repulsed right now. What changes did the 10 great divine kings have? Let me hear about it, Yi Yuan asked. Although he did not have any feelings regarding being chosen for the 10 great divine kings, this did not hinder him in paying a little attention to the status changes of the divine realm's apex powerhouses. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Jiang Taitsong took the initiative to volunteer and told Yi Yuan about the status changes without omitting any details. After Yi Yuan heard, he was very surprised too. But when he heard Xikong Shang's name, a cold light flashed past in his eyes. Putting aside the grudge of that one palm on that day, the matter of him refining Yu Weia into a clone was sufficient for Yi Yuan to have killing intent aroused. Yi Yuan's feelings toward the Tranquil Cloud sect were very deep. Yu Weia was the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding ancestor, but he ended up as one of his clones. This made Yi Yuan unable to accept it, even though he had never met Yu Weia. His sword Dao concept had half that was inherited from him. This grudge he must avenge. Yi Yuan already secretly made up his mind. When the mission this time was over, he would go find the Darkness Divine King to settle this score properly. The few people were currently chatting when Ao Duo suddenly wanted to see Yuan. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, Ao Duo felt mixed feelings too. Back then, the Dragon Clan wanted the sacred dragon token back from Yi Yuan. Both parties almost came to blows. The Yi Yuan at that time was still just a genius who astounded others. But just a few years of not seeing, Yi Yuan already matured into a powerhouse that looked down upon the world that even he had to look up to. Especially when he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended divine, rank dragon wave. The astonishment in his heart could be imagined. Actually, in his heart, he already acknowledged Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai as the Dragon Lord. To be able to cultivate dragon wave to divine rank, if one was still not able to be called the Dragon Lord, he was unable to answer to his subjects at all. Dragon Lord. Ao Duo gave about respectfully. Yi Yuan said coolly, Patriarch doesn't have to be so courteous. You're still the Patriarch. Just call me Yi Yuan will do. I wonder what Patriarch came to find this Yi for. His tone was very calm, but it exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. Ao Duo did not insist either, and said, Young Master Yi, there are many powerhouses outside the clan wanting to challenge you. They said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Just say what's on your mind. They said that, Young Master Yi, you're not fit to enter the 10 great divine kings. Ao Duo said cautiously, This bunch of self-righteous fools. Ao Qian said in a cold voice, A bunch of things that don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They haven't met a true genius before, Jiang Taitsong also grumbled. Toward this, Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a faint smile, no need to care about them. As long as they don't cause trouble, up to them to say what they like. This young master isn't so free as to prove my strength to them. Ao Qian, you go outside and stand guard. If anybody causes trouble, no need to pull punches. Ao Qian received the order and said, Yes, my lord. Yi Yuan was disdainful to stoop to the level of those so-called geniuses. But ever since, after the Heaven's secret tower published the news, the human martial artists that headed to the Dragon Clan's totem territory to raise a clamor outside became more and more. 5 days later, the powerhouses that gathered outside the Dragon Clan actually already reached 100 people. Among these 100 people, the weakest was a void, mystic powerhouse too. But these people mostly did not look too old. They should all be young geniuses. If not for this news that the Heaven's secret tower announced, one would probably not know that there were actually so many void, mystic powerhouses in the divine realm. Of course, the divine realm was too large. Reclusive sects and ancient families were too many to count. Super holy lands were merely the strength on the surface. The divine realm had trillions of martial artists. Such a vast number, the void mystic powerhouses naturally would not be just that few. What was truly few were the pinnacle powerhouses, because divine Tao inheritances were too few. Yi Yuan, you coward. If you have the capabilities, come out and accept our challenge. An 8th level Tao Profound actually dare proclaim to be of the 10 great divine kings. How is your skin so thick? If you don't have strength, don't put on an act in front of people. Hurry up and announce to the world. Voluntarily withdraw from the 10 great divine kings. When Ao Qian heard those words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If not for Yi Yuan warning and advice, he would have long flung a tight slap over. Where did this snotty brat come from? Truly, the ignorant were fearless. These so-called powerhouses, His Excellency could poke them to death with one finger. To actually dare raise such a hue too. Suddenly his brows raised up. A feeling of danger welled up in his heart. Not just him. Those young powerhouses clamoring clearly all detected it too. A middle-aged man strolled over in the air leisurely, bringing along an extremely terrifying aura. He came before Ao Qian and said coolly, Call Yi Yuan out. I'm here to challenge him. Facing this middle-aged man, Ao Qian actually had a feeling of palpitating with anxiety and fear. In this world, those capable of making him have such a feeling were clearly not simple people. But Yi Yuan said before not to let these people disturb him. Ao Qian still carried out the order loyally, saying coolly, His Excellency is in close seclusion and isn't free to take on challenges. That middle-aged man did not reveal a surprised look. He said just indifferently, If he's not coming out, I can only go in to find him. Finished talking, he lifted his foot and walked towards inside the totem territory, directly disregarding Ao Qian. The middle-aged man's haughty attitude also thoroughly infuriated Ao Qian. His figure moved, directly blocking in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not say a word. A palm wormed out like a ghost, directly smacking towards Ao Qian. Bang! This palm actually directly ignored Ao Qian's divine king domain, smacking onto his chest. Poo work! Ao Qian immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out horizontally. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Clan's powerhouse's expressions changed drastically. While those experts who came to challenge Yi Yuan all revealed an expression of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This time, a tough character finally came. Even for the Azure Dragon Clan, wanting to deal with this middle-aged man was likely somewhat enough to choke on, right? This middle-aged man's strength was indeed very strong. That palm just now was incomparably bizarre. Not a single one of them actually saw clearly how the other party attacked. Chapter 1180, Show Mercy. Chapter 1180, Show Mercy. Haha, beautifully done. This guy is too arrogant. Teach him a good lesson. Yi Yuan is a scaredy cat. We came to challenge him, and he actually doesn't even dare to show face. With this, his true form is going to be exposed, right? Hey, what's your name? Your strength is so formidable. In my view, you should be the one entering the 10 great divine kings. These people were continuously blocked outside by Ao Qian. They were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Seeing Ao Qian being beaten until he spat blood at this time, each and every one of them all started gloating over others' misfortune. That middle-aged man also felt pleased with himself inwardly when he saw that he was receiving everyone's praises. Through over 2,000 years of development, the 10 great divine kings already became the symbol of holiness in the divine realm's martial artists' hearts. They were every martial artist's idol and also the goal that each martial artist strove towards. Because the 10 great divine kings were the divine realm's true absolute summit, this middle-aged man was naturally here, aiming for fame too. Chao Yunji! The middle-aged man uttered his own name indifferently, having the demeanor of an expert. This name, naturally Body heard of it before. But he believed that, starting from today, this name would be known by the entire divine realm. The 10 great divine kings were also nothing more than this. Over 1,000 years ago, Chao Yunji obtained a divine Dao inheritance by chance and entered close seclusion to cultivate ever since. Who would have thought that the moment he exited seclusion, he got the news of Yi Yuan pulling off an upset and entering the 10 great divine kings? He immediately realized that his chance to make a name for himself came. As long as he defeated Yi Yuan, he would naturally have the qualifications to replace Yi Yuan, becoming one of the 10 great divine kings. Therefore he came. Just the likes of you wish to get in my way, too. Chao Yunji shot him a contemptuous glance and said coolly, "The whole process of this palm was incomparably strange from beginning to end. It was simply impossible for Ao Qian to guard against. But being looked down upon by a snotty brat, Ao Qian's chest was simply about to explode. Grandpa Ao will fight it out with you." Ao Qian gritted his teeth. The power of his divine king domain opened up fully, charging over towards Chao Yunji, who knew that Chao Yunji was completely condescending toward Ao Qian, and said with a scornful look, "Already spared you from death just now. Since you're seeking death yourself, this Chao will send you off." Done talking, Chao Yunji's peculiar palm appeared once more. Ao Qian's pupils constricted. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. This palm was absolutely a lethal palm. Wanting to avoid it, but Chao Yunji's palm followed closely like a shadow. It was simply unavoidable. "It's over just like this?" Ao Qian thought helplessly. He also did not think that after seeing the light of day anew, the strength of this divine realm's martial artist was actually formidable to such a degree already. A person that randomly came out, he was already not a match. Looks like these 20,000 years really held him up for too long. Chao Yunji saw Ao Qian's expression of resigning himself to fate, but he did not show the slightest hint of stopping. Killing people to establish power, this was what he currently had in mind. But right at this time, a surge of killing intent suddenly locked onto him. The countenance of Chao Yunji, who realized the danger, changed, his figure retreating explosively. When he looked again, there was already an additional youth by Ao Qian's side. The young man was currently looking at him, killing intent faintly arising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Chao Yunji was stupefied. Soon after, a surge of anger from humiliation welled up in his heart. He was actually scared into retreat by an 8th level Dao profound youth. Yi Yuan frowned as he looked at Ao Qian, and suddenly made a move like lightning, tapping on his body. "Poo work!" Ao Qian spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his complexion immediately becoming much rosier. "What a vicious palm art! Was he the one who injured you?" Yi Yuan asked. Ao Qian slowly nodded his head, then bent his body and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, Chao Yunji's expression changed. Not only was his palm art incomparably profound, it even contained hidden force, injuring people imperceptibly. He comprehended for over 1,000 years before having a preliminary understanding of this divine Tao law. He did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan see through with one glance, he even resolved it effortlessly. Who are you, boy, to actually dare intervene in this Chao's affairs? Chao Yunji looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, You don't even recognize me and actually dare to come and challenge me? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Yunji's expression changed, and he said in surprise, You're Yi Yuan? I heard that you're only 7th level Tao Profound. Didn't think that you broke through so quickly. But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to his surprise and said grimly, Scram, before I change my mind. This Chao Yunji was clearly someone who obtained a divine Tao legacy. The fiend race crisis was about to erupt soon. Such a person could be considered a talent. Hence, even though Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused, he did not make a move to kill. The moment Chao Yunji heard, he was tickled. Even though he came into being not long, he was not a fledgling. How could he be scared away by a sentence from Yi Yuan? Ha ha ha, boy. I admit that you're rather different. But entering the rankings of the 10 great divine kings, you're not qualified enough yet. An 8th level Tao Profound actually entered the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. This is simply a joke. Chao Yunji suddenly let out a roaring laugh. Chao Yunji's words made those geniuses guffaw with laughter to no end. Haha, yeah, 8th level Tao Profound isn't even divine king. To actually dare proclaim as one of the 10 great divine kings, truly no sense of shame. A measly 8th level Tao Profound actually dare threaten Brother Chao. Truly have no idea of death or danger. Said it long ago, this guy is completely undeserved reputation. Even if an 8th level Tao Profound was strong, how strong could he be? But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with these ridicules. He looked at Chao Yunji nonchalantly and suddenly said, This young master already gave you a chance. Give? Chao Yunji only had time to say a word and already lost sight of Yi Yuan's figure. Alarm bells suddenly sounded, except it was already too late. Arg! A miserable cry sounded out. Chao Yunji's wrist was severed off. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Yunji coldly and said, You should be rejoicing that Ao Qian is fine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hand so simple. Chao Yunji was in pain until he sweated profusely, fresh blood spouting wildly from his wrist area. His wrist was chopped off by a divine artifact. Wanting to stop the bleeding was not that simple. Also, you all want to challenge me, sure. But you need to be prepared to die. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over those geniuses. The group of originally incomparably noisy geniuses was utterly silent at this time. Just now, not a single one of them saw clearly how Yi Yuan attacked. Just a blink of an eye, and Chao Yunji's hand was gone. Such means were simply appalling to the ear. One had to know that Chao Yunji injured the peak void mystic Ao Qian to severe injuries with one palm just now. But Chao Yunji could not even withstand one move in front of Yi Yuan. Everyone glanced around, looking at each other, all uncertain what they should do. Only at this time did they know that for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the list of 10 great divine kings was not an undeserved reputation. Heaven surmounting divine king, indeed powerful, this art of greater teleportation. Probably only the void distance divine king can compare in the divine realm, right? Right then, a euphonious voice sounded out. In the void, a young figure walked out slowly. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Hoo-hoo, I'm Duan Zhengshao. Coming here this time, it is specially to seek guidance from heaven surmounting divine king, the young man said smilingly with clasped hands. Chapter 1181, Displaying Strength. Chapter 1181, Displaying Strength. Violet Extreme, Divine King. Everyone did not expect that the newly ascended Violet Extreme Divine King of the 10 Great Divine Kings actually came to challenge Yi Yuan too. This time it was interesting. Please return, not interested. Yi Yuan forcefully threw down a sentence, turned around and left. Duan Jingxiao's expression darkened, immediately turning into an arc of violet light, howling towards Yi Yuan. Greater teleportation. But Duan Zhengxiao struck thin air. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "This young master isn't free to play this kind of competing game with you all. If you keep on pressing people, don't blame this young master's sword for showing no mercy." Truthfully speaking, Yi Yuan was very annoyed with these guys. The calamity of the fiend race was about to erupt soon. These few guys actually even fought here and there for some empty reputation. No idea what was the point. Once the two great heavenly fiendji. DS recovered strength. Even Zhuge Qingxian could only be a slightly larger ant too. The rest were completely not enough to look at. But Duan Zhengxiao smiled and said, "Why does brother Yi have to be like this? This Duan is only finding you to have a spar. Why is there a need to push people 1,000 miles away? Or is it, apart from this art of greater teleportation, the rest is all undeserved reputation? Is the heavens surmounting divine king just a fleeing divine king?" But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. "Such a third-rate goading technique. Your esteemed self is truly looking down on this Yi too much. Whatever heavens surmounting divine king, that's just the heaven's secret tower's own wishful thinking. The thing that you, the Violet Extreme Divine King, regards highly isn't even a fart in this Ye's eyes. Talk is cheap. If you really don't care, why not come forward right away to deny it? Other people are fists. Plussing for fame and praise. Are you cracking yourself up to be a clear stream? What a joke!" Duan Jingxiao mocked. Yi Yuan discovered that he was completely unable to communicate with this guy. He had ulterior motives, viewing everybody as harboring evil intentions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him anymore. He just said indifferently, "Whatever makes you happy. 3 days. I'll only give you all 3 days' time. If you're still clamoring here, kill without mercy. Ao Qian, let's go." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian back to the Dragon Clan. Duan Jingxiao's expression flickered incessantly but did not have the courage to chase after. Even though the Dragon Clan declined, people who slightly had a bit of experience were all aware that such a major clan had extremely deep foundations and could not be provoked. To really charge into the Dragon Clan, Duan Jingxiao really did not have that gall. But toward Yi Yuan's threat, he did not take it to heart. He decided to wait for 3 days outside the Dragon Clan. He wanted to take a look if Yi Yuan really had some reliance, or he was putting up a bold front. The big talk was already let out. 3 days later, if Yi Yuan did not dare to come out, then he was outwardly strong and inwardly weak, completely nothing to fear. "My lord, this bunch of fellows are provoking like this. Could it be that we're letting it go just like this?" Ao Qian said rather indignantly. Reobtaining new life, Ao Qian discovered that the world was already completely different. The present 20,000 years later, the experts were really too many. One that randomly came out almost slapped him to death with one palm. Fortunately, His Excellency helped him to take revenge. But Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, "If not for the fiend Calamity's eruption being near at hand, just based on him having killing intent towards you is already the death penalty. But right now, human powerhouses who are able to cultivate to such a boundary are too few already. It can be said that killing one means one less." Only hearing Yi Yuan said, so did Ao Qian know his painstaking thoughts. That bit of unhappiness from before also vanished into thin air. Ao Qian had experienced the calamity 50,000 years ago. Even though he did not join the battle at the front lines, the dreadfulness of the battle situation was fresh in his mind. Only all the way until some years back, when long tongues spilled out the matters back then, did he know how treacherous the great battle 50,000 years ago it was. Milord! Ao Qian was short-sighted and harbored resentment toward Milord. Milord, please punies. H. Plus, Ao Qian said as he blushed in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's good that you can understand. This matter wasn't your fault. In a twinkle, 3 days already Pa S said. Those genius powerhouses did not leave. But they did not dare to approach the Dragon Clan anymore either, all hiding far away. Yi Yuan already used his strength and thoroughly awed these people. It was just that they very much wanted to see just who was stronger or weaker between these two mighty, newly ascended divine kings of the 10 great divine kings. Yi Yuan still hasn't come out until now. He wouldn't really be making an empty show of strength, right? An empty show of strength? Didn't you see when he cut off Chao Yunji's hand, that ruthlessness? Such an existence is already not what you and I can pry into. True, but this violet extreme divine king is an existence on the same level as Yi Yuan. Even if there's a gap, it wouldn't be that large either, right? And makes sense. If Yi Yuan is able to overwhelmingly defeat Duan Jingshao, that shows that the Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking shouldn't be off. But if Yi Yuan just barely triumph, or is evenly matched with Duan Jingshao, then this ranking still has exaggerations. A group of people discussed softly. This showdown between two great divine kings really drew people's attention. These few days, quite a few people came to challenge Yi Yuan in succession too. But seeing such a lineup, how could each and every one of them still dare to be arrogant? Currently, outside the Dragon Clan, there was only Duan Jingxiao's solitary figure. Looks like you still haven't given up. Yi Yuan's cold voice sounded out. Everyone's spirits were roused. The great battle was commencing. Duan Zhengxiao smiled slightly and said, Have a match with me, and I'll give up. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, I'll only unleash one move. There's only life or death, no victory or defeat. A mocking expression appeared on Duan Zhengxiao's face, and he said, Has this Duan ever been scared? Just go ahead and make your move. Yi Yuan shook his head, helplessly, and sighed as he said, You cultivated for many years before entering the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. Truly can't bear for you to die before your seat even warms up. But since you're seeking death wholeheartedly, then this young master will send you off. Toward Yi Yuan's words, Duan Jingxiao naturally turned a deaf ear to it. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. 2 terrifying surges of divine Tao laws suddenly enveloped the entire S.P.A.C. Duan Jingxiao's expression changed greatly. All of a sudden, a violet light shone resplendently. Seeing that Yi Yuan had such an outrageous aura, how could Duan Jingxiao still dare to conceal his abilities? A terrifying violet light instantly expanded out like a divine king domain. This violet light looked dangerous to the extreme. It was not coincidental for him to be able to squeeze the single-core divine king and iron spear divine king out. However, facing the violet extreme divine king's violet light, Yi Yuan directly chose to ignore it. His domain of sword did not fear the violet light at all. Divine domain! Duan Zhengxiao cried out in shock. This time he was really stunned, even fearful. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not putting up a pompous but empty show of power with him, and even less joking around with him. Yi Yuan really had the ability to kill him. At this time, he very much wanted to repent towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's Fury Sword Fire Lotus was already unleashed. 2 mighty divine Tao laws intertwined together. They were virtually destructive energy. Duan Zhengxiao had a look of despair. He was unreconciled to it. He had just been chosen for the 10 great divine kings for a couple of days. Could it be that he was dying just like this? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. The surrounding S.P.A.C. became somewhat erratic and illusionary. Boom! A violent tremor occurred in the S.P.A.C. P.A.C. But Duan Zhengxiao was completely unscathed. Chapter 1182. Provoking the Grand Yen Divine King. Chapter 1182. Provoking the Grand Yen Divine King. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, already guessing who the arrival was. In this divine realm, to be able to block his fury soared Fire Lotus with the power of array formations. Who else could there be apart from the Grand Yen Divine King? A figure walked out from the void. His hair and beard were slightly white, with his complexion being ruddy. It was precisely the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng. Younger brother Ji, on account of my face, let him off the hook. How about it? Lu Linfeng said with a slight smile. Lu Linfeng was very confident that Yi Yuan would definitely give him this face. After all, his relations, H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan was still pas sable. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, and suddenly said with a smile, "Can but use the formation's Path 9 scripts to exchange." Lu Linfeng's expression turned slightly stiff, clearly not expecting Yi Yuan to not show any due respect. The formation's Path 9 scripts was the fruit of his life's labor. How could he show it to people easily? Younger brother, must you press people like this? Lu Linfeng said with a sigh. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I gave him the chance. He also said that he was prepared to die. I thought he was really prepared." Duan Jingxiao's expression alternated between green and red plus. H.I. plussing furiously by Yi Yuan's one sentence. Prior to this, he said, so because he thought that Yi Yuan's strength could not make it. With his strength, even if he could not win, his life could still be preserved. It was just that, did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so terrifying. If not for Lu Linfeng Russ, H.I. plussing over in time, he would probably not even have dregs remaining right now. This Lu will be a peacemaker. Leave it at this. Lu Linfeng's words exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. The moment the number 3 Divine King opened his mouth, the divine realm had to quake too. Matters that could let Lu Linfeng come forward were not many. His authority did not tolerate others' provocation. Except Lu Linfeng was merely an old acquaintance in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say no?" One sentence, and it made everyone's faces change. Domineering. No wonder Yi Yuan was T.I. tled as heaven surmounting Divine King. This domineeringness rides above the 9th heaven. The Grand Yen Divine King is a veteran 10 great Divine King, not taking action for many years. His strength right now is most likely even more unfathomable. The newly ascended heaven surmounting Divine King actually dares to stroke his whiskers. Haha, really getting more and more interesting. This trip wasn't wasted. This match is too exciting. When those genius powerhouses saw the scene, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants. They never dreamed that things would have such a dramatic change. The awe-inspiring, newly ascending 10th Divine King, Violet Extreme Divine King, was actually almost instantly killed by the heaven surmounting Divine King. However, the Violet Extreme Divine King's ranking was still slightly worse than the heaven surmounting Divine King's in any case. But now, the heaven surmounting Divine King actually provoked the Grand Yen Divine King. Actually, among the 10 great Divine Kings had an unwritten saying. The Divine King powerhouses ranked in the top 5 and from 6th to 10th had a chasm. But this saying was verified this time. Changes among the bottom 5 were so huge, but the top 5 people were as steady as Mount Tai. The strength of the Grand Yen Divine King, who was ranked 3rd, was too terrifying. Such a terrifying attack from Yi Yuan earlier was actually extinguished by him without much effort. Even so, Yi Yuan still dared to sweep away his face like this. If the heaven surmounting Divine King and Grand Yen Divine King came to blows, it would shake the entire divine realm tomorrow. Reaching Lu Linfeng's level, the majority did not show joy or anger on their faces, but his slightly narrowed eyes still could let people detect a hint of sullen anger. Looks like the heavens surmounting divine king achieved success at a young age and somewhat considers everyone beneath notice. Lu Linfeng said coolly, looks like the grand Yen divine king is taking advantage of his seniority and doesn't quite know how to conduct himself anymore. Yi Yuan Reb. You. Ted without the slightest politeness. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This really squared up. A cold light flashed past in Lu Linfeng's eyes, his tone gradually turning cold as he said, Younger brother Ji, you and I are also considered to have been friends. Do you really want to reach the point of losing all decorum? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, Lu Linfeng, this young master is really somewhat inflated right now and want to seek guidance from you. This time Lu Linfeng was finally angered and opened his mouth to say, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, the moment his voice faded, did not see Lu Linfeng take any action either. Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng vanished before everyone's eyes at the same time. When Ao Qian and the rest saw this scene, their hearts involuntarily leaped up. Coming out for so many years, they already knew what kind of existences the 10 great divine kings were. They could not quite figure out why His Excellency was so brash, insisting on provoking the rank 3 Grand Yen Divine King. This opponent was not quite the same as in the past. Rather, it was Yu Mengli whose eyes swiveled around, with a hint of faint smile surfacing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, she guessed Yi Yuan's intentions. Miss Lear, what are you smiling about? Could it be that His Excellency really has confidence in beating the Grand Yen Divine King? Ao Qian said in amazement. Lear smiled and said, In terms of strength, Big Brother Yuan shouldn't be the Grand Yen Divine King's match yet. But for the Grand Yen Divine King to want to defeat him, it's probably not easy as well. Ao Qian and the rest were stupefied when they heard that. All were not quite sure what it meant. Yi Yuan's vision blurred, and he fell into an array formation. Sensing the power of the array formation a little, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Just 6-fold array formation? My Grand Yen Divine King, you're also looking down on people too much. Your formation's Dao strength, this Lu, is all too clear. 6-fold array formation to deal with you is already plenty. Lu Linfeng's voice came from the void, but drifted from place to place, unable to determine his location at all. Lu Linfeng had once stayed at the Medicine King Hall for a considerable amount of time. In that period of time, Yi Yuan frequently exchanged what he learned with him as well. Therefore, Lu Linfeng was still very clear about Yi Yuan's level. Even though Yi Yuan's strength right now was very strong, Lu Linfeng judged that this 6-fold array formation was already enough to deal with Yi Yuan. Is that so? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing. He started breaking the formation. It's no use. The formation's Path 9 script 6-fold array formation, superimposing. The power, it's impossible even for Song Qiyu to break it. You replaced him, even if your strength is stronger than him, en? Lu Linfeng was calm and certain that Yi Yuan could not break the array formation when his voice suddenly became incomparably surprised. How did you do it? Lu Linfeng was unbelievably astonished. His formations, Dao, could be said to be on completely different planes with the Divine Realm's formations Dao. Ding Zhanghua, who was hailed as the Divine Realm's number 2, at the very most only reached the level of his 2-fold array formations. If one strength was powerful and broke the formation by force, 5-fold was already the limit for Yi Yuan's level of strength. 6-fold, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break it. But Yi Yuan did not break the formation by force. Yi Yuan was currently wrecking the formation base right now. The formation's Path 9 scripts, each superimposing a layer of array formation, the power would rise more than several times. The difficulty of breaking it naturally went up several times too. Many array formations overlapping together, even a formation's path master could not find where the formation base was at too. But Yi Yuan was actually making easy progress like he was experienced. In a blink, he already broke a layer of array formation. Lu Linfeng's expression changed and was no longer able to be so calm like before. Looks like I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, don't blame this Lu for disregarding old sentiments. Chapter 1183, Fated Person. Chapter 1183, Fated Person. Everyone looked over. That area of SPAC seemed to have nothing, completely transparent. But the undulations, faintly leaking from inside, made people incredibly alarmed. They knew that the Grand Yen Divine King and Heaven's Surmounting Divine King were currently in the array formation, undergoing a fierce match of powers. All of a sudden, this surge of undulation intensified several times all at once. And what's happening here? The power of the array formations seems to be strengthening. It's said that the Grand Yen Divine King's formation's Path 9 scripts is able to evolve 9x9, 81 peak tier 9 array formations. These 9x9, 81 array formations, all 9 types superimposing together, is one script of the 9 scripts. Dealing with average void mystic powerhouses, one script is sufficient. The undulations just now have probably already reached 6 scripts. Now, it wouldn't have already broken through to 7 scripts, right? Don't you all forget, Yi Yuan is a Tier 9 Array Emperor powerhouse too. His formation's path is very impressive. Looks like the Heaven Surmounting Divine King caused considerable problems for the Grand Yen Divine King. 7-fold array formation superimposing. Yi Yuan immediately felt the pressure multiply. Even though Yi Yuan's formation's Dao attainments were already extremely strong, compared to the Grand Yen Divine King, who comprehended formations Dao consistently over several thousands of years, he was still a great inferior. However, Yi Yuan's advantage lay in that he was very clear about Lu Linfeng's series of tricks. The formation's Path 9 scripts was originally the array formation's 3 volumes advanced version. Even though the power could not be mentioned in the same breath, then again, the array formation's 3 volumes was where the formation's Path 9 scripts foundation lay. Yi Yuan obtained the array formation's 3 volumes and had long grasped it thoroughly, deducing the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation from there. Although he could not break the formation's Path 9 scripts, Lu Linfeng himself similarly felt incomparably flabbergasted. He thought that the 6-fold formation's Path 9 scripts was completely enough to deal with Yi Yuan. But he discovered to his dismay that his array formations were just like a hollow man in front of Yi Yuan. Those concealed killing mechanisms Yi Yuan was actually able to see through at a glance. 7-fold, still not enough. 8-fold, still not enough. TSK, his K, not seen for many years, you, this old fellow's formations Dao, have taken great strides in progress again. Yi Yuan said composedly. One sentence nearly angered Lu Linfeng until he spat blood. You brat, you are truly monstrous. What in the world did you experience over these 20 years? Not only has your martial Dao reached the acme of perfection, but even formations Dao also shows a great trend of catching up to this Lu as well. Forget it, since even 8-fold can't do anything to you. I'll let you have a taste of 9-fold's prowess. When saying this, Lu Linfeng's inner heart was falling to pieces. For so many years, there was really no one who was able to force him to this extent. Who knew that when he was just about to display the 9-fold formation's Path 9 scripts, Yuan suddenly said, No need, I can't withstand the 9th level. This matter ends here. That whatever violet extreme divine king, you have him scram further away. Don't come and provoke this young master. Otherwise, there's no mercy under my sword. Even with Lu Linfeng's several thousand years of ACCU mulation, he broke down due to Yi Yuan's one sentence too. You say fight and we fight, you say stop and we stop? However, Lu Linfeng really stopped. He was very curious how on earth Yi Yuan accomplished it. He had long discovered that Yi Yuan's understanding of the formations Path 9 script Serpa said his imagination. It seemed to stem from the same line as him. He also discovered that Yi Yuan's formations Tao standards actually still had a very great difference compared to him. But Yi Yuan's technique had the effects of overcoming a great force with little strength. The incomparably mysterious formations Path 9 scripts to everyone in the world seemed like a lady who stripped naked in front of Yi Yuan. It was without any secrets to speak of. Lu Linfeng's figure emerged, his expression slightly dark as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You deliberately goaded me into taking action." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A mere Duanzheng Xiao. Do you think I'll place him in my sights?" Yi Yuan said these words rampantly, but he had the capital to be rampant. The high and mighty 10th Divine King in other people's eyes was merely a rookie who could be one-shot at any time in Yi Yuan's eyes. "Where did you learn the formations Path 9 scripts from?" Lu Linfeng said grimly, "I say, when I made you impart me the formations Path 9 scripts back then, you cherished your own old broomstick. You probably never would have dreamed that I would obtain the formations Path 9 scripts legacy, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Linfeng's expression changed, and he said in shock, "So, you reincarnated in the endless world." With Yi Yuan saying so, how could he still not understand? The Array Formations, 3 volumes, he only left it in the endless world's Grand Yen True Sect. Yi Yuan obtaining the inheritance. He definitely reincarnated in the endless world. The expression on Lu Linfeng's face was very fascinating. He never would have dreamed that, in an accident arising from many causes, Yi Yuan actually reincarnated in his hometown and even obtained his formations Tao inheritance. Seeing Lu Linfeng's expression, Yi Yuan was secretly pleased inwardly. This guy, back then he pestered and begged him incessantly. His profound and inscrutable appearance made Yi Yuan very displeased. When he obtained the Array Formations, 3 volumes back then, Yi Yuan fantasized about Lu Linfeng's expression today. Now, seeing that he indeed had an expression of having eaten a fly, Yi Yuan wished to roar with laughter. "You left behind 3 volumes of stone books back then, awaiting a fated person. You probably never dreamed that this fated person was actually me, right?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Lu Linfeng was speechless. "Oh, right, also this." Yi Yuan held up his palm. The mini vast heaven steel appeared in his palm. Lu Linfeng's expression turned intent, and he said in amazement, "Vast heaven steel! You actually obtained the vast heaven steel, then the vast heaven peg." Oda, a light flashed on Yi Yuan's palm. The vast heaven steel flew into a small peg. Oda, it was precisely the vast heaven peg. Oda, right now I'm the vast heaven peg. Oda's owner. Yi Yuan said with a wide grin on his face. Lu Linfeng was again speechless. He seriously had nothing to say. This brat was here to repulse him on purpose. Back then he only made it to the 7th level in the vast heaven peg. Oda, Yi Yuan actually directly pulled the vast heaven peg. Oda up by the roots. He left behind the Array Formations, 3 volumes, awaiting a fated person, wanting to accept the person as his disciple. But this person was actually Yi Yuan. This was truly fate making a mockery of men. Only after a long time did Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and said, "Is the Grand Yen True Sect still all right?" In a twinkle, several thousand years went by. I even forgot that I had once left behind this inheritance. I didn't think that when Lu Linfeng ascended to the divine realm, it was actually ABUMPY road too. No matter how talented the person, being able to reach Lu Linfeng's kind of height, they were bound to have suffered considerable trials. When he truly rose up and became a notable figure of the divine realm, it was already 2,000 years later. At that time, the Grand Yen True Sect was already just an ant-like existence. He would not go and pay attention at all. But now, Hearing Yi Yuan mention the Grand Yen True sect, it involuntarily stirred up Lu Linfeng's memory. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said the Grand Yen True sect had long perished 5,000 years ago. Lu Linfeng's entire body trembled, and he said, "What did you say?" Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the past of the fierce Gale world invading and the Grand Yen True sect forsaking themselves for a righteous cause, filling Lu Linfeng with a vicissitude of emotions too. So that's how it is. It looks like I shouldn't have left behind Tao teachings back then in the endless world. Lu Linfeng sighed emotionally and gave Yi Yuan a very meaningful glance. Chapter 1184, Apologizing. Chapter 1184, Apologizing came out. They came out. How's the battle situation like? The array formation dissipated. Two figures gradually emerged. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone, perfectly unscathed, everyone was stunned. Duan Zhengxiao's gaze turned intense, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? Other people could not feel it, but he knew that the Grand Yen Divine King already displayed the formation's Path 9 scripts to 8-fold. At that level, how could Yi Yuan possibly be unharmed? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan actually has the strength to sail the top 5? This was too surreal, right? What kind of foolish thing did he do to actually come and challenge a freak like this? Duan Zhengxiao currently felt that he really got carried away from entering the 10 great divine kings, to actually court death until he wanted to challenge the heavens surmounting divine king. For the heavens secret tower to dare publish this ranking and they naturally had their reasons. He, this 10th divine king, almost just kicked the bucket straight away. If not for the Grand Yen Divine King making it in time, he would most likely be the most tragic one in the history of the 10 great divine kings, right? Completely unharmed. This is impossible. I didn't see wrongly, right? The Grand Yen Divine King already unleashed 70% to 80% of his strength and was actually unable to do anything to the heavens surmounting Divine King? My eyes must be failing. In this case, wouldn't the heavens secret towers ranking really have issues? The heavens surmounting Divine King should have entered the top 5. Those few geniuses were deeply astounded by this scene. They even thought that Yi Yuan was seeking death previously. Who knew that he was actually completely unscathed? His opponent was the Grand Yen Divine King, whose name had spread all over the divine realm for thousands of years, before being led by the heavens' secret tower. The Grand Yen Divine King's name already shook the divine realm, becoming the divine realm's formation path's #1 powerhouse. Now that several thousands of years had passed, the Grand Yen Divine King's strength was even more unfathomable. Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th Divine King, actually came out from inside the Grand Yen Divine King's array formation without a scratch. Violet Extreme, apologize to the heavens surmounting Divine King. This matter will drop at this. Lu Linfeng's one sentence made everyone's heart twitch violently. Was this considered conceding? Those genius martial artists felt that their worldview had completely collapsed. The corner of the Violet Extreme Divine King's mouth twitched as well. But since the Grand Yen Divine King spoke up, he could not run from this. At once he could only bow down towards Yi Yuan and said, Heaven surmounting Divine King, Duan Zhengxiao has offended you. Please forgive me. At this time, he already did not have any complaints towards Yi Yuan. All that remained was only admiration. He knew that he was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone had an unreal feeling. Turned out that the gap between the 10 great divine kings was actually so great. Or was it Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th divine king, who was too freakish? It seemed like for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the 6th place domineeringly, it was indeed not by a fluke. Yi Yuan said coolly, Forget it. I have no intention of vying for this empty reputation. That heaven's secret tower stirring this up was also not what I hoped for. Today's matter will be dropped at this. Your strength is decent. Better focus on cultivating more. The fiend calamity is coming. Conduct yourself well. Yi Yuan's words made Duan Jingxiao's heart fearful. Lu Linfeng also interjected at this time and said, Violet extreme, don't have the heart of a vile character anymore. The heavens surmounting divine king and I are also considered old friends. His character, I'm still aware of it. This tea of 10 great divine kings is just a burden to him. Yi Yuan already got to know from Lu Linfeng that this violet extreme divine king was his old friend's son who had some fortuitous encounters. That was how he reached his present cultivation realm. Duan Zhengxiao's face turned red, and he said, It was this Duan who was impetuous. Lu Linfeng looked toward Yi Yuan meaningfully and said, Gee, brat, it was this Lu's eyes that saw wrongly. I didn't think that your martial Dao talent was actually so outstanding. The few of us old fellows have roamed the divine realm obstructed for several thousand years and have never encountered adversaries. It looks like this time a match really appeared. But this Lu has to offer you a piece of advice too. In all things, act within your ability. Take care not to force yourself. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what Lu Linfeng was referring to, and said smilingly, Can eggs remain unbroken if the nest is overturned? Old man Lu, this isn't my burden alone. Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and immediately left. A farce wound up here. Haha, my lord, you're truly too incredible. Even the third place grand and divine king couldn't do anything to you. Jiang Taitsong welcomed with a big laugh. Ao Qian also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of awe and said, My lord is truly becoming more and more unfathomable. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, My current strength is still far from that old man Lu. I reckon that he didn't even bring out half of his strength. Looks like the 10 great divine kings ranked in the top 5. Their strength truly cannot be estimated. Everyone's faces turned stiff, not expecting that it was such an outcome. Regarding Lu Linfeng's strength, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too. He had a feeling that Lu Linfeng's current strength likely already exceeded the formation's Path 9 scripts. As for what it was, Yi Yuan could not tell either. But it was certain that Lu Linfeng's current strength was likely not much worse off compared to the spirit Bristle Divine King as well. The strength of the 10 great divine kings, top 3, were likely already very close. These few years, everybody was improving. Yi Yuan was just about to return to the Dragon Clan, but a figure followed behind them, tremblingly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said to that person, If you're not leaving, could it be that you still plan on challenging me? That person hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, he only had one hand. This person was precisely Chao Yunji. Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one knows his mistake. I beg Your Excellency to take in this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to follow by Your Excellency's side and be a little follower. Chao Yunji hurriedly said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance, rather surprisedly, and suddenly said with a smile, Give me a reason to take you in. Chao Yunji drew a deep breath and said, These few days, this lowly one has been observing Your Excellency constantly, and feel that you'll definitely be an earth-shaking mighty figure in the future. Following by your side, not only can this lowly one obtain many benefits, perhaps I can still leave behind my name for generations. In the future, I might not be unable to reach the boundary of the 10 great divine kings. Chao Yunji's words made Yi Yuan stunned. Actually, Yi Yuan had long guessed his objective. It was just that he never thought that this guy would actually say it out so frankly. After saying finish, Chao Yunji looked toward Yi Yuan with a FLU's teared look. This was his true thoughts without concealing anything, because he knew that by giving an exaggerated tale, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to believe. Except he did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could accept this kind of material idea. Swizz. plus a medicinal pill flew in front of Chao Yunji. He instinctively used his remaining hand to catch it. One look, his gaze involuntarily turned intent, and he was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chao Yunji bowed furiously towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bestowing the pill showed that he had already accepted him. Furthermore, with this transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill, his severed arm could completely recover to its former state. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Compared to hypocrites, I can still accept a genuine vile character. But under my leaders, I plus P, if you were to have any devious thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. You have no second chance." Chapter 1185, Mystic Rank Token. Chapter 1185, Mystic Rank Token. The Violet Extreme Divine King went to challenge the Heavens Surmounting Divine King and returned in great defeat. The Heavens Surmounting Divine King and the Grand Yen Divine King matched powers, and both were completely unscathed? You're talking rubbish here, right? On that day, there were 100 void mystic experts present. How can it be rubbish? I heard that the Heavens Surmounting Divine King nearly killed the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword. If not for the Grand Yen Divine King making it in time, the 10 Great Divine Kings would likely have to change members again. Hiss! But how can an 8th level Dao Profound martial artist's strength possibly be so powerful? Although hard to believe, such are the facts. To be able to be named as Heaven Surmounting, Yi Yuan's strength definitely can't be judged with common sense. Did you forget the rise of the 10 Great Divine Kings' fame back then was accompanied by countless skeletons? This time, it's clearly much more lukewarm. If those 100 void mystic powerhouses were really soft in the head, this divine realm would most likely have 100 fewer void mystic powerhouses. The ranking of the 10 Great Divine Kings, being fresh out of the press, attracted attention all over the world in the first place. With so many people present during the Dragon Clan's battle, this news naturally could not be held back and spread out very quickly. In the wake of shock, people realized an anomaly. The Heaven Surmounting Divine King's strength was truly incomparably terrifying. Although many people did not believe the rumors of cutting down the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword, whether or not Yi Yuan had the qualifications to enter the ranks of the 10 Great Divine Kings, no one doubted it already. As for whether or not the ranking was accurate, that was really depending on one's personal opinion. Unless there was a ranking battle held among the 10 Great Divine Kings, otherwise, body would know the accuracy of this ranking. And just as the Dragon Clan's battle sparked heated discussions, Yi Yuan already set off in secret, heading towards the Divine Realm's southern parts Nanjiao region. The Moonhell sect was precisely a rank 6 holy land in the Nanjiao region. Yi Yuan walked into a medicinal shop in the Maple Moon Imperial City. The shopkeeper welcomed with a smile. "Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines are required? Although our store is small, there is a great variety of spirit medicines. I want a piece of blank paper, 2 maces of wandering flower, 3 tails of dark winter plum, for pounds of willow moon pearl. I wonder if your shop has it?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This was the secret code that the Spirit Bristle Divine King told him, and this small medicine shop was precisely the place to get in contact. When that shopkeeper heard Yi Yuan's secret code, his expression involuntarily changed. But immediately, he revealed a look of doubt and contempt. "Not only does our small store has these, but there are also even 5 pounds of Zitongren, 6 tails of white heart lotus, 7 maces of Su Huanjin, only lacking 8 stalks of soul extinguish. Plussing needles. Sir, come in, please. Shao Tong, closing for half a day today. Seal off the shop." Although his face showed disdain, he still responded with the secret code and invited Yi Yuan into the inner hall. The reason why the shopkeeper revealed a look of contempt was because he saw that Yi Yuan only had heaven enlightenment realm cultivation. So he was very perplexed what in the world upstairs sent this brat here for. Very clearly, Tang Yin did not tell the shopkeeper who he sent over this time. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he inevitably despised him. Coming to the inner hall, the shopkeeper cupped his fists and said, "This old man is Gu Yongtang. I wonder how do I address this little brother?" Yi Yuan said lightly. The shopkeeper froze. Why was this name exactly the same as the newly ascended heaven, surmounting divine king? But he did not think that this Yi Yuan was the other Yi Yuan. How could the 10 great divine kings possibly be a heaven enlightenment realm rookie? Little brother Yi, not that this Gu is looking down on you, it's just that your cultivation. What can you do coming to the Moon Howl sect? Gu Yongtang said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently but fished out a token. When Gu Yongtang saw the token, his expression could not help changing greatly. Mystic rank token. Subordinate Gu Yongtang. Pays respect to Mystic Lord, Your Excellency. Gu Yongtang hurriedly gave a bow. This token was given to him by Tang Yin, but he was not told what purpose it had. He just said that he could display it when he arrived at the place. Looking at it now, this token was still pretty useful to be able to make a peak, void, mystic powerhouses bow his head in submission. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan didn't even know what the name of the organization was until now. Ting Yan's mysterious appearance made Yi Yuan feel somewhat at a loss. Get up. A peak, void, mystic powerhouse concealing in this Maple Moon Imperial City is actually able to persevere until now and not die. It can only be said that you're too lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Yongtang was stunned and said rather uncertainly, I wonder what Mystic Lord, Your Excellency's words mean. Yi Yuan smiled and said, although you suppressed your realm, people who are powerful can see through your ins and outs at a glance. It's also that this small shop of yours is too inconspicuous. That's why it would be overlooked by people. It's just that when you take action, it's a little too troublesome. Gu Yongtang could not help choking when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Because his cultivation realm was too high, many things could only be investigated secretly, but not looked into openly. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient to act. The fiend race's genuine powerhouses could see through his actual situation with a glance. Suppressing cultivation realm, this sort of thing could only bluff rookies. This is an essence sealing pill, eat it. As long as you don't deliberately utilize essence energy, that's SERPA. SES the realm, you won't be exposed. Even if the fiend race's peak, void, mystic powerhouses came, they can't see through your actual situation either. Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, Gu Yongtang involuntarily received the medicinal pill, but his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He finally understood why this one in front of him was just a measly little heaven enlightenment realm, coupled with a mystic rank token and guessing. Gu Yongtang got an answer that made him immensely shocked. Could Mystic Lord, Your Excellency, be the newly ascended heaven surmounting Divine King? Gu Yongtang asked probingly. Someone capable of refining the essence sealing pill. This kind of high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill was named Yi Yuan and even possessed a mystic rank token. Apart from the heaven surmounting Divine King, who else could there be? Yi Yuan did not deny it either, saying with a nod, precisely so. Gu Yongtang hurriedly said, subordinate was impolite. Heaven surmounting Divine King, pray, do not take offense. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no worries. Talk about the intelligence that you found. Gu Yongtang nodded his head and started recounting the information that he found in this stronghold. This Maple Moon Kingdom was subordinate to the Moon Howl sect. The entire royal family had long been controlled by the fiend race. As for the Moon Howl sect, Gu Yongtang only intercepted and captured an intelligence personnel by chance. He discovered that the other party was of the fiend race, so he became suspicious about the Moon Howl sect. Any real definite evidence, Gu Yongtang did not grasp them at all. When Yi Yuan heard, he shook his head to no end as well. Messing around for a long time, it's equivalent to doing nothing. Yi Yuan smiled helplessly and said, Gu Yongtang's old face turned red, but he defended himself. Subordinate was afraid of alerting the enemy, so it was inconvenient to come forward on many occasions. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I really don't know what Tingyin was thinking. Investigating intelligence, this sort of thing. He actually sent a peak void mystic over. Furthermore, actually came in such a flagrant manner. Gu Yongtang shut his mouth and said nothing. Such words were not what he could interject. Yi Yuan asked again, then pray tell, did the Moon Howl sect has any abnormal activities in this period of time recently? Gu Yongtang thought about it and said, there really was. Originally, the Moon Howl sect recruited a batch of disciples at Heaven, Enlightenment Realm, and below every 2 years. But in this recent 1 to 2 years, they have already shortened this cycle to 3 months. Chapter 1186. Incredible. Chapter 1186. Incredible. This one is Mengguang. I wonder how to address this little brother. Yi Qing. Brother Yi is already 8th level Heaven Enlightenment at a young age. Your talent is truly unparalleled. Entering the Moon Howl sect this time, you'll definitely obtain the sect's heavy grooming. It's just that I obtained some lucky chances a few years back, which aren't worth mentioning. Rather, Brother Meng's foundation is quite solid. Your strength is likely far greater than your cultivation realm, right? Mengguang could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed that Yi Yuan's eyesight was startling. His talent was outstanding, and he already comprehended an earth attribute, supreme, true intent. Unexpectedly, this young man whose cultivation realm was even a level lower than his actually saw through with one glance. This Yi Qing was naturally Yi Yuan who sneaked into the Maple Moon Imperial City. Hearing about the Moon Howl sect's abnormal activities from Gu Yongtang there, Yi Yuan decided to enter deep into the tiger's lair to make a thorough inquiry. After all, eradicating the Moon Howl sect was not considered a big deal to him. But wanting to grasp the fiend race's intel, this was the top priority. Right now, Yi Yuan still knew too little about the fiend race's matters. At this time, these hundreds of people were currently on the way to the Moon Howl sect. Mengguang saw that Yi Yuan had an amiable look, so he came up to get closer. But he did not expect that it was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. When Mengguang heard this, he could not help saying with an embarrass, said Smile, elder brother, I was lucky by chance too, haha. It's just a shame that my cultivation has likely reached the end as well. Thanks to the Moon Howl sect wanting to start a war with the Crimson Feather sect. That's why they would relax the restrictions of recruiting disciples. Only then could I enter the sect at my age. Speaking of entering the Moon Howl sect, Mengguang had a look of antic. 1. P. Asian 2. It was just that, in Yi Yuan's view, with this departure, it was likely very difficult to come back anymore. The Moon Howl sect increasing enrollment of disciples definitely had other motives. But Yi Yuan could not say much right now as well. One more person knowing this, the success rate of his mission would drop substantially. After investigating the intelligence of the fiend race clearly, he would naturally eradicate the Moon Howl sect, and these people would be safe. Chatting with Mengguang along the way, they entered the Moon Howl sect very quickly. The Moon Howl sect's disciples flowed perpetually in an endless stream, showing a scenery of prosperity. Looking from the outside, there was not the slightest hint of a miss. But the way Yi Yuan saw it, it was another scenery. His essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths already gradually approached major accomplishment. The power of the sun, moon, heavenly pupil was also gradually able to be unleashed. The fiend energy concealed within the bodies could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes at all. These Moon Howl sect disciples were all deeply entrenched in fiend energy and were already no longer normal people. The entire Moon Howl sect, only their batch of newcomers were humans. Yi Yuan observed carefully along the way, secretly memorizing each bearing of the sect in his heart. But no idea why, ever since entering the Moonhowl sect, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling of apprehension and jitters. The phaseless realm deacon responsible for recruiting new disciples brought everyone to a side peek, sweeping a glance over everyone. He said coldly, "This place will be your lodging from now on. Starting from now, you're the Moonhowl sect's disciples. Because now is a special time, the Moonhowl sect's cultivation methods and martial techniques will be opened up to all disciples at no charge. Starting from tomorrow, all of you must cultivate well and serve the sect, understood? Cultivation methods and martial technique opened up for free. Haha, the sect is really great to us. Heard that the Moonhowl sect's Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation is a Tier 9 cultivation method. If I am able to cultivate this cultivation method, then I descend to the heavens in one step. Looks like entering the Moonhowl sect was indeed a wise decision." The deacon's one sentence stirred everyone's emotions up. Seeing these people's agitated expressions, the corners of the deacon's mouth curled up. These fools, death is at hand and they are still unaware. Do they really think that there's free lunch in the world? The deacon sneered coldly in his heart. He glanced around the crowd, but his gaze stopped on Yi Yuan's face. The others all had excited looks. Only Yi Yuan alone had a wooden expression. His behavior was truly too conspicuous in a group of people. Actually, Yi Yuan really wanted to act a bit more realistically, but having him dance for joy with these guys, he seriously could not do it. He currently had a whole bunch of divine Tao cultivation methods that he did not have time to cultivate. How could he take fancy on a puny little Tier 9 cultivation method? In other words, acting required talent too. What? You seem to hold the sect's cultivation methods in contempt very much? The deacon looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan did not expect that this guy suddenly came to find trouble with him. Although he did not know how to act, putting up an act still had to be done. At once he bowed down slightly and said, "What's Lord Deacon saying here? Disciple is just not too good at expressing my excitement." Actually, Yi Yuan really felt that he said it very sincerely, but his expression was so offending in the deacon's eyes. "Ha! I think that you just looked down on it. Since that's the case, this seat will demonstrate to everybody. As for you, experience the power of the Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation well. Rest assured, this seat will suppress the palm force to the heaven enlightenment realm." The deacon said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing these words, Meng Guang's expression changed, and he hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lord Deacon, brother, you really had no intention of offending you. He has this indifferent temperament to begin with. I chatted with him a lot along the way. He mostly had this expression." Meng Guang had good intentions, but coming forward at this time made the deacon even more displeased. He was devilified and filled with a foul and evil foreboding air to begin with. One or two jumping out, he felt that he had a need to demonstrate his authority. "The two of you, just the first day of joining the sect, could it be that you want to rebel? The words that this seat said, could it be that you want to make this seat take them back? Or do you guys want to be expelled on the first day?" said the deacon as he put on a cold face. Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan's frail body, gritted his teeth, and said, "If your excellency really wants to demonstrate the cultivation method, Meng Guang is willing to accept this palm on his behalf." Yi Yuan could not help feeling slightly surprised. He and Yi Yuan had never met before and just exchanged a few more words on the road. Yi Yuan did not expect that Meng Guang was actually so protective of him. However, he did not put this deacon in his sights. "Lord Deacon, this disciple is willing to let you demonstrate the Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation. It's just your strength is powerful. You need to go easier when attacking," Yi Yuan said. When the deacon saw the situation, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he said, "You can rest assured. It's just demonstrating the cultivation method a little. He would not kill Yi Yuan, because these people were all asked for by upstairs, but he planned on making Yi Yuan lie in bed for a month. Meng Guang could not help panicking the moment he saw it, but Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look. Martial artists were mostly cold and detached. Those like Meng Guang were in the minority. When the others saw that the deacon wanted to display the power of a Tier 9 cultivation method, each and every one of them was the same as being injected with stimulants. Hua! The deacon revolved the cultivation method and smacked a palm out. Poo work! Yi Yuan forcefully pressured himself to spew out a mouthful of blood, his body directly flying out. But the deacon himself was also sent flying out. Furthermore, he flew even further than Yi Yuan. Everyone had dumbfounded looks. What the HLI was this? Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, wiped away the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth, and said with a heartfelt sigh, "Lord Deacon's palm, art is incredible. Our Moonhell sex cultivation method is truly amazing." Chapter 1187, Strange Fragrance. Chapter 1187, Strange Fragrance. Yi Qing, are you all right? Meng Guang could not help asking very concernedly when he saw Yi Yuan's pale face. As for Lord Deacon, that was a phaseless realm powerhouse. He should be fine, right? The others had blank looks too. They did not know if they should be astonished by the Moonhell heavenly chant incantation's power, or be shocked by Lord Deacon being sent flying. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said, "Of course not. Lord Deacon's one palm. How can I possibly be fine?" He had got to be joking. His late-stage Tier 9 physical body, even if not employing any essence energy, it was also not what a measly little phaseless realm could break. Furthermore, toward a fiend, Yi Yuan would not show leniency. Just a moment ago, Yi Yuan utilized late-stage spirit, rank dragon wave in the backlash force. A bout of hidden force already quietly slipped into the deacon's internal organs. Within 7 days, this surge of vibration force would activate, blasting the deacon into a pile of minced meat. The deacon scrambled to his feet. The gaze that he turned toward Yi Yuan simmered with anger. "Brat, this seat showed mercy. You actually dared to ambush me?" The deacon said furiously. He wanted to use Yi Yuan to establish his authority. Who knew that he stumbled, his face almost completely lost, even though these people were dead people sooner or later. But where would his face be shelved? Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Lord Deacon, where did this come from? This disciple was injured by you." The deacon froze, only now seeing the bloodstains on Yi Yuan's chest. Clearly he was already injured. This way, he really could not continue to make things difficult. He glared at him in anger and said furiously, "I'll be more obedient for this seat. This seat is warning you. Some important places in the sect are all layered heavily with restrictions. If you guys dare anyhow run once you be you and pee into the restrictions, not even residue will be left." Done talking, the deacon flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling baffled, and could only disperse on a sour note. Each person returned to their residence. Meng Guang was concerned about Yi Yuan and dropped by to visit him. "Yi Qing, your injuries are healed so quickly." When Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a ruddy complexion with a sheen. How was there any hint of getting injured? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I have medicinal pills on me. A bit of minor injury is no problem." Meng Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Yi Qing, elder brother more or less, still has some experience. If the deacon's palm landed on me, even though it's not to the extent of claiming my life, I'd probably have to lie on the bed for 10 days to half a month. Your background is probably not simple, right?" Meng Guang's age was not young anymore, and he had struggled at the bottom for a long time. He still had some judgment. It was precisely so that he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, building a good relations. I, plus P with disciples with potential in advance, the road in the sect would also be a little smoother in the future. But looking at it now, this Yi Qing was likely not just talented, so simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Meng, originally, I wasn't planning on telling you. But you're so righteous. There's no harm in this, Yi giving you a few words of warning. This Moonhowl sect is a tiger's lair and dragon's den to you. These few days, Brother Meng has to act carefully, understood? Meng Guang was startled inwardly, but did not quite understand why Yi Yuan would say so. But his thoughts were meticulous and grasped the meaning in Yi Yuan's words very quickly. Frowning, he asked, It's a tiger's lair and dragon's den to me. Then it isn't to you? Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's good that Brother Meng understands. But this matter, I hope that Brother Meng helps me to keep the secret. Otherwise, this show wouldn't be able to carry on. You can rest assured within 7 days. Everything will naturally be revealed. 7 days later was the date of action that Yi Yuan and Tang Yin agreed upon. Because he wanted to investigate this Moonhowl sect secrets, so he came over ahead of schedule. But Tanic storm surged in Meng Guang's heart when he heard Yi Yuan's words. His pugilistic world experiences were extensive. He was able to tell that Yi Yuan only revealed these thoughts to him because of his previous actions. Meng Guang took a deep breath and said, You can rest assured. This Meng still has this bit of moral standing. Yi Yuan's expression became solemn, and he said with a nod, You just take it as if you don't know anything. Take care not to act rashly without careful consideration. Otherwise, not even I can save you. Meng Guang's heart went cold, and he nodded his head solemnly. Nighttime. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the black tortoise treasure body divine art when suddenly a waft of strange fragrance bored into his nostrils. This waft of fragrance was exceedingly demonic and actually made people have a groggy feeling. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he instinctively became alert. What powerful fiendish energy! Could it be that there's someone practicing fiend arts? Yi Yuan thought to himself. Yi Yuan did not dare to alert the enemy, so he dispersed his perception. Before long, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a few houses nearby that had activities. After that, several figures slowly walked past his window, melding into the depths of twilight. Yi Yuan struggled for a while in his heart, but finally still gave up. He knew that these few people would probably have little chance of returning. Not that he was cold-blooded, but him saving these people would definitely alert the enemy. Compared to finding the fiend race's base camp, these few people appeared insignificant. He was not a goody two-shoes. Things that had lost the main goal because of small gains, he would not do it. Moreover, these people were totally unsympathetic. On that day, the deacon wanted to make him the target of attack. These people actually even waved their flags and cheered on by the side with excited looks. This kind of people, even if you save them, they might not be grateful to you either. Looks like this delicate fragrance should have something to do with the Moonhowl sect's frequently recruitment of disciples. Tonight, a total of 4 people were lured away. This batch found a total of 100-odd people. 3 months' time is just about right. Most likely that whatever holy sovereign needs to cultivate his skill with the help of living people, right? Yi Yuan guessed so. Sure enough, as Yi Yuan expected, after these people left, they never came back. Early the next morning, Meng Guang came to Yi Yuan's room secretly. After he entered, he poked his head out and looked around for a bit before shutting the door at ease. Yi Qing, did you notice that something seemed to be off last night? Meng Guang said. Yi Yuan looked at Meng Guang rather surprisedly and retorted with a question. Was something wrong? Meng Guang's expression changed, and he lowered his voice and said, Last night, no idea where a waft of fragrance came from. At that time, I became alert. However, that fragrance was too powerful. I only held on for a short while and became unconscious. This morning when I woke up, I specially checked on the side peak. Sure enough, several houses became quiet. The people who came in together with us are gone. Talking up to here, Mengguang had a look of lingering fear in his heart. Actually, yesterday he was still half dubious towards Yi Yuan's words. But now he was jumpy with fear and only wanted to escape this fire pit as fast as possible. Just as Yi Yuan said, this place was simply a tiger's lair and dragon's den. One wouldn't even know how they died. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Looks like Brother Meng's means are not ordinary either. That fragrance is not what ordinary people can resist. Not only did you detect it, but you were also actually able to resist for a while." Chapter 1188. Sneaking into Luoyan Hall. Chapter 1188. Sneaking into Luoyan Hall. Mengguang's expression was very ugly. He really became scared. "I say, younger brother Yiqing, don't make a fool out of your elder brother. I know that my bit of capabilities, you completely turn your nose up at it. Younger brother, you can't leave me in the lurch." Mengguang originally thought that entering the Moonhowl sect could benefit from some of the sect's glory. He did not expect that it was delivering a lamb into the tiger's maws. How could he not be anxious? Except he knew that with his strength, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Yi Yuan was his savior right now. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Hold your horses, Brother Meng. I have a mind clarity pill here. Grind it to powder. After consuming 20%, you can naturally resist that fragrance. These few days, try your best not to go out. I still have some things to do. After this matter is over, I'll naturally bring you away." Mengguang received the medicinal pill and looked. It was actually a transcendent grade tier 9 medicinal pill. He drew a deep breath. His gaze when looking towards Yi Yuan was filled with complexity. To be able to casually take out this grade of medicinal pill, this Yiqing was definitely not an ordinary person. The medicinal effects of a transcendent grade tier 9 medicinal pill were too strong. With Mengguang's strength, he could not withstand it at all. Hence, it could only be ground into powder and consumed a little bit. But this little bit was already sufficient. Mengguang gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Yiqing. If I'm able to escape this fiend den, this Meng will definitely work like a horse to repay brother." Sending away Mengguang, Yi Yuan tidied up a bit and headed straight out. Yi Yuan was going to select cultivation methods. Over there, he saw quite a few martial artists who came together. When these people saw those Tier 9 cultivation methods, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Little did they imagine that there were already a few companions around them who disappeared. This batch of disciples were mostly itinerant cultivators. They did not know each other at all. They acted alone. Even if there were people missing, they would only think that they were practicing in close seclusion. Yi Yuan naturally did not really go and choose cultivation methods. He was deliberately delivering himself to the doorstep to let that deacon find trouble. As soon as he entered the skills hall, Yi Yuan knew that he was targeted by someone. Furthermore, this person's strength was very powerful. Yi Yuan was virtually certain that this person was most probably that so-called Holy Sovereign powerhouse. In a secret place, the deacon stood behind the Holy Sovereign obediently. This young man is merely an ordinary 8th level heaven enlightenment and didn't conceal his strength. Furthermore, didn't he also come to choose cultivation methods and martial techniques today? It seems like he should just have an indifferent personality and don't have any special aspects. The Holy Sovereign said softly. "Yes, Master. It was this slave who worries too much," the deacon said with humble reverence. This batch of disciples are pretty good quality. That Lord is very satisfied. Later, there will be great rewards," said the Holy Sovereign. The deacon was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master. This is all what this slave should do. There's at most 1 year still, and Lord Kanua will be coming into being. At that time, our fiend race's strongholds in the divine realm must all be fully activated. Our place here will be the important stronghold for connecting to various lands. Hence, We mustn't make any mistakes. In this 1 year, buck yourself up 120%. Not a single bit of mistake is allowed. Especially the Devil Sound Transmission Array, understood? The Holy Sovereign said. The deacon hurriedly said, "This slave remembers." Although Yi Yuan knew that someone was spying on him, he was unable to hear what they were talking about. If he heard the Holy Sovereign talk about that lord, he probably would not be so composed. In this stronghold, there was actually an existence even stronger than a Holy Sovereign. Relaxing vigilance towards Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan's actions over the next few days became much smoother. Through several days of investigation, Yi Yuan could basically confirm that the main peak's Luoyan Hall was most likely where the hub of the transmission array was located. Yi Yuan possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil and was simply a natural scout. He did not need to sneak around furtively like others and keep a sharp lookout. He just strolled around the vicinity of the main peak, very casually. Everything was laid bare in his eyes. After all, he was a newcomer disciple. Familiarizing with the environment around the main peak was very justifiable. As for some more secretive places, with Yi Yuan's methods, those fiends were clearly unable to discover him. That Luoyan Hall was a very summing palace, but the defense was very strict. Those guards did not look very strong on the surface. But when Yi Yuan used the sun-moon heavenly pupil to observe from far away, the Luoyan Hall's guards were most likely divine, king-rank fiends. Genuine fiends and not devilified fiend slaves. Such strict defenses were bound to guard some extremely important things. Then, what thing was the most important in this Moon Howl sect? Of course, it was the information transmission array. These few days, the new disciples lost some more people one after another. Meng Guang secretly broke into a sweat with fright, secretly heaving a sigh of relief at getting lucky. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills that wafted fragrance was indeed unable to affect him anymore. If not for Yi Yuan, perhaps he would be among those people who disappeared. On the 6th night, Meng Guang finally saw Yi Yuan come over. "My goodness, younger brother Yi Qing, you finally came. These few days I was akin to sitting on pins and needles. If you still didn't come, I'd probably go crazy." Meng Guang complained. Death was not scary. The process of waiting for death was what's scary. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to take a look at this Moon Howl sect's true face." Meng Guang's expression turned stern, and he followed Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan had long observed it before. There were 10 visible tips and 3 hidden tips around Luoyan Hall. Only when he resolved all of these at the same time could he enter Luoyan Hall without a sound. "Younger brother Yi Qing, what exactly are you trying to do?" Meng Guang said with divine sense transmission. Yi Yuan had him eat a breath-concealing pill. The 2 people hiding in the dark, those fiends could not discover it either. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing from where he was. In the dark night, 13 arcs of cold light flashed by. Those 13 guards all died under Yi Yuan's sword. Meng Guang's eyes widened into circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. Only at this time did he know just how terrifying the strength of this brother, Yi Qing, who had always called him brother, was. How was this some heaven enlightenment realm martial artist? This was clearly a divine king realm powerhouse, instantly killing 13 phaseless realm guards in one breath and did not even give off any hint at happenings. This strength, probably only divine king realm powerhouses could achieve it, right? Of course. This was what Meng Guang had in mind. But in reality, those 13 guards were divine king rank experts in itself. Yi Yuan's strength, he was completely unable to gauge it. "Brother, Yi, your excellency, you're actually a divine king powerhouse." Coming before Yi Yuan, Meng Guang was stammering even when talking. Divine kings were remote existences to him, an existence that he was unable to attain for all his life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Considered so. Come on, go in." Yi Yuan brought Meng Guang and Pa S, said through all sorts of restrictions very casually, and entered inside Luoyan Hall. In between this, killing was naturally inevitable. It was just that with Yi Yuan's means and, body was able to react at all and were instantly killed. Even that holy sovereign, Yi Yuan had the confidence to one-shot two, let alone these guards. Entering the great hall, Yi Yuan was stricken dumb with amazement by the scene before his eyes. Chapter 1189. Enemies Meet on a Narrow Path. Chapter 1189. Enemies meet on a narrow path. The interior of this great hall had its own SPAC loaded with a whole bunch of array formations, giving people a sense of dizziness. What place is this? How could there be such a complicated transmission array? Meng Guang said in shock. The Moonhowl sect is the fiend race's underground stronghold, in charge of collecting intelligence and transmitting information. The transmission array here was likely already reached the grade of 10,000. It looks like our luck is pretty good. This place should be a rather important stronghold for the fiend race. Seeing this colossal and complex transmission array, Yi Yuan also felt very lucky. With his strength, finding some useful information from inside these transmission arrays naturally could be done. Fiend race? Meng Guang was frightened by this term. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "The fiend race has long penetrated to every corner of the divine realm already. In less than 3 years, the fiend calamity will definitely erupt." Meng Guang opened his eyes wide. He was thunderstruck by the news Yi Yuan brought until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. While he was still in astonishment, Yi Yuan's figure already moved and started extracting the information inside the transmission array. These transmission arrays were intertwined and already gave birth to Ji. D knows how many. If it were others, they would not even know where to begin. But to Yi Yuan, this was not something hard. No matter how complicated this array formation was, it was all controlled by a central grand array. What Yi Yuan wanted to do was to grasp this hub. As long as he grasped the grand array's hub, he would be able to extract the information inside the entire grand array as he pleased. However, such a convoluted grand array, even if it was Yi Yuan, it could not be controlled in a short while. Meng Guang finally came back to his senses from the shock. He discovered that he was actually attempting to control the grand array. He's actually even a Tier 9 formations emperor? Meng Guang felt like his own brain was somewhat inadequate to use. Although he did not know array formations, he could still tell what Yi Yuan was doing. In his view, this grand array was as vast as the stars in the sky. But under Yi Yuan's hands seemed like it was not that complicated. Arg! Following a liberating roar, that man on the bed immediately became a dry corpse, toppling over. An extremely charming, beautiful madam slowly sat up, the corners of her mouth showing an alluring smile. "Joy-killing little thief, you interrupted Grandaunt's mood. Forget it, let you go take care of it. Such a nice taste mustn't be wasted." The beautiful madam casually struck out a streak of black energy, which disappeared. After that, she extended a slender finger and beckoned towards another man. That man's desire was stirred up all at once and pounced towards the beautiful madam like an animal. Just like that, this lowly one likes that you're so rough. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan's rate of progress also became faster and faster. Meng Guang by the side was dumbstruck by Yi Yuan's formation's path attainments. Who in the world is brother Yi Qing? These methods are also too heaven-defying. Such a grand array. Even Tier 9 formation emperors probably can't control it so easily either, right? Meng Guang exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan was currently completely absorbed in controlling the array formation, looking as if he was about to wrap up on a successful note. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, figure instantly vanished. Plussing where he was. Boom! The place that Meng Guang was originally standing at already had a huge, crater blasted out at this time. Yi Yuan dragged Meng Guang, appearing in another corner. Meng Guang had yet to understand what was happening, but when he saw that large crater, he knew that he already toured one round and back from the gates of Hell. Beside the large pit stood a middle-aged man in opulent clothing, looking exceedingly dignified. When did this person approach him? It was me who saw wrongly. Turns out you really have problems, said the middle-aged man in fine clothing with a look of mild fury. This person was precisely that deacon's master, and also the Diyu from that beautiful madam's mouth. This Diyu, Yi Yuan did not take him to heart at all, and coolly, "You're the holy sovereign in charge of this base." Diyu's brows furrowed as he said, "A measly 8th level Tao Profound actually dares to speak this way to the seat. Reckless thing who doesn't know death. Who's reckless and doesn't know death, you'll know right away." Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. Diyu's expression changed drastically, and fiendish energy suddenly surged. Boom! An intense collision occurred. Diyu's body immediately shot out SMAs. Plussing brutally into the wall. Regarding this outcome, Yuan was rather surprised as well, and said, "Looks like your strength is still considered pretty good among holy sovereigns. To actually be able to block my sword!" Bang! Diyu immediately rushed out from the debris, and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of solemnness. "Evil extermination, sword formula. You're Yi Yuan." Diyu was covered in blood all over, as he said, savagely. Clearly, he already guessed Yi Yuan's ident. One, Tai and was very apprehensive, but the expression of Meng Guang by the side changed greatly, and he muttered, "Yi Yuan, heaven surmounting divine king. Brother Yi Qing is actually the heaven surmounting divine king." Meng Guang was incomparably shocked in his heart. The heaven surmounting divine king's fame recently was too resounding. The entire divine realm, virtually body did not know. Taking on the Grand Yen Divine King and not falling into a disadvantage, nearly exterminated the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword. This battle achievement made the heaven-surmounting Divine King's name spread. I actually addressed the heaven-surmounting Divine King as my brother? Meng Guang instantly felt somewhat fluid teared. The 10 great Divine Kings, this level of existence was simply akin to DS to him. Becoming aware of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai. Meng Guang had an unreal feeling. Regarding you being able to guess his ident. 1. Tai. Yi Yuan was not surprised. After all, he controlled the fiend race's information source, and he already revealed his strength. There was no way he could not guess. Since you know this young master, then you can go on your way with ease of mind. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded with him. Brandis. Plussing his sword, he attacked once more. Rumble. Inside the great hall was filled with rumbling sounds everywhere. Yi Yuan's sword light formed an all-round suppression against Diyu. However, this Diyu was very formidable as well. Yi Yuan felt like his strength was likely even stronger than Ji Kanglin's. To be able to be responsible for such an important base, this Diyu was bound to be an extremely powerful existence in the fiend race. Even if he did not reach the level of a holy emperor, it was probably not too far away either. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Not taking him down after a long battle, Yi Yuan finally brought out his killing move. A terrifying power crushed over towards Diyu akin to a bulldozer. Boom! Terrifying energy undulations practically toppled the entire building structure. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Because this sword did not hit Diyu, a black flower suddenly bloomed in the air, appearing incomparably sublime. The black flower gradually transformed into a figure, a coquettish until it made people's blood flow, speed up, beautiful woman appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his gaze filled with solemnness when looking at the beautiful woman. So it's you, boy. Truly, Enemies meet on a narrow path. Elder sister was just having a good time earlier, but had my spirits dampened by you this boy. Since that's the case, stay behind and accompany elder sister then. Elder sister will definitely wait upon you comfortably, said the beautiful woman with a seductive smile. Chapter 1190. Fierce Fighting with You, Ji. Chapter 1190. Fierce fighting with you, Ji Mengguang suddenly felt a little wet below his nostrils. Reaching his hand out and wiping, his nose was actually bleeding. That beautiful woman carried exceeding seductiveness with every movement and action. How could his bit of cultivation base be able to withstand it? Humph! Yi Yuan snorted coldly. Meng Guang involuntarily shuddered. Only then did he abruptly startle awake and no longer dared to look towards the beautiful woman. Meng Guang was secretly alarmed and thought to himself inwardly that this woman was so powerful. She was clearly not casting bewitching arts at me, and I actually fell for it bafflingly. Looking at Yi Yuan again, he had a calm and composed appearance and did not have any hints of being charmed at all. Indeed, well deserving of being the heaven surmounting divine king. Just this willpower was not what the average person could compare to. Your charms and all. This young master can't afford to enjoy it. This young master's taste is not that heavy yet. To want to find a flower to slake my fire, Yi Yuan scoffed and said. This beautiful woman before his eyes was naturally the Holy Mother devil flower that escaped from the immemorial medicine garden back then. Yi Yuan never dreamed that he actually ran into this kind of fiendish creature at the stronghold. Originally viewed by him to be a simple mission, looking at it now, it was not simple at all. Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, the Holy Mother devil flower was not annoyed in the slightest. However, beaming like a flower, she said, "Dearie me, elder sister has a name, called you Ji Sup 1/Sup, not some evil flower. The last time, you put elder sister in an awful state. This time, I can't let you escape." Hearing these words, the Meng Guang, who was not privy to the situation, suddenly froze, looking toward Yi Yuan with an astonished look. These words were seriously too ambiguous, truly worthy of being the heaven surmounting divine king, strong. Yeah, a pity that I didn't mess you to death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble anymore either, Yi Yuan said with a look of regret. Teehee, you brat, you are really interesting. Even the absolute heaven at his prime back then couldn't kill this elder sister. Just a lousy sword, could it really kill elder sister? Yu Ji shook with laughter, with incomparable charm. Yi Yuan's face turned slightly dark and said, "Looks like the Moon Hell sect recruiting new disciples should be because of you, right?" "Yes, but elder sister saw through it. They are far worse compared to you. How about it? As long as you nod your head, elder sister will be yours. Looks like you recovered pretty well. Since I ran into you, then I let you lie down for another few more years." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. The evil extermination suddenly attacked, the sword already chopping in front of Yu Ji's face. Clank! Yi Yuan's sword was actually caught by Yu Ji with one hand. Tee, young brother, you so don't know how to cherish beauties. Elder sister head over heels in love with you. How can you treat elder sister like this? But Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword was like it was clamped by an iron band, and actually could not be pulled out. This was still his first time encountering such situation. Looks like this Yu Ji's strength already recovered considerably. Too terrifying. Ho, little brother, you seem to be rather surprised. Hee hee, that day was merely so because my vitality was greatly damaged, so I was just playing with you all. Elder sister's true strength is what even absolute heaven that old Taoist is fairly wary of. Yu Ji smiled brilliantly, but devil vines suddenly grew out of her hands, intertwining over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The evil extermination sword suddenly became burning hot. Chi! A terrifying flame actually countered, burning toward Yu Ji's main body. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame could burn myriad things under the heaven. Fiery knowing how to cultivate, even deities and immortals found it hard to block too. Ever since Fiery cultivated the spirit bristle nine yang divine art, his strength already became unfathomable. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame's current power was exceedingly terrifying. An alarmed expression finally appeared in Yu Ji's eyes. She involuntarily let go of the evil extermination sword. A cloud of fiendish energy gushed out, pouncing together with the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. After a bout of quivering, it finally extinguished the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. Little brother is truly surprising. Just how long have we not met? Your strength actually already reached such a level. In elder sister's view, your talent is likely even more monstrous than absolute heaven back then. The seductive look on Yu Ji's face subsided a little, finally becoming a little serious. The speed Yi Yuan's strength improved made her very surprised. It was merely 2 years since the immemorial Medicine Gardens battle. Yu Ji remembered clearly that Yi Yuan was still a little rookie at that time. His strength right now was more than 100 times stronger than at that time. After sighing with admiration, Yu Ji heaved a sigh again and said with devilish flirtatiousness, "What a shame, little brother. You were born at the wrong time. Heavenly Tao is defective. If you're unable to step into deity realm, you'll never be elder sister's match. So much CRAP. Whether I can beat you or not, we'll only know after fighting." Yi Yuan wielded his sword and stepped forward, class HI, plussing together with Yu Ji. Yu Ji was well deserving of being the fiend race's holy mother. Her strength was truly unfathomable. Ever since Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he practically prevailed in every endeavor. But in front of Yu Ji, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Furthermore, Yu Ji still had an easygoing look, as if she did not use all of her strength at all. Yi Yuan knew that Yu Ji did not recover to her peak state. Otherwise, the fiend race would probably have long been unable to hold back anymore. But even so, Yu Ji's strength also took people's breath away in astonishment. What alarmed Yi Yuan even more was that something as sharp as the evil extermination sword, Yu Ji actually dared to forcefully receive it with her bare hands. Just how powerful was this woman's body? Hee, little brother, you're still not bringing out your full strength? What's the point in carrying on to fight like this? Even though you comprehended the domain of sword without the augmentation of cultivation realm, you're still incredibly weak. Since you can't bear to bring out your true capability, then elder sister will be taking action. Yu Ji clearly had a lot of strength to spare. At this time, she suddenly surged with fiendish energy. Her 10 fingers suddenly grew long. Sharp spikes suddenly sailed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. His figure suddenly vanished. Plussing. Greater teleportation. However, Yu Ji seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's actions. Her figure moved, immediately arriving in midair. Spike grew again. Puchi. Sounds of sharp spikes entering the flesh transmitted over. After that, drops of fresh blood flowed out from within the void. Yi Yuan's figure emerged. There were actually 2 spikes that penetrated right through Yi Yuan's chest. Greater teleportation is pretty good as well. It's just a pity that it's useless against elder sister me. Yu Ji laughed smugly. Drip, drip. Fresh blood sprayed like a fountain along the thorns. It already severely wounded Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not expect that even the art of greater teleportation actually lost effect in front of Yu Ji. Caught off guard, Yi Yuan's chest was directly skewered with 2 holes. Evil extermination sword, domain of sword, greater teleportation. These major killing tools of Yi Yuan's in the past were actually so fragile in front of Yu Ji. Boom! The cleansing sandal, sacred flame, suddenly erupted and incinerated the spikes into nothingness. But when the flames burned along the spikes towards Yu Ji's body, it was still extinguished by the powerful fiendish energy. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A heart-piercing pain came from his chest, virtually making him faint from the pain. Hee, do you think that you're just wounded so simple? Elder sister already planted a holy mother devil flower in your body. Before long, you'll become elder sister's exclusive slice of meat. Yu Ji looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile and said, Chapter 1191, Internal Organs Incinerating. Chapter 1191, Internal Organs Incinerating. Yi Yuan seemingly felt a seed take root on top of his heart and sprouting. That agony of germination virtually made him faint. That fire essence of yours is indeed powerful. Even my devil vines are actually not a match. But the devil flowers have already integrated with your flesh and blood. Once it burns, your internal organs will be incinerated to ashes. Sup 1/sup. Younger brother, give up resisting and obediently become elder sister's fiend slave. Elder sister will dote on you well. Yu Ji laughed until she shook, appearing very pleased with herself. This move of hers was different from Fienji, Di Jialan's possession. Therefore, the soul-suppressing pearl was unable to unleash effect too. Your Excellency, are you all right? When Meng Guang saw that heart-penetrating, anguished appearance of Yi Yuan's, his entire person was thoroughly stupefied. Swoosh! Yi Yuan cast the art of greater teleportation, grabbed hold of Meng Guang's sleeve, and directly merged into heaven and earth. Don't resist, go! With Yi Yuan's present strength, he was unable to bring people and display the art of greater teleportation. But merging into heaven and earth was still doable. When Yu Ji saw the situation, the corners of her mouth curled, and she said with a smile, "Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus swizz, H, plus 100 devil vines stabbed straight towards the void, attempting to force Yi Yuan out. Fury sword fire lotus. Two kinds of violent divine Tao laws intertwined together, chopping out of the void, directly grinding those devil vines to smithereens. However, the remnant force did not diminish, shooting straight for Yu Ji. This move, Yi Yuan attacked in anger. The power was extraordinary. Even for Yu Ji, when she saw the power of this sword, her expression changed slightly too. Devil vines locking the heavens. Swish, swash, swizz. H. Plus countless devil vines waved to form an enormous dense web, continuously depleting the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power. By the time the Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power was exhausted, Yi Yuan already brought Meng Guang along and got away. Yu Ji stared in the direction that Yi Yuan disappeared in a daze. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. At this time, Diu moved closer and said, "Lord Holy Mother, letting them leave just like this?" Yu Ji did not have that sort of seductive expression on her face at this time and had a serious look, but it was akin to that of an ability holy and inviolable. This brat isn't simple. To actually fuse absolute heaven and Jiangqin, the two people's ultimate skills together, displaying such a peerlessly powerful sword. Right now, my injuries are not yet healed and aren't suited to get into a fight. If I really press this boy into a corner, I won't gain any benefits either. However, since he got hit by my devil flower seeds, he'll definitely become this Holy Mother's fiend slave within 3 days. We just have to wait here will do. The Son of Heaven's mandate becoming this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Talking to the back, Yu Ji felt that it was pretty interesting too, and could not help laughing loudly. Lord Holy Mother is mighty. Diu said respectfully, "Since this stronghold is already exposed, transfer then. This little guy is pretty impressive too," almost letting him succeeded. If not for this Holy Mother being cautious and did a little tampering in this grand array, we'd really fall victim to him, Yu Ji said. This boy's formation's path attainments already reached the acme of perfection. virtually reaching the pinnacle of void mystic realm martial artists. This subordinate gathered that his battle with the Grand Yen Divine King, he most likely relied on formation's Tao attainments. That's why he didn't fall into a disadvantage, Diyu said. He was in charge of this stronghold. Regarding Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng's battle, he naturally would not be unaware. And Yi Yuan was the top priority that they were paying close attention to in the first place. According to the conjectures from the information all round, Yi Yuan very likely relied on formation's Tao attainments to remain perfectly unscathed under the Grand Yen Divine King's formation's Path 9 scripts. Yu Ji smiled and said, "It's useless no matter how impressive. He'll become this Holy Mother's fiend slave very soon. The thing that Kanua couldn't accomplish. This Holy Mother accomplished it with the greatest of ease. These 1,000,000 years, that old thing was simply wasting time. If not for him fearing this Holy Mother and let this Holy Mother out earlier, would there be today's Imbara?" Meant. Thud. Yi Yuan held his breath and escaped no idea how far either, finally running out of strength, collapsing onto the ground. Along the way, Yi Yuan's internal organs were already thoroughly flooded by miniature devil flowers. That intense pain practically made him faint several times. The devil flowers were like parasites. The faster his essence energy revolved, the faster the devil flowers propagated too. At this time, the devil flowers virtually occupied his innards. Thick, fiendish energy was currently spreading all over his entire body. Yi Yuan's teeth were chattering, his complexion as pale as a sheet. "Lord, Yi Yuan, are you all right? Can I do anything at all?" Mengguang said rather fluid tearedly. "You, help stand, guard over me." Yi Yuan squeezed these few words out from the gaps of his teeth and could no longer speak. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Unless I die otherwise, I absolutely won't let people take one step closer," Mengguang said in a panic. Yi Yuan falteringly took out a medicinal pill, Tiger Dragon Creation Pill. This medicinal pill was prepared by Yi Yuan to break through the limits of the fleshly body in order to break through the last gateway. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation plan, it should be taking the Crimson Firmament Tyrannical Body Pill first, letting the fleshly body break through the late stage Tier 9, reaching peak late stage. After that, consuming this Tiger Dragon Creation Pill, reaching the level of grand completion in one fell swoop from there. His own medicine pill, Yi Yuan naturally poured forth his greatest efforts. This Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was an arcane insight rank medicinal pill. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was incomparably overbearing to begin with. Even a late-stage Tier 9 physical body could not withstand the tyrannical power of tigers and dragons too. An arcane insight rank medicinal pill, the power was even more unimaginable. A moment of carelessness, and he would die from his fleshly body exploding apart. But now, Yi Yuan already could not care that much. Yu Ji was well worthy of being a heavenly fiendji. DCLA, SS powerhouse. These devil flowers were too overbearing and did not give him any chances at all. Since it did not give chances, then Yi Yuan could only create an opportunity himself. Yi Yuan swallowed the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill in one go. Straight away, the surging medicinal strength immediately started scouring the tendons, bones, and internal organs in his entire body. Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was the strongest body-tempering medicinal pill that Yi Yuan knew. The power of the medicinal strength could be imagined. Furthermore, he was jumping realms to devour the medicinal pill right now. That berserk medicinal strength was virtually going to blow his fleshly body up. HRRGGHH. Yi Yuan lifted his head to the sky and howled, blue veins popping up all over his body, looking exceptionally terrifying. Mengguang, who was currently standing guard, quaked in his boots. He knew that Yi Yuan was currently enduring tremendous pain, but he was powerless to help. "Fiery, begin!" Yi Yuan roared. Fiery's body materialized, and he said, stammeringly, "Big brother, really gonna do this? You'll die. Hurry." Yi Yuan practically squeezed this word out from the gaps of his teeth. Fiery drew a deep breath and said, "I understand. I'll be careful, big brother." Only to see him knead seals with both hands, firing out a strand of cleansing sandal sacred flame into Yi Yuan's body. Arg! Yi Yuan's roar sounded again. Fiery was currently deploying the cleansing sandal sacred flame, refining Yi Yuan's internal organs. He was going to forcefully refine that Holy Mother, Devil Flowers. Chapter 1192, Awaken. Chapter 1192, Awaken. Yi Yuan frenziedly activated the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art and restored the wounds within his body crazily. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was like tidewaters, scouring Yi Yuan's internal organs and the meridians all over his body wave after wave. Yi Yuan's internal organs were advancing with incredible speed. However, because the medicinal strength was too fearsome, the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's impact on his fleshly body was far fiercer than the remolding. Blackish-red bloodstains seeped out on Yi Yuan's muscles. At the same time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was still tempering Yi Yuan's innards impertinently. Yi Yuan felt like he was just like a balloon at this time. It was as if he might explode at any time. The Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art was a very powerful cultivation method. Yi Yuan had long cultivated it to the degree of peak Tier 9. But the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art being hailed as undying and imperishable, that was referring to the divine Tao cultivation method. But what Longting knew was merely just the first half. Under such intense devastation, Yi Yuan's body was currently approaching collapse. Currently, the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was like floodwaters that breached the bank, while the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art was blocking up the hole. However, it seemed like the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was a bit more ferocious in the end. The gap was continuously enlarging, getting bigger. The reason why Yi Yuan wanted to forcefully increase his fleshly body realm was in order to strengthen the internal organs and have the innards be capable of withstanding the cleansing sandal sacred flame. At this time, Fiery did not dare to increase the power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame at all. Otherwise, Yi Yuan's internal organs would directly be incinerated clean. He carefully controlled the cleansing sandal sacred flame power, using it to restrain the Holy Mother Devil Flower's growth. As for whether Yi Yuan could break through or not, it could only completely depend on his fortunes. But this situation at present was clearly not very optimistic. Fiery looked at Yi Yuan with a worried look, but was powerless to help. Fleshly body tempering was an extremely painful process. It completely relied on one's willpower to control. Split. The flesh on Yi Yuan's body cracked open inch by inch. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. When Fiery saw this scene, he could not help feeling torn with anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Hang in there, big brother." However, Yi Yuan's consciousness became weaker and weaker. His entire person was in a completely messed up state. Not only did he have a devil seed planted by Yuji, but there was also even the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill ravaging his innards and fleshly body. Apart from this, there was also Fiery's cleansing sandal sacred flame attempting to refine the Holy Mother Devil Flowers. Even if Yi Yuan had an iron will, he could not withstand such devastation too. Yi Yuan's consciousness was gradually falling into the limitless darkness. Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan! In his confusion and trance, Yi Yuan seemed to have heard someone calling his name in the depths of this darkness. "Who's calling me? Could it be that I'm already dead?" Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. "Yi Yuan!" That voice sounded out once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Who are you?" Roar! A heaven-shocking dragon roar pierced through the darkness, transmitting into Yi Yuan's ears. A silhouette appeared in the darkness. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and look, and could not help shuddering all over. That figure was actually exactly the same as him. No, wait, this person's head actually had 2 horns, sup, 1/sup. It's me. Who are you? I'm you. You're me? What does that mean? I've already slumbered for over 500 years in the depths of your consciousness. Today I finally awakened. Yi Yuan's entire body quivered and he said, You're the atavism dragon soul. Haha, you're the one who's the atavism dragon soul. I'm you and you're me. Yi Yuan did not rejoice in the slightest, and instead frowned and said, I'm clearly of the human race. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul? You only have half human race bloodline. The other half is naturally the dragon race. I only have half human race bloodline? Could it be you're saying that my mother is of the dragon clan? At this time, Tanic storms surged in Yi Yuan's heart. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had never heard his father mentioned before about his mother's existence. It was as if he was a motherless child. Yi Yuan had once asked Ji Xingyang before about the matters concerning his mother too, but Ji Xingyang did not utter a single word about this. He only told Yi Yuan that his mother was already dead. As a result, Yi Yuan did not think that much either. Only reaching this life did Yi Yuan feel maternal love from Ren Hongling. Now he actually had an inexplicable mother pop out. Furthermore, this mother even originated from the dragon race. All of this seemed to be a fantasy tale, but if not for so, how could he accomplish it with high proficiency when he cultivated dragon race martial techniques? Even the divine rank dragon wave, Yi Yuan learned it within an inconceivable amount of time too. Such talent, it was already not enough to use monstrous to describe it. That is, of course, how can a human possibly possess an atavism dragon soul? The other Yi Yuan gave such an answer. Then who in the world is my mother? When he asked this, Yi Yuan's emotions were actually somewhat fluid. Teared. After all, towards this incomparably mysterious mother, Yi Yuan still held some awe as well as grievances. Very sorry, I don't know either. I'm just your other half. In this respect, what I know isn't much more than you. This query needs you to unravel it yourself. The other party's answer greatly disappointed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Fine then. Then what's the use of you appearing as well? To impart you the tyrant dragon regeneration art divine Tao chapter, said the other Yi Yuan coolly. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, but he still said disappointedly, It's no use. I already don't have time to go comprehend the divine inscriptions. The other Yi Yuan said, Don't need to comprehend. As long as I fuse into one with you, you'll naturally know it. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help opening his eyes wide and said, You aren't joking, right? How can divine inscriptions possibly not need to be comprehended? The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, The atavism dragon soul is the strongest among all of the demon race's physiques, not one of, because this kind of physique possesses all of the dragon race's first ancestors' memories. In theory, one is capable of fully reaching the dragon race's first ancestor's height. As long as one is capable of awakening the inheritance memories, this dragon race descendant will be able to directly learn this cultivation skill and martial technique. Of course, the hardest part about the atavism dragon soul is also awakening. Yi Yuan was extremely alarmed when he heard. No wonder the white tiger spirit was so jealous back then. It turned out that this physique was actually freakish to such an extent. Divine inscriptions, this kind of profound and hard to fathom things. One would actually immediately learn it. That was also to say that as long as one completely awakened the atavism dragon soul, they would be able to become the second dragon race's founding ancestor. What kind of existence the dragon race's founding ancestor was, Yi Yuan was not clear at all. But Yi Yuan felt that it was very likely an origin deity realm existence. Then, how did I awaken the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan asked curiously. The other Yi Yuan smiled and said, originally, the first time you awaken should be the moment you corroborate your Tao and become a deity. But with your powerful will plus your unyieldingness and unwillingness to take things lying down. All these made you successfully awaken a small portion of the atavism dragon soul. Chapter 1193. Not waiting overnight to take revenge. Chapter 1193. Not waiting overnight to take revenge. Yi Yuan at this time was like a sieve, spraying blood from head to toe, looking very savage and terrifying. If not for the tyrant dragon regeneration art, he would have already died D knows how many times. Fiery's complexion flickered incessantly, tears already welling up in his eyes, his entire body shaking. He knew that Yi Yuan already reached the brink of death and likely could not hold on much longer. Why, Your Excellency, nothing must happen to you. You, quickly wake up. Meng Guang was powerless to do anything by the side and was full of worries. He felt that Yi Yuan was an extraordinary great figure. Just now, if it were somebody else, they would probably have long left him behind. But Yi Yuan did not forget to bring him away before he left. To Yi Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character, but Yi Yuan brought him along without any hesitation. At that moment, he was absolutely a burden to Yi Yuan. Hence, the agitation in Meng Guang's heart could not be expressed using words. But now, Yi Yuan's entire person looked very miserable. He had clearly already reached the verge of death. But just as Fiery and Meng Guang lost all hope, a miraculous scene occurred. Those cracked open wounds on Yi Yuan's body were actually slowly healing. Yi Yuan, who was originally on his dying breath already, his life force thriving once more as well. Even though this process was rather slow, but he was indeed recovering. The Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's medicinal strength was still overbearing, but the recovery speed of Yi Yuan's body had already said the speed of his destruction. Under the powerful protection of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Yi Yuan's body was frenziedly absorbing the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's medicinal strength. His fleshly body was also breaking through rapidly. Yi Yuan awakening the atavism dragon soul one time, he immediately comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter. Just like the other him said, he did not need to comprehend it all and immediately understood it. It was just a shame that his awakening this time only had the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level. The Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's Divine Tao chapter was similarly divided into 9 levels. For Yi Yuan to want to cultivate the cultivation method at the back, he still required another fortuitous awakening. Furthermore, to really unleash the might of the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, one required a corresponding level of physical body to match it. With Yi Yuan's current physical body, even if he comprehended the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's first level, it was also completely different compared to a deity realm powerhouse casting it. Without going through mystic chi flooding the body and achieving deity realm, the so-called grand completion realm was merely a joke. The power of deity realm was not what Tao profound realm could surmise. Of course, even so, with the augmentation of divine Tao laws, Yi Yuan's speed of recovering the fleshly body increased more than 10 times over. The atavism dragon soul's first awakening was normally when breaking through to deity realm. Yi Yuan's awakening this time was still because it was triggered by the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art in the end. Hence, the inheritance that he grasped was pitifully little. But the awakening this time was not that useless either. Apart from the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, he even grasped another dragon race martial technique. Under the Tiger Dragon Creation Pill's overbearing medicinal strength, Yi Yuan broke through to peak tier 9 very quickly, but it was not over yet. The medicinal strength of the Arcane Insight rank Tiger Dragon Creation Pill was too tyrannical. Yi Yuan's fleshly body rushed toward the realm of Tier 9 Grand Completion. Following the increase in realm, plus the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art's recovery ability, the medicinal strength of the Tiger Dragon Regeneration Art was no longer able to cause any damage to Yi Yuan. His appearance already recovered to his original appearance. When Fiery saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed. "Double up, Fiery." Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yes, big brother." Fiery said with an excited look, pulling through the most difficult hurdle. There were no more obstacles at the back. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's fleshly body finally broke through to Tier 9 Grand Completion. At this point, Yi Yuan's essence and spirit, two paths, both reached the realm of Grand Completion, only missing an essence energy realm. As long as essence energy realm reached peak Divine King, he would reach the qualifications to AS, Salt the Deity realm. As for the realm of Void Mystic, Yi Yuan did not need to go through it at all. Moreover, his concepts comprehensions had long already thrown Void Mystic realm powerhouses behind Joe. Do knows how many times. Fiery, use your full power, refine. Yi Yuan commanded once more. Fiery drew a deep breath, instantly urged the cleansing sandal sacred flame to the limits, and started refining the Holy Mother Devil Flowers. Ugh! Yi Yuan's complexion instantly turned red. The agony of being immolated instantly spread throughout his entire body, making him perspire profusely. Fiery had already comprehended divine, Tao, laws currently. The might of the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. Even if Yi Yuan reached Grand Completion realm, it was hard to resist it too. Yi Yuan revolved the Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art and crazily recovered the internal injuries. Although the Holy Mother Devil Flowers were impressive, facing the cleansing sandal's sacred flame's full power refinement, they were finally refined away bit by bit too. However, the most terrifying thing was not the Holy Mother Devil Flowers that grew, but those roots that had already penetrated into the internal organs. To Yi Yuan, right now was cutting away the flesh to treat the wounds. He was guiding the cleansing sandal's sacred flame, continuously burning his internal organs, completely eradicating those stubborn roots. This pain was enough to make the average martial artist go crazy and commit suicide. Seeing that Yi Yuan was fine, Meng Guang finally heaved a sigh in relief. But at this time, his heart could not help feeling sympathy again. He saw through some inklings and knew that Yi Yuan was using this sort of method to remove the Holy Mother Devil Flowers. From Yi Yuan's sweat-covered forehead, he could guess how terrifying the pain Yi Yuan was suffering at this time. But Yi Yuan actually did not even furrow an eyebrow. This perseverance, this willpower, they made Meng Guang's countenance greatly moved. He could not help secretly heaving a sigh, thinking to himself that it was indeed no accident that Yi Yuan could have today's accomplishments. People only saw him rise with comet-like speed, but did not know how much effort that an ordinary person could not imagine was put in behind him. This was a true powerhouse. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a long, turbid breath. Meng Guang's entire body trembled, and he sighed with admiration as he said, "Your Excellency is truly a G. Oh, D." These few days of experiences, if it were others, they would probably have already died no less than 10 times. But Yi Yuan relied on his willpower and forcefully pulled through. This left him no choice but to admire. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said smilingly, "If I couldn't resist, I would have to die. How to choose between life and death is very simple, right?" Meng Guang smiled bitterly and said, "Talking about it is easy, but with your Excellency's situation back then, probably 10 out of 10 people would choose death, right? After all, a fate worse than death seemed to be more terrifying than death." Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Fiery asked concernedly, "Big brother, how is it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, never been better than right now." Fiery's eyes lit up, making out that Yi Yuan's words seemed to be insinuating something. "Big brother, then we?" Fiery asked probingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Not waiting overnight to take revenge. That old demon hag made this young master suffer such a huge loss. Not teaching her a bit of a lesson. She'll really think that this young master is easy to knead." Chapter 1194. 9 Transformations, Golden Body. Chapter 1194. 9 Transformations, Golden Body. Lord Holy Mother, the matters over here are already settled properly. We can withdraw at any time, Diyu said to Yuji with a bow. "And let them withdraw at once then," Yuji said coolly. Diyu thought about it and said, "Lord Holy Mother, 3 days' time is about to pass us. Would that Yi Yuan have—" Yuji's face turned cold, and she said, "Are you doubting this Holy Mother's ability?" Don't look at how Yuji was seductive and moving, having a grin on her face all day long. She was a true fiend who absolutely killed people without batting an eyelid, even if Diyu was her subordinate. Subordinate dares not. Diyu hurriedly said. Yuji suddenly changed expressions and said BRIMMING with confidence. Even the absolute heaven of 1,000,000 years ago, if he got hit by the flower poison, he had to obediently become my fiend slave too. Could a mere Tao profound realm brat still overturn the heavens? Look, didn't he come? Yuji was just talking when Yi Yuan's figure appeared in her line of sight. Teehee, obedient little brother. Quickly come over and let elder sister dotes on you well, Yuji said as she beckoned Yi Yuan with a smile. Yi Yuan did not speak either and just flew over to Yuji's side. Yuji was smiling and even said to the Diyu beside smugly, "Saw that, Diyu? This is the son of heaven's mandate. Now, he's this Holy Mother's fiend slave. Later, when we find Kanua, that fellow, this Holy Mother has to show off properly." But Diyu's brows pressed together, and he said, "Lord Holy Mother, something seems to be not quite right." Yuji froze, looking over toward Yi Yuan. Her expression could not help changing drastically. At this time, Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 feet away from her, but a hint of a mocking smile flickered across the corners of his mouth. All of a sudden, evil extermination sword attacked. Fury sword fire lotus, piercing cold killing intent locked onto Yuji firmly. 2 mighty divine, Tao, laws flagrantly attacked. The distance of 1,000 feet was crossed in a flash. Yuji's reaction could not be said to not be quick. Terrifying fiendish energy instantly erupted, wrapping herself up in protection. Boom! This sword slammed onto that cloud of black chi solidly. The energy undulations stirred up by 2 great divine Tao laws smashed the cloud of black chi in deeply. That cloud of black chi was directly smashed, flying 10,000 feet away. Ha ha ha, old hag. Just your bit of means also wished to subdue Lord Yi Yuan? Aren't you guys involved in intelligence gathering? Don't you know that Lord Yi Yuan's Tli is heaven surmounting? Mengguang looked at her from far away as he said mockingly with a loud laugh. The black chi dissipated, revealing Yuji's and Diyu's figures. Yuji's expression was ashen pale. A trace of blood covered the corners of her mouth too. But Diyu's situation was much worse than her. There was not an intact spot from head to toe. His entire physical body practically shattered mushy. "Oh, old witch, how's the taste of this sword?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile that was not a smile. The sneak attack just now succeeding, Yi Yuan immediately felt very liberated in his heart. Since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had experienced countless times of life and death, but there had never been one time as perilous as a few days ago. He even almost became somebody else's slave. Although he survived the crisis, Yi Yuan still had indignation stifled in his heart. One sword succeeding, this turbid breath of Yi Yuan was also finally released. Yuji's expression was very ugly. She was still showing off with Diyu earlier, and now Yi Yuan gave her a slap with a backhand. The power of this sword was unbelievably Astoni's. Plussing. Even if it was her who was subjected to it, she suffered a considerable hidden loss too. Of course, the more important thing was that her face was utterly lost. Impossible. The toxin of the devil flower is incurable. How did you do it? Yu still did not dare to believe it and questioned. As a heavenly fiend, oh, an existence comparable to origin deity realms. Yuji's confidence was not without reason. Even she was unable to break through to the deity realm today. Her methods were also not what ordinary humans could understand. But this time she miscalculated. Incurable, is it? Isn't this young master perfectly well right now? Old witch, it's best you don't be too confident when conducting yourself as a person. Oh, this young master forgets you're not a person. Even as a fiend, don't be too confident as well. Be careful of getting your face slapped. Yi Yuan scoffed. Yuji's expression flickered incessantly, becoming like a different person from that cheerful and lively appearance. She was not surprised by Yi Yuan's sword. She was surprised that Yi Yuan was actually able to eradicate the devil flowers. Humph! Boy, do you think that by resolving the flower toxin, you're this Holy Mother's match? You don't think that that sword really had any effect against this Holy Mother, right? Yuji said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, stop feigning. It's true that you're formidable, but you're likely still far from recovering to your peak state, right? If you really have no misgivings at all, it's impossible to let me leave freely on that day. If 1 slash doesn't cut it, 8 or 10 slashes should be enough, right? Yuji's expression changed, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually perceived it so thoroughly. Being suppressed for 1,000,000 years by absolute heaven, how could Yuji's strength be capable of recovering in a short time? Taking action that day with Yi Yuan already hurt her vitality, virtually exhausting all of the yang energy that she absorbed in these few months. Although that sword earlier could not hurt her foundation, if 8 or 10 swords were to come, it would really be quite enough for her to choke on. Humph! That will also require you to have the ability to hit me first before saying. Do you think that this Holy Mother will still give you that opportunity just now? Prepare to die. Yuji was incredibly enraged from Imbara's meant at this time. She drew out a vine from inside her body and charged over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid. Stepping forward, he clashed together with Yuji, two peerless experts facing off. That undulation was simply earth-shaking. Ho-ho, still not bringing out your true capabilities? There's no meaning in carrying on to fight like this. Or, have you already exhausted your tricks? Yi Yuan taunted with a face full of ridicule. Although Yuji was stubborn, Yi Yuan could perceive that her strength compared to that day was still quite a bit worse. The words that Yuji gave him on that day, Yi Yuan returned it in its entirety. Brett, do you really take this Holy Mother to be easily bullied? Since you want to see this Holy Mother's true ability, then you'll have to be prepared to die. Yuji swayed lightly, retreating 1,000 feet away. At the same time, fiendish energy surged on her body, long hair fluttering, looking extremely demonic. Yuji, who fully released fiendish energy, recovered to that Holy Mother who controlled everything again. It was only to see an alluring smile hanging on her face as she said, "This is elder sister's strength. You got to receive it well. Thorns covering the skies." Yuji's fiendish energy stirred. Countless thorn spikes suddenly burst out from within the void, virtually enveloping Yi Yuan completely inside. Each one of these spikes was exactly the same as the spikes that stabbed Yi Yuan that day. Looks like Yuji really released a major move here. Yi Yuan's provocation also made Yuji finally became genuinely enraged. She decided to utterly kill Yi Yuan this time. But Yi Yuan smiled indifferently. The fleshy body power of Tier 9 Grand Completion erupted fully. At this time, the skin all over Yi Yuan's body became golden-colored, looking just like an arhat. Yuji's expression instantly changed greatly as she cried out in horror. 9 transformations, golden body! How is this possible? Chapter 1195. Awakened Second Martial Technique. Chapter 1195. Awakened Second Martial Technique. Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan yelled out. Divine rank Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm shot forth. This Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm was G. Oh! D knows how many times stronger compared to when at the Medicine King Hall. One palm releasing, it shattered all of the spikes to smithereens like breaking dead branches. Furthermore, the remaining momentum did not diminish Cruce. Plussing over towards UG. UG's expression changed drastically. Rolling fiendish energy seethed class. Plussing with the Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm. However, it was to no avail. This palm of Yi Yuan's was simply unstoppable. Although the fiendish energy was powerful, it could not stop the power of this palm at all. Yi Yuan's body refinement breaking through to the grand completion realm. His fleshy body power already reached the limits under deity realm. The power of the Coiling Dragon Heaven, Devastating Palm, naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. But this was not the crux. The key was the 9 transformations, golden body. The 9 transformations, golden body, was the body refinement realm of deity, realm powerhouses. 9 transformations, golden body, undying and imperishable. Of course, Yi Yuan's was not the genuine 9 transformations, golden body. The arcane insight, rank tiger dragon creation pill, made Yi Yuan's fleshy body had an additional trace of Dao Asasu. Mulation of deity realm. Even though it was just a trace, the augmentation of Yi Yuan's martial techniques was unimaginable. Arg! A tragic and shrill cry sounded over. Yu Ji's body was directly smashed into a lump of meat paste by this palm. Is this truly a martial technique that divine king powerhouses can display? Meng Guang was already dumbfounded from watching. He did not know what 9 transformations golden body was, but this did not impede him from being astonished by the power of this palm, using startling the universe and making G. DS and Ghost Sweep was not the slightest bit overboard. This was a domineering Cruce. Plus ing, a completely unreasonable overpowering. No matter how powerful you were, I just crush with a palm. Big brother. He isn't a divine king powerhouse yet. But this palm is also too unreasonable. Fiery was also shocked by Yi Yuan's palm. Meng Guang did not know Yu Ji's terror, but Fiery was perfectly aware. The might of that slash from evil extermination back then was still vivid in Fiery's mind. Such an attack could not even destroy Yu Ji. It could be seen how powerful her strength was. When Yi Yuan said to come and take revenge, Fiery actually still had no assurance in his heart. Along the way, Yi Yuan did not reveal anything either. Only all the way until now, when Yi Yuan completely erupted, did he know that Yi Yuan's strength had another qualitative leap. Meng Guang nodded his head, strongly approving of Fiery's appraisal. This palm could only use unreasonable to describe. And no way, right? Lord Holy Mother actually lost to this boy? Du was completely dumbfounded. In his eyes, Yu Ji was an undefeatable existence. In this world, only Lord Kanua could rival Lord Holy Mother. Even though Yu Ji had yet to fully recover, it was totally impossible for ordinary human experts to be her match. However, Yu Ji was defeated just like this. Fiery, Meng Guang, you guys retreat farther back. Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. The 2 people were stunned, not quite certain what he meant. But toward Yi Yuan's words, they naturally would not have doubts. So they withdrew 1,000 feet away. Not enough. Farther back. Yi Yuan said again. The 2 people could only retreat several thousand feet again. Farther even more. What medicine is His Excellency selling in his gourd? Could it be that old which is brewing some killing move, and he's making us stay further away? As Meng Guang walked, he said in puzzlement, I don't know either, but it looks like he's considering our safety. Fiery said, Lord Fiery, I say, that palm just now was so terrifying. That old witch isn't dead yet. Ha! Even an Origin Deity Realm powerhouse couldn't kill that old witch and could only suppress her for 1,000,000 years' time. How could she die so easily? Fiery said. Meng Guang stuck out his tongue, unbelievably shocked. He did not know what Origin Deity Realm was. But Deity Realm, these two words were already enough for him to understand. No wonder someone as powerful as His Excellency suffered a major loss at her hands too. But now he gained back some ground already, ha ha ha, Meng Guang said with a laugh. Fiery also smiled. To them, these few days could really use overwhelming sorrow and joy to describe. Yi Yuan's life hung by a thread and almost died. This also made them hate Yu Ji, this old witch, to the bones. Yi Yuan's overpowering quas. Plussing also made them feel the delight of avenging a great enmity. Swoosh! A cloud of black gas turned into an arc of light, fleeing towards the distance. Brat, you remember for this old lady. Today's enmity. This old lady will make you pay it back twofold. In the black gas came Yu Ji's shriek. Clearly, she already hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, Old witch, you're already getting on in years. Better rest and recuperate more. This young master will send you off again. Yi Yuan took his time and took a deep breath. Roar! A dragon roar that shook heaven and earth instantly rippled out. Diyu, who was closest to Yi Yuan, was immediately shook into a pile of sludge by this dragon roar. Even that fiendish energy was also shook until it completely dissipated. A powerhouse who was close to the Holy Emperor realm was utterly wiped out, just like that. Voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! This move was one of the supreme martial techniques that the dragon race already lose. Voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul, and the second martial technique that he learned was the voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! At this moment, there did not seem to be other voices in this world. Only Yi Yuan's dragon roar remained. That terrifying power made heaven and earth change color. Arg! A shrill and miserable cry sounded out. It was just that Yu Ji's voice was completely unable to transmit out. Under the voice of the Dragon Ji, everything was empty. Yu Ji's body abruptly came to a stop, being nailed in the air firmly. She was originally already seriously injured. How could she be capable of resisting such a terrifying divine Dao martial technique? Her fiendish energy surged to the skies. Even if she was forced back to her original form by Yi Yuan with one palm, the fiendish energy did not diminish in the slightest. But at this moment, under Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon God, her cloud of black gas actually showed signs of dissipating. The voice of the Dragon transmitted over ceaselessly. That cloud of black gas became thinner and thinner. Fiery and Meng Guang, the two people, used their hands to cover their ears tightly at this time. Exchanging a glance, they both saw deep astoundment from the other's eyes. When did Yi Yuan learn such a terrifying martial technique again? Compared to that unreasonable palm earlier, this sound wave attack was clearly even more terrifying. No wonder Yi Yuan made them go further away. It turned out that it was actually this reason, even if Yi Yuan was not unleashed. Plussing this martial technique against them, the two of them also felt like their internal organs were almost shattering. This was even with them going so far away. If it was nearby, even if Yi Yuan was not unleashed, plussing the martial technique against them, it would likely shock them until they were ground to dust too. However, right at this moment, the voice of the Dragon abruptly cut off. Ha ha ha. Too bad. Just missing that little bit more. If you're able to break through to Deity Realm, this Holy Mother might have to die in your hands today. It's too bad that it's just lacking a tiny bit. Boy, today's grudge, this old lady has remembered it. When this old lady recovers my strength, I'll definitely grind your bones to powder and make mincemeat of your fleas. H. Plus, that shrill voice of Yuji's came over, mixed with ecstasy, mixed with fury, and mixed with boundless hatred inside. Chapter 1196. Heaven's Secret Tower Stirs Again. Chapter 1196. Heaven's Secret Tower stirs again, too consecutive, too bad, revealed Yuji's lingering fear in her heart. Indeed, just a little more, and Yi Yuan would be able to kill her. Just missing a tiny bit only. That was a genuine death. Within 1,000,000 years, it was Yuji's first time truly facing death. Even when facing Taoist absolute heaven's ceiling, she was not so terrified nor gave up all hope before either. The voice of the dragon Ji. Oh, D was well deserving of being the dragon race's supreme martial technique. The terror of this sound wave attack actually almost forcefully scattered heavenly Fienji. Oh, Ji. Yi Yuan was within an inch of completing a great feat that body could accomplish for 1,000,000 years. It was unfortunate that it fell short of success at the last stage, because the current Yi Yuan was already extremely overdrawn. If the voice of the dragon D continued, he himself would croak first before Yuji died. Don't look at how the power of the voice of the dragon D was great. The consumption was exceedingly terrifying too. If not because of the 9 transformations golden body, Yuan probably could not even last the time of a breath. Even so, he also merely held it there for the time of 3 breaths. Once 3 breaths were up, Yuan was no longer able to continue. Actually, even if he had the 9 transformations golden body, Yuan was at most able to persevere for 2 breaths of time as well. That remaining 1 breath was exchanged by him with his life. Regarding the voice of the dragon D's power, Yuan was very surprised too. Therefore, he overdrew his physical strength to the verge of collapse before having no choice but to stop with regrets. Yuan collapsed weakly and virtually could not even speak. Fiery's expression changed. Figure flash. Plussing. He hurriedly supported Yuan. Big brother, are you all right? Fiery asked worriedly. Yuan opened his mouth with difficulty, but did not even emit a single sound. Actually, Fiery wanted to go and chase after Yuji. Except, seeing Yuan's situation, how could he still leave? With no other alternatives, Fiery could only watch Yuji escape helplessly. Mengguang's strength was too weak. Even if he was very far away, he was also shocked by Yuan's voice of the dragon D until he was muddled up at this time too, and was completely unable to come and take care of Yuan. Seeing Yuji escape, Fiery could only heave a long sigh and secretly lament. Big brother, you're messing around too much. How could such a terrifying divine Tao martial technique be what you're capable of displaying right now? Fiery looked at Yuan and grumbled. Yuan moved his lips and barely managed to smile. He did not regret it. He would really regret it if he did not give it a shot. At the very least, he knew now that these heavenly Fienji DS were not really unkillable. As long as you were powerful enough, you could similarly kill them. Of course. Yuan also knew that the reason why he almost killed Yuji was that he was standing on the shoulder of giants. If not for Taoist absolute heaven's 1,000,000 years of suppression, making Yuji suffer a great loss in vitality, he would not have this chance either. This rest was a month's time. Yuan's exhaustion this time nearly damaged his foundations. Even with the help of medicinal pills, he used a month's time before fully recovering too. Taking care of Yuan these few days, he also finally got to know about the Fiend Race's sequence of events from Yuan and Fiery's mouth. His wars, plus P towards Yuan simply reached a point where it could not be any greater. Of course, what made him admire even more was still Yuan's behavior. Regardless of whether it was cardinal principles of righteousness or trivial matters, Yuan had no fault to nitpick. In cardinal principles of righteousness, Yi Yuan narrowly escaped death and fought the fiend race's heavenly fiendji. Oh, D valiantly. In trifling matters, when he fled in the face of danger, he even did not forget to bring him, a minor character, along. Ever since then, Meng Guang followed Yi Yuan wholeheartedly. On this day, Gu Yongtang came to the Moonhowl sect and found Yi Yuan. Lord, mystic lord, the news over here. This lowly one has already sent it to the organization. Lord Tang made me pass a message to you to tell you sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lord Ting, that sighed, seriously couldn't make time. Your Excellency, please forgive me. Gu Yongting bowed and saluted as he said. Toward this one in front of him, Gu Yongtang also admired endlessly. The other day, Yi Yuan made Meng Guang bring Gu Yongting over. He learned the information of Yu Ji being at the Moonhowl sect, and his astonishment could not be any greater too. It was just that he could not quite understand how in the world Yi Yuan survived under Yu Ji's hands. The specifics of the battle process, Yi Yuan did not overly describe as well. How strong Yu Ji's strength was, Gu Yongtang was all too clear. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually still survive under the situation where he was seriously injured. Then there was only one possibility. Yu Ji also sustained serious injuries. Yi Yuan fought her off. With that in mind, Gu Yongtang threw himself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. But Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, this time it fell just one step short of success, failing to live up to Brother Tongue's trust. The failure this time alerted the enemy. Most likely, the fiend Calamity's eruption already can't be avoided. Your Excellency, don't have to blame yourself. This isn't Sir's fault. And, Body could have expected that there was actually a heavenly fiendji. Hiding in the Moonhowl sect. If he had known earlier, Lord Tang would probably have come over personally. Gu Yongtang said. Yi Yuan smiled and did not say anything. Since he did not kill Yu Ji, he could not say much either. The voice of the dragon Ji, D, was currently his strongest ace in the whole. He naturally would not tell Gu Yongtang. As for Gu Yongtang's misunderstanding, he obviously would not clarify either. Yi Yuan's regret was not that he did not obtain the fiend race's intel, but because he did not kill Yu Ji. Except, even if one gave Gu Yongtang several galls, he also did not dare think that Yi Yuan actually had the ability to kill Yu Ji. After all, this sort of thing, even absolute heaven could not do it. This matter is over. I wonder if Sir is returning to the Dragon Clan? Yongtang can represent Sir to make arrangements, Gu Yongtang asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, there's no need. This young master isn't returning to the Dragon Clan for the time being. You go back and report on the task then. It's none of your business here anymore. The Moonhowl sect was already destroyed. Gu Yongtang naturally did not have the need to be undercover anymore. Their hidden base naturally had to be evacuated too. Gu Yongtang received the order and left. Meng Guang could not help asking curiously, Your Excellency, if we're not going to the Dragon Clan, where are we going? Yi Yuan said indifferently, Chaotic Devil Sea. Meng Guang's expression turned fearful, but did not know what Yi Yuan was going to the Chaotic Devil Sea for. Just as Yi Yuan was heading for the Chaotic Devil Sea, the Heaven's Secret Tower threw out another heavyweight bomb. The Heaven's Secret Tower announced to the world that 10 days later, the 10 great divine kings would have some changes once more. This news was like a bolt out of the blue, immediately stirring up the entire divine realm. What the hell is this? The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was just published for a few months. Could the Heaven's Secret Tower be overthrowing it again? Yeah. The last time they published the 10 Great Divine Kings was something that happened 2,000 years ago. This time it's just a few months? Could it be that one of the 10 Great Divine Kings, or perhaps two, had breakthroughs recently and Serpa said the front rankings? If I were to say the new rankings this time might still have something to do with the heavens surmounting Divine King. And I feel the same way too. The release this time might just be for error correction. After all, the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually fought with the Grandian Divine King until they were evenly matched in strength. Various versions of speculations flew everywhere, making this action of the Heaven's Secret Tower become even more unfathomable. Even though the Heaven's Secret Tower never played cards according to convention, this time was also truly too ridiculous. How could the 10 great Divine Kings, this kind of authoritative powerhouse ranking, be changed willy-nilly? Chapter 1197, Tan Si's Death. Chapter 1197. Tan Si's death. After a time interval of several months, the heaven-stabilizing Divine King made his way up the Heaven's Secret Tower once more, ending on a sour note the last time. Zhuge Qingxian had always taken it to heart, but the news that followed in quick succession made him very surprised. Yi Yuan's strength was actually really sufficient to enter the ranks of the 10 great Divine Kings. Furthermore, he actually fought to a draw with Lu Linfeng. Even though he felt that there was some suspicions on Lu Linfeng going easy, this news was already enough to shock him. But he did not think that the Heaven's Secret Tower really announced that they were going to change the 10 great Divine Kings. In his view, that mysterious fellow must have come to a compromise with him. No matter what, he, this present Divine Realm's #1 person, was no joke. Of course, this did not count that person inside, still behind the black curtain, still so mysterious. Ha! Didn't expect that you finally still compromised. You can rest assured the promise that this seat made before is still valid. Zhuge Qingxian said. The other party was silent. Zhuge Qingxian continued, whatever terms your Heaven's Secret Tower have, just put it forward. Kicking Yi Yuan out of the 10 great Divine Kings this time also made things difficult for you guys. Rest assured this seat will find an opportunity to kill them. As long as he's erased, naturally no one will dare to question your alteration. Rather than saying Zhuge Qingxian was arrogant and conceited, it was better to say that he showed disdain on the world and was brimming with confidence. In his view, only he, Zhuge Qingxian, was able to make the incomparably mysterious Heaven's Secret Tower change the 10 great Divine Kings. It was still silent behind the black curtain. Only after a long time did he slowly said, the alteration this time is because of the Heaven's surmounting Divine King. But it's not what you think. The meaning of the words was that you were under the delusion that the other party was willing. Sure enough, Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, What do you mean? The other party said coolly, After a few days you'll understand. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Zhuge Qingxuan's face turned black. 10,000 profanities galloped across his heart. This guy harped on these 1 or 2 sentences over and over again in a secretive manner. Most importantly, the other party would not give him face no matter what. He originally thought that the change this time was because he wanted to kick Yi Yuan out of the 10 great Divine Kings. He did not expect that it was not the case at all. Not only was it not, hearing the meaning in the other party's words, it seemed like there was even a possibility of going further. This was simply too ridiculous, too repulsive. One had to know that between the 10 great Divine Kings' 6th and 5th place, there was a considerable gap in strength. Could Yi Yuan still have a possibility of jostling the Darkness Divine King, Xigong down? The Heaven's Secret Tower had always ranked the 10 great Divine Kings according to strength. Could it be that in this short few months' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually had such a great leap? How was this possible? Good. I'll go and kill this boy right now. This seat wants to take a look at how you'll announce the 10 great Divine Kings this time. Zhuge Qingxian was livid until blue veins throbbed, saying 3 goods in a row. He could not do anything to this mysterious powerhouse. But toward Yi Yuan, he did not have that many misgivings. Done talking, Zhuge Qingxian flicked his sleeves and left. But the mysterious powerhouse did not have the intention of stopping. After Zhuge Qingxian left, another figure came out from inside. If Zhuge Qingxian was here, he would recognize that this person was none other than precisely the Spirit Bristle Divine King, Tang Yin. The Spirit Bristle Divine King, this kind of major power, was actually able to show up in the holy city noiselessly and appear in the heaven's secret tower. This mysterious powerhouse's means were truly inconceivable. But at this time, the Spirit Bristle Divine King gave a bow towards that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtains respectfully and said, "Elder Xian, is it really fine to let Zhuge Qingxian go and find Yi Yuan unchecked, like so, sup 1/sup?" If the world were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked until their ALLs fell out. The Divine Realm's number 2 Divine King was actually so respectful towards a mysterious powerhouse. Going out and saying it probably body would believe it either. "Yi Yuan's strength is greater than you imagine," said the mysterious powerhouse coolly. The Spirit Bristle Divine King was slightly surprised and said, "In that case, Xigong Shang can't escape his doom this time." "Hoo-hoo! Just you wait and see," said the mysterious powerhouse, who smiled slightly. Civ waves stirred up in the Spirit Bristle Divine King's heart. When he and Yi Yuan parted, Yi Yuan could not even take a single move from Zhuge Qingxian. Just how long had it been? Could it be that Yi Yuan already grew to the extent where it was enough to cut down the Darkness Divine King? This boy was truly too monstrous, right? You guys look. That young man seems to be Yi Yuan. It really is. It's already been 10 years, right? At that time, heard that he died in the heavenly slaughter pit. Didn't expect that he actually showed up in the Azura arena again. Back then, Yi Yuan's name shook the Azura arena. The 12 exalts, each and every one was all vying to have him. His strength is too formidable. Back then, when activating Azura mode, he actually succeeded in the challenge. This had never been done by anyone for tens of thousands of years. Oh, right, the Heaven's Secret Tower announced that the 6th Divine King is also called Yi Yuan. It wouldn't be him, right? Haha, you really come up with the wildest fantasy. When Yi Yuan came in at that time, he was merely a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. Now, only 10 years have gone by. Even if his talent was any greater, it's also not possible to be so monstrous, right? Back then, Yi Yuan swept across the Azura arena. Especially activating suicide mode, it attracted large groups of martial artists to surround and watch. Those people still had a very strong impression of Yi Yuan. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan entered the Azura arena, he was recognized by some meddlesome people. It was just that, in their view, this Yi Yuan just had a duplicate name with the heaven-surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan. In 10 years' time, a Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse growing to join the 10 great Divine Kings. This was something totally impossible to happen. But even so, it did not hinder their feelings of wars. H-I+P and fear towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the absolute kill token in his hands. Entering the Azura arena naturally did not pose any problems. He found a martial artist whose strength was decent and went up to ask, "Let me ask you, is the Demon King and Tan Si still at the Azura arena now?" Back then, Yi Yuan left in a hurry and could be said to have fled in panic, and did not bring them away. Now that 10 years had said, Yi Yuan naturally had to find these few acquaintances when returning to the Azura arena. It was just that upon Yi Yuan's query, that martial artist's expression became very ugly. Yi Yuan's heart sunk, and he said in a cold voice, "Speak. How are they?" Yi Yuan's grand completion slaughter concept opened up fully. That martial artist felt like he was already almost going into shock. I'll talk. The Demon King left the Azura arena not long after you left. As for Tan Si, he died. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Who killed him?" Although Yi Yuan and Tan Si did not have a deep friends, H-I+P, he served as his guide for a period of time at any rate. Yi Yuan did not expect that he was actually killed. How could Yi Yuan not be furious? It was exalt cold blood. That person said, weren't exalts unable to make a move against people below? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Why, Your Excellency, back then, after you left, Tensi soared rapidly all the way, rising to the position of an exalt. But on the first day he became an exalt, he was killed by exalt cold blood," said that martial artist. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing murderous intent. What a terrific cold blood. It looks like we have to settle this score properly today, Yi Yuan said coldly. Chapter 1198, Kneel or Not Kneel. Chapter 1198, Kneel or Not Kneel. Boom! Azura City's 6th level, a pavilion directly had half of it smashed by Yi Yuan with one palm. Mother ****. Who did it? Who dares to act wildly at my cold blood pavilion? Are you tired of living? Who the HELL did it? Get out here for your father. Don't you know that the cold blood pavilion is SHI plus L by exalt cold blood? Who the HELL is so brave. A group of people ate a stomach full of dust and came out of the pavilion cussing away, very arrogantly. Cold blood was the number 2 exalt right now, his status second only to exalt Netherkill. Therefore, his men under his command were very arrogant too. Practically nobody dared to provoke. 10 years pas said. Cold blood groomed another large batch of phaseless realm experts under him, roaming the 6th level without any scruples. A young man holding a tablet in his hand slowly came in front of everyone. Starting from now, all the way until cold blood comes, you guys all have to kowtow to my friend nonstop. Make it loud. If this young master can't hear the sound, I'll make a flower bloom on your heads, Yi Yuan said coldly. There were probably 100 people that came out from the cold blood pavilion. These people were all phaseless realm martial artists. There was even quite a number that was just a step away from Tao Profound. They exchanged a glance and suddenly startled, chortling with laughter. Ha ha ha, you're killing your Lord Xiong. In this Azura arena, there has yet to be anybody who dares to speak to our cold blood pavilion like this. Where did this boy come from? Are you here to amuse your Lord Xiong? The 6th level martial artists who had seen Yi Yuan before were all dead. These few guys did not know Yi Yuan's terror. Not just them. Each and every one of those onlooking martial artists also felt that Yi Yuan was being a joke. He was afraid of scaring away cold blood and deliberately suppressed his realm to phaseless realm. Therefore, in these people's view, Yi Yuan's action was not much different from seeking death. In the entire Azura arena, only Exalt Netherkill dared to provoke Exalt Cold Blood. Whose? H. Plus Pucci. Yi Yuan's finger lightly flicked. A streak of tiny sword energy suddenly burst forth, piercing straight through Lord Xiong's head. Lord Xiong opened his eyes wide. He could not believe it until he died, that this young man before his eyes actually killed him so nonchalantly. Now will you kowtow? Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Piercing cold killing intent instantly filled the entire plaza. Grand completion slaughter concept. With this, everyone was stunned. This unknown youngster actually cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. One had to know that even the 12 exalts, not one among them has someone who cultivated the slaughter concept to grand completion. Exalt Netherkill only cultivated to the level of 9 stars and did not reach grand completion. A terrifying killing intent immediately pressured those cold blood pavilion's martial artists until they knelt down. Such power was not what they were capable of resisting at all. At this time, they finally knew the disparity between them and Yi Yuan. Although similarly phaseless realm, they were not even fit to carry Yi Yuan's shoes. Plus, Yi Yuan killed Lord Xiong the moment he came without even blinking. How could they still dare to resist? One by one, they started kowtowing towards Tan Si's tablet. Lord Tan, we were wrong. Lord Tan, if you know about this in the netherworld, let this lord spare us. These people all started to wail tragically, like their parents died, all banging their heads away. It would not do if it did not sound out this killing G. Oh, D was really too terrifying. Even if these people were guys who were numb from killing people, they would not be foolish enough to treat their lives as a joke. Yi Yuan had lived around here before and knew the rules here. If you wanted to make them submit, you would have to kill until their blood ran cold. Hence, he killed Lord Xiong with ruthless measures the moment he came up, then displayed his strength. They would be very obedient. Yi Yuan knew that the 12 exalts all had their own eyes and ears here. The news over here would reach Cold Blood's ears very soon. Humiliating his subordinates like so, he would definitely come out. Sure enough, in less than an hour, a cold voice arrived high up in the air. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice reached first. Where did this trash come from to actually dare climb on top of the seat's head? A figure floated down. It was precisely the Cold Blood who he had not seen for many years. The moment Cold Blood landed, he saw the young man across from him, currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Cold Blood's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Yi Yuan, it's actually you." When he saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked at first. After all, the impression that Yi Yuan left on him was seriously too deep. But when he noticed that Yi Yuan was only at the peak phaseless realm, his heart landed. After that, his gaze fell on Tansi's tablet. A hint of a mocking smile flashed past the corners of his mouth as he said, "Are you here to help this fool take revenge? Hoo-hoo, with just the likes of your 9th level phaseless strength?" To be honest, when he learned that there was someone called Yi Yuan among the 10 great divine kings, he was truly racked with fear and anxiety. But now, when he saw Yi Yuan's realm, he was completely relieved. Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Kneel down now and give Tensi a few kowtows. This young master can give you a chance to end yourself. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death." It was as if Cold Blood heard some hilarious joke, letting out a wild laugh as he said, "Let this seat kowtow? With just the likes of you? Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you really don't know how the word death is written. You don't think that so many years this seat's strength has remained stagnant and didn't advance all along, right?" Done talking, Cold Blood's aura released fully, and was shockingly 3rd level Tao profound strength. Yi Yuan smiled and took a step forward. But just this one step, the situation changed drastically. Yi Yuan's aura instantly soared to 1st level Tao profound. But Yi Yuan's aura was not merely the suppression of cultivation realm. His essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, all practically reached the extent of grand completion now. The moment his aura released, it was truly heaven and earth-changing colors because of it. Boom! Just 1st level Tao profound power already utterly overpowered Cold Blood's 3rd level Tao profound. Cold Blood's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually concealed his strength. Boom! Yi Yuan took another step out, his aura rising tenfold again. Cold Blood discovered to his astonishment that he was actually shackled by Yi Yuan's aura, completely unable to move. He felt as if there was somebody pressing on him from behind, pressing him towards the ground. "Kneel or not kneel," Yi Yuan said coolly. Cold Blood's expression was incomparably ugly, but he still said stubbornly, "Want to make this seat kneel in your next life." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he took another step out. Boom! 3rd level Tao profound. It was only to hear a thud. Cold Blood could not resist any more, overwhelmed by Yi Yuan until he knelt down. "Kowtow." Yi Yuan only lightly spat a word out of his mouth, revealing killing intent. Thick fear exuded out of Cold Blood's eyes. He never thought that not only did Yi Yuan conceal his strength, he even concealed so much. The current Yi Yuan was already what he could not even look up to. This strength was too scary. He was originally even counting on Exalt Netherkill to come and save him. But now he knew that if he still did not kowtow, there was only death. Now, Only by waiting for his master to arrive could he be saved. With extreme unwillingness, Cold Blood finally prostrated down. Chapter 1199. The Taste of Despair. Chapter 1199. The taste of despair. Yi Yuan's domineeringness shocked everyone. As so strong, just by relying on coercion, he overwhelmed Cold Blood until he knelt down. Yi Yuan, this name seems to be exactly the same as the heaven-surmounting divine king. He wouldn't be the heaven-surmounting divine king, right? No way. This Yi Yuan should be that one who rose to fame 10 years ago in the Azura arena. He was merely heaven enlightenment realm back then. It's just 10 years' time. How could he possibly become one of the 10 great divine kings? People speculated about Yi Yuan's ident. One after another. But there were still many people who were not willing to believe that this Yi Yuan was the heaven-surmounting divine king. After all, breaking through from heaven enlightenment realm to the boundary of the 10 great divine kings within 10 years, this was too exaggerated. 10 great divine kings, which one did not reach such heights only after thousands of years of ACCU mutilation. The chaotic devil sea had never been a reasonable place. The high and mighty exalts would also lower their proud heads in front of absolute strength. It was just that barely anyone had that strength. But Yi Yuan had it. Yi Yuan glanced at Tan Si's tablet and secretly sighed as he said, "You and I didn't have a deep friends. HI plus P. But I brought you into the fire pit. This farce today, take it as a memorial ceremony for you." Back then, the outside world did not know what happened inside the heavenly slaughter pit at all. Tan Si even thought that Yi Yuan met with a mishap inside. He completely did not expect that Cold Blood had long already targeted him. The reason was that he had a close relations. HI plus P with Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Cold Blood's kowtowing sounds were heavy but rhythmic. No matter what, his face was completely utterly swept away today. All right, take your own life. Of course, I can give you a chance to challenge me. But you have to be prepared to never reincarnate for all of eternity. Yi Yuan said coolly. The pressure on Cold Blood's body immediately eased up. But the heavy weight in his heart did not ease up in the slightest. The two choices that Yi Yuan gave him were both death. Making him take his own life just like this, he was naturally unwilling. But making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity, he still felt terror. But witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, he knew that he absolutely had no chance of victory. Cold Blood's gaze swiveled all around. He was waiting for reinforcements. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, his entire person rousing up. The previous shadow was swept clean. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus 11 figures landed. Cold Blood was overjoyed and said, "Big Brother Netherkill, you finally came." At this time, he felt like his soul was almost leaving his body. The pressure that Yi Yuan put on him was too great. Just earlier, he was virtually really going to take his own life. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, so what even if you concealed your strength? With Big Brother Netherkill around, can you overturn the heavens still? Cold Blood said with a wild laugh. At this time, he had the exhilaration of face-slapping. "Weren't you making me take my own life? Now I'll see how you posture still." He knew that Netherkill's strength advanced by leaps and bounds these few years and already reached 7th level Dao Profound. Furthermore, behind Netherkill was his master. Yi Yuan looked at Cold Blood with an amused look and said smilingly, "If I want to kill you and, body can stop it." Cold Blood laughed loudly and said, "Who doesn't know how to brag?" Yi Yuan, do you really take us 12 exalts to be someone who only knows how to eat rice and do nothing? Back then, in the heavenly slaughter pit, a large group of the 12 exalts died. Now, these 12 exalts clearly changed another batch. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Otherwise, what do you think?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored Cold Blood as well and said to Netherkill, "Have Sikongshan come." This young master came to return the enmity of a palm. Netherkill said, Master is already on the way over. He says that he needs your divine artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Is that so? Then you let him hurry up. Oh, right. This young master will send you on your way first. Looking at you occupy this bag of skin, this young master feels disgusted. The moment his voice faded, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. A terrifying soul force erupted out. Buzz! Everyone had yet to understand what was going on. Another kill already toppled to the ground softly. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, wanting to obliterate a clone of Sikongshan was seriously too easy. What he wanted was Netherkill's intact corpse. Seeing Netherkill talking to him, the rage in Yi Yuan's heart could not be suppressed anymore, and directly erupted. Chi! Yi Yuan's sword finger rose up, the other 10 great exalts turned to dust in a blink of an eye. Coldblood was completely dumbfounded. The 7th level Dao Profound Netherkill was killed so easily by a divine soul attack? Also, 10 great exalts were obliterated without even drawing their weapons? Just how powerful was the current Yi Yuan? However, Yi Yuan's words stirred up Civ waves among the crowd. Sikongshan? I assent this the name of the Darkness Divine King? Could it be that behind Exalt Netherkill was actually the Darkness Divine King? Doesn't this mean that the chaotic Devil Sea is actually the Darkness Divine King's domain? Yi Yuan said that he wanted to challenge the Darkness Divine King just now. If he isn't crazy, then he really has this strength. Then he is the heaven-surmounting Divine King? The information revealed in Yi Yuan's words messed everyone up. While Cold Blood stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with despair. Heaven-surmounting Divine King. Yi Yuan actually really became the heaven-surmounting Divine King. Just what kind of a terrifying adversary did I provoke? Thud! Cold Blood directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan and wailed. Heaven-surmounting Divine King, it was Cold Blood who failed to recognize Mount Tai even though I had eyes. Your Excellency, be magnanimous, and let this lowly one take my own life. I was wrong. Cold Blood knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was seriously too great. As long as Yi Yuan did not agree, he could not accomplish it even if he wanted to die. At this time, he already had no hopes of getting lucky in his heart, and only hoped for a quick death. But this already became a luxury. Yi Yuan said coolly, This young master already gave you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it yourself. While talking, Yi Yuan held a pale flame up in the palm of his hand. This flame made people palpitate with anxiety and fear. The color on Cold Blood's face instantly faded away clean. Go! Yi Yuan's palm lightly thrust. The cleansing sandal's sacred flame directly burned Cold Blood's physical body clean, then wrapped around his divine soul and flew to Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and stored Cold Blood's divine soul inside. He would refine Cold Blood's divine soul for 7 by 7, 49 days, finally turning into nothingness, never to reincarnate for all of eternity. The current Cold Blood was merely a minor character to him. The reason why he went through all this trouble was just in order to let Cold Blood experience the taste of despair and use it to memorialize Tan Si's spirit in heaven. Yi Yuan put away Netherkill's fleshly body and Tan Si's tablet. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled, and he taunted, Sikongshan, these lackeys had followed you for a number of years at any rate. You actually pass. Sively watched them be killed just like that. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's heart jolt. When did the Darkness Divine King, Sikongshan, already arrive? A black silhouette slowly walked out from within the void, looked at Yi Yuan and said indifferently, Just a bunch of ants, inconsequential to this seat. What this seat is more interested in is your divine artifact. Chapter 1200. Coward. Chapter 1200. Coward, the heaven-surmounting Divine King, is challenging the Darkness Divine King? Is Yi Yuan crazy? Doesn't he know that there's a Ma? Sieve chasm between the 5th level and 6th level. Looks like they seem to have considerable enmity between them. It seems like entering the heavenly slaughter pit the last time. A major conflict happened between the two. Oh, right. Didn't the Heaven's Secret Tower said that the 10 great divine kings would have some changes recently? Could it be referring to this showdown between them? The Heaven's Secret Tower is truly too terrifying to actually be able to predict even this sort of thing. Well deserving of Heaven's Secret, these 2 words. Yi Yuan and Si Gongshang were all set for a showdown, immediately drawing many speculations. The Heaven's Secret Tower was spread throughout the divine realm. Even though the chaotic devil Si was relatively out of the way, they also already knew the news that the 10 great divine kings was going to have some changes. The mysterious darkness divine king rarely revealed anything in the divine realm, and Body knew how formidable his strength was either. But without a doubt, for him to be able to stabilize in 5th place, his strength must be very terrifying. Hearing that Si Gongshang was coveting his divine artifact still, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The divine artifact is right here. As long as you can kill me, it's all yours. Then this seat will come and take it." Si Gongshang's faint voice sounded out. All of a sudden, the skies turned dark. His voice showed disdain on everything, as if there was nothing that he could take notice of at all. Even if Yi Yuan was similarly of the 10 great divine kings, he did not take it to heart at all. The blood-red colored sky was completely shrouded by darkness at this time. Very soon, the surroundings became completely dark, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. At the same time, countless terrified voices accompanied it. I can't see anything. What's going on here? I can't sense the surrounding essence energy anymore. My essence energy is currently rapidly flowing away. Si Gongshang was worthy of the Tli darkness. The moment he made his move, it was as if he was going to plunder everything. These martial artists were unable to see. Furthermore, the surroundings felt like the surrounding essence energy was completely cut off. Not just so, inside this region of dark SPAC, their essence energy was flowing away rapidly, even if they did not employ any martial technique or cultivation method. This style of fighting was simply too unreasonable. In the darkness came Si Gongshang's indifferent voice. This seat knows that you're the newly ascended 6th divine king. But to this seat, it's all the same. The last time, because this seat was in close seclusion in the depths of the heavenly slaughter pit, you were lucky to escape. Didn't expect that this time, you actually delivered yourself to the doorstep to seek death. Then, this seat won't be courteous anymore. Despair and die in this darkness then. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring force came from inside the darkness. Yi Yuan felt that the essence energy within his body was actually flowing away rapidly. This darkness concept carried the power of divine Tao laws and was capable of devouring everything. All connection between this darkness and outside world was completely cut off. Experiencing the initial panic, those martial artists' emotions finally settled down. They knew that the Darkness Divine King was not targeting them. Yi Yuan, who was situated in the center of the darkness, should be the one losing all hope at this time. Indeed worthy of being the 5th Divine King. This martial technique of the Darkness Divine King is too unreasonable. Yeah, can't see, can't touch. Essence energy is even being devoured. How to fight still. The heaven surmounting Divine King is in danger. He was too reckless to actually dare challenge a divine king ranked in the top 5. Isn't this courting death? Looks like Heaven's Secret Tower's changes this time is to strike Yi Yuan's name off the list. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but because this move of Si Gongshang was too terrifying. Body had seen before the Darkness Divine King attack. But the moment he made his move, it shocked the world. The darkness concept was an extremely difficult to comprehend concept in the first place. For the darkness divine king to be able to comprehend it to such a boundary, it was simply unheard of. Cutting off essence energy was equivalent to severing the martial artist's lifeline. Reaching divine king, this sort of realm, one relied on comprehension towards heavenly Tao and maneuvered heaven and earth essence energy to battle. To a divine king powerhouse, being unable to mobilize heaven and earth essence energy and merely rely on their own essence energy to match powers with the opponent, this was simply no different from courting death. But the darkness divine king cut off all of the essence energy savagely and unreasonably, just like this. Furthermore, this darkness could even hasten the martial artist's essence energy consumption. Under this situation, where one party's strength declined while the other's strength increased, there was no way to fight at all. In their view, this move simply had no C, H, I, N, K in the armor. Probably, even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king came, he would have a terrible headache too, right? Time slowly trickled by, but Yi Yuan did not have any movements at all, while the darkness divine king did not seem to be anxious either. He laid low inside the darkness all along and did not make a move. The world seemed to have fallen into deathly stillness. You don't seem to be worried at all. Suddenly, Sikong Shang broke the silence. Why do I have to be worried? Just based on this lousy move of yours? Yi Yuan's words exuded thick mockery. Hoo-hoo, you're very interesting, different from the people I've killed in the past. Sikong Shang did not get angry and still said calmly. Yi Yuan was silent and only said after a long time, You killed Yu Wuya and deserve to die. Are you talking about Netherkill? This boy's talent was pretty good. Being selected by this seat to become a clone was his honor. According to what I know, you shouldn't seem to have any interactions with him? Sikong Shang said very apathetically, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. Yi Yuan fell silent once more. He was utterly infuriated by cold blood, this fellow. But the more enraged he got, the more terrifyingly calm he became. He's considered half a master to me. Yi Yuan said, Like this, huh? No wonder. It's too bad. You're going to follow in his footsteps, too. All right, time is almost up. This seat should send you on your way already. Bring out your divine artifact. Otherwise, there won't be a chance anymore, Sikong Shang said indifferently. There's no need for a divine artifact to deal with you. Hoo-hoo, what a confident young man. Sikong Shang laughed mockingly and brazenly attacked. In the darkness, a large hand smacked over towards Yi Yuan's back noiselessly. The killing intent of this move condensed and did not dissipate. It was no different from an arrow shot from hiding in this darkness, because there was not a hint of omen beforehand. Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and still had his back faced towards this palm. In the darkness, a hint of a cold smile flashed past the corners of Sikong Shang's mouth. As expected, only knew how to boast, was it? Swizz. H. Plus suddenly, Sikong Shang's smile froze on his face. This palm struck nothing. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's figure S. H. I. plus feeded an angle bizarrely, and actually narrowly avoided this blow. It must be a fluke. In the darkness, Sikong Shang adjusted the angle and smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan once more. However, it missed again. Hoo-hoo, is the exalted darkness divine king just a coward who sneak attacks people from the back? In the darkness came Yi Yuan's mocking words. With this, Sikong Shang finally knew that this was not a fluke. Yi Yuan really knew where he unleashed his palm from. You can perceive me. In Sikong Shang's words, they carried thick uncertainty. This darkness was absolute darkness. Could not see any light at all. And Sikong Shang's figure could merge perfectly into this darkness. Forget about eyes. Even perception was unable to discover him too. Yet Yi Yuan could. Chapter 1201. Explosion Rune. Chapter 1201. Explosion Rune. What do you think? Yi Yuan's words were filled with thick ridicule. This martial technique of Sikongshangs that resembled the power of domain was indeed incomparably powerful. It was too bad that his opponent was Yi Yuan. Grand Completion Heart Realm made Yi Yuan's perception powers far exceed ordinary people. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil even let Yi Yuan possess unparalleled ocular powers. Sikongshan A.S. summed a serious attitude towards the matter. But in Yi Yuan's view, he was just a clown jumping around. This limitless darkness was not much different from daytime in front of Yi Yuan. This darkness just cut off essence energy, but was unable to cut off natural laws. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not affected. Terrific, lad. Indeed, you have some capabilities. It was this seat who underestimated you. Sikongshan was extremely shocked and furious. As the most mysterious existence among the 10 great divine kings, he normally rarely made a move, but he had full confidence in his own strength. He did not expect that he was actually made such a joke of by a junior. Is that so? I overestimated you. I even thought how formidable the 5th divine king was. Didn't expect that you were too weak to stand up to the compet. One Tian, Yi Yuan said coolly. One sentence made Sikongshan's face somber to the extreme. Brat, don't talk too big when boasting. Careful, the wind might sprain your tongue. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Want to sprain this young master's tongue, you got to bring out a bit of true capabilities. Since you're so anxious to seek death, then this seat will fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, Sikongshan's expression turned cold, and a palm smacked out from within the darkness. Terrifying killing intent instantly swept across the entire S.P.A.C. This palm force seemed to want to shatter this S.P.A.C. Abyss, netherworld palm. The hint of a light smile curled up at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he opened his mouth and said, That's a bit more interesting. As expected, your slaughter concept isn't for show. This palm is powerful enough. Conceited brat, prepare to die. Sikongshan was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. This palm, Sikongshan went all out. Berserk slaughter concept made the S.P.A.C. start to tremble. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The power of his fleshy body instantly erupted, his entire body taking on a golden color. 9 transformations, golden body. The Yi Yuan who had been taciturn all along finally erupted. The current Yi Yuan was just like the rising sun, lighting up the dark night. Those martial artists looked at Yi Yuan in the sky, akin to the reincarnation of A.G.O. Dior Buddha, his body exuding the aura of beholding a great mountain from top to bottom. What kind of martial technique is this? To actually be able to break the darkness divine king's silent extermination domain. As so strong. Why do I actually have a feeling of blood boiling with righteous indignation when I see the heaven surmounting divine king's martial technique? What a fine heaven surmounting divine king. This is really going to ride above the 9th heaven. Yi Yuan's berserk aura made everyone's face changed drastically. Turns out that up till now, the heaven-surmounting divine king did not truly bring out his strength at all. This was the true heaven-surmounting divine king. 9 transformations, golden body. How is this possible? Those people did not recognize the 9 transformations, golden body, but Sikongshan recognized it. In his understanding, this was simply not what a Tier 9 martial artist should be capable of possessing. Hence, this shock was by no means insignificant. However, the arrow was already fitted onto the string and already had no choice but to release it. His momentum was already formed and could only forcefully clash this blow with Yi Yuan. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Likewise, smacking a palm out, Yi Yuan was the midday sun high up in the sky, while Sikongshan was cold like the underworld. 2 extremely great contrast auras collided together intensely. Rumble. The entire S.P.A.C. was quivering. A terrifying energy undulation instantly spread out, reducing the Azura Arena's 6 levels S, P, A, C to fragments. The Darkness Divine King's silent extermination, domain shattering. The sky returned to that blood-red color again. Sikong Shang's blood sprayed across the sky, his figure flying out backward like a cannonball. This frontal exchange, the heavens surmounting Divine King, won completely. Quickly run. The Azura Arena is crumbling. The heavens surmounting Divine King is too scary. Even the Darkness Divine King is actually not a match. His strength can absolutely rank into the top 5 already. Truly too inconceivable. It's just been a few months, and the heavens surmounting Divine King actually already grew to such a level. Those martial artists shouted in great terror as they run away. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm, and Sikong Shang's abyss netherworld palm were both presently the divine realm's apex cultivation methods. The collision of two great martial techniques, the power was too terrifying, directly destroying this S.P.A.C. made up of array formations. The formation foundation was already ruined. The Azura Arena looked as if it was going to collapse already. However, this clash, the relative superiority and inferiority, were already clear at a glance. Heaven, surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan's strength already surpa. S, said the Darkness Divine King. Swoosh! Sikong Shang's figure shot up to the sky, turning into a black arc and flying above the skies. The Darkness Divine King took flight, but the direction he escaped in was diametrically opposite to the others. It was actually in the direction of the heavenly slaughter pit. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The art of greater teleportation was instantly displayed, chasing after. Boy, don't push people too far. Sikong Shang's voice held panic. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You cruelly oppressed the common folks, killed my respected teacher, and also the enmity of a palm. No matter which one, you have to die beyond a doubt today. D.A.M. and brat, do you really take this seat to be easy to bully? When Sikong Shang saw Yi Yuan hot at his heels, he gave a palm with a swing of his hand. But a hasty palm did not pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Rather, Yi Yuan sent out a Fury Sword Fire Lotus with a backhand, striking Sikong Shang without any deviation. Arg! A tragic cry transmitted over. Sikong Shang's aura immediately lost considerable vigor. Yi Yuan directly arrived beside Sikong Shang with greater teleportation. He was just planning on supplementing a slash and sending Sikong Shang to the Western Paradise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's warning bell sounded. A horrifying energy spurted out. That Sikong Shang actually directly exploded. This explosion's power was actually not beneath Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan was too close to Sikong Shang at this time. The power of this explosion practically detonated instantly. Yi Yuan's body was directly blasted flying out. Pooh work! Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. His figure retreated 10,000 feet away before barely managing to hold steady. That attack just now took him by surprise. If it were others, they would probably be blasted until a corpse did not exist already. Right at the critical moment, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up fully. The black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, coupled with his powerful physical body, before he barely managed to pull through. Even so, Yi Yuan became a blood person from head to toe at this time too. A lesser part of Yi Yuan's body was practically blown away. It looked incomparably grotesque. A black figure flew up in the sky and looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Who could it be if not Sikong Shang? I didn't think that you were actually able to survive under this explosion rune that contains divine Tao laws. Truly remarkable. Sikong Shang said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said coldly, It was this young master who was careless. You've operated in this chaotic devil sea for a long time, So how can your clone only be Yu Weia alone? Xigongshang smiled and said, "Hoo, smart. That Yu Weia was merely a clone that this seat used to manage the Azura arena. My true clones have exactly the same aura as this seat. It is difficult to distinguish the true and the false. Even though this seat is known as the Darkness Divine King, my true ace in the hole is this explosion rune. Now, this seat will send you on your way." Chapter 1202. A Change That Drove People Crazy. Chapter 1202. A change that drove people crazy at this time. Yi Yuan's left arm was practically blown away. His body dripped with blood. Injuries looked very severe. For Divine King realm martial artists, this degree of injuries was very serious too. Even though they could regrow severed limbs, the price expended was not small either. At the very least, under the circumstances of such severe injuries, there was absolutely no way to escape from Xigongshang's hands. "Looks like this is the strongest trick. Then it's time to send you on your way," said Yi Yuan coolly, who was totally oblivious towards the injuries on his body. Xigongshang grinned hideously and said, "You're already wounded until like this, and you still dare to utter this sort of big talk? Boy, I have to hand it to you. Your ambition is very big." "Are you talking about this injury?" Hoo, it isn't considered much to me," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ha, not considered much." Xigongshang's smile suddenly froze his eye. Staring like wide saucers, looking at everything before his eyes in disbelief, resulting in the tone of the second half of his sentence changing. Yi Yuan's left arm actually grew out just like that. Not just so, the wounds that his explosion caused were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Xigongshang did not quite dare to believe his eyes. This recovery ability was simply too freakies. Plus, this is too fake, right? Could it be that the heavens surmounting Divine King possesses an undying body? Such horrifying injuries, if it were others, they would probably croak straight away, right? He actually directly recovered. Too unreasonable. How to fight still. Immensely powerful offensive power. Startling defensive power. Freakish recovery ability. There's simply no weakness to exploit here. No wonder Yi Yuan was tled as heaven surmounting Divine King. I feel that no other Tli is more suitable for him than this. This scene made everyone stunned. Yi Yuan sustaining serious injuries, they all thought that he was dead for sure. He did not expect that the next instant such a dramatic scene occurred. The current Yi Yuan was alive and kicking. How did he look like someone who was injured before? Ever since Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul and comprehended the tyrant dragon regeneration art, wanting to kill him was really not an easy matter. Unless one's strength was far greater than his, utterly destroying his vital parts straight away. Otherwise, it was just a matter of minutes for him to recover. The price was just losing some blood essence. But this kind of expenditure was not considered a serious impairment to Yi Yuan. Even though the expenditure for using this move is quite large, dealing with you, it seems like there's only using this move too. Yi Yuan was rather helpless. He was indeed not very willing to use the voice of the Dragon Ji. This move's consumption was too great. The last time, he only used the time of 3 breaths, and he lay on the bed for a month. Even if it was just using 2 breaths of time, it was extremely awful for Yi Yuan too. While this martial technique was strong, it was really not what the average person could use. Xigongshang's expression changed, instinctively sensing that things were not good. He did not expect that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was actually not even Yi Yuan's limit. Yi Yuan actually had an even stronger killing move. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, Xigongshang made a run for it. Except, how could his speed be faster than the voice of the Dragon Ji? Roar! A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds instantly sounded throughout the entire sky. The figure of Xigongshang's that was currently fleeing abruptly stopped. Arg! A shrill and miserably cry emitted out of Shang's mouth. He already used his strongest essence energy to resist this sound wave attack. Yet all of these were futile. After 2 breaths, Shang's body was directly crushed into minced meat with a bang. Hu! Yi Yuan slowly landed from the air. He was no longer able to hold his body up. 2 breaths of time. Even though he did not collapse like the last time, it also squeezed his physical strength dry until not a trace remained. At this very moment, he did not wish to even lift a finger. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Big brother, are you all right? Fiery appeared at the right moment and supported Yi Yuan, then stuffed a medicinal pill into Yi Yuan's mouth. Ever since the situation last time occurred, Yi Yuan naturally had to prepare some physical strength-restoring medicinal pills. But right now, 2 breaths of time were still a rather taxing load on him. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "You look at my appearance, can I be fine? I even thought that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm should be sufficient to deal with him. I didn't think that I still have to use this move in the end." Fiery smiled and said, "That was the 5th Divine King. Big brother, you're going to cause a stir in the entire divine realm again with this." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't wish to cause a sensation in the divine realm, but that heaven's secret tower seems to really be quite extraordinary." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws, feeling that everything before their eyes was not too real. The Darkness Divine King really died? My eyesight isn't failing me, right? Quick, pinch me, ouch. You really pinched. I freaking not dreaming. The 5th Divine King really died. The 10 great Divine Kings lived in peace with each other for 2,000 years. Didn't expect that one actually perished just like this today. Furthermore, it's even the 5th Divine King. Turns out that the change the Heaven's Secret Tower was talking about was actually like this. Slightly prior to this, the Heaven's Secret Tower issued the new issue of 10 great Divine Kings. The entire divine realm was instantly set on fire, especially the Holy City. It simply seethed with excitement. Yi Yuan's ranked 4th. He actually directly advanced 2 places, ranking in front of the sole martial Divine King. Who can tell me what in the world happened? Where's the Darkness Divine King? Why is the Darkness Divine King gone? What the hell? Is this Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking being funny? The single-cord Divine King came back again. It's just that this time he's ranked at the 10th place. The Violet Extreme Divine King and the other few Divine Kings all advanced a place in order. Could it be that the Darkness Divine King... Impossible. That's the 5th Divine King. Who could kill him? Even if he can't beat the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, he can always run, right? Who can tell me what in the world happened? The discussion regarding the 10 great Divine Kings gave rise to much discussion. However, the Heaven's Secret Tower did not give any response. They just announced the new issue of the 10 great Divine Kings, then did not give any explanations. Why in the world the Darkness Divine King was gone, and, body knew either. The Heaven's Secret Tower's actions simply drove everyone crazy. Each and every one of them felt like cats were scratching in their hearts, desperately wanting to know the reason involved, even though this had nothing to do with them at all. But a gossiping heart could not be dispensed off no matter where. Hence, some important wealthy people and also some family clans with deep foundations started buying information from the Heaven's Secret Tower. This information made the Heaven's Secret Tower scoop up a massive profit. However, the intel was still being kept secret, because the condition for the Heaven's Secret Tower to sell the intel was not allowing the information to be disseminated out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Although the Heaven's Secret Tower had never taken action outside before, and nobody doubted its might, because the Holy City had already existed for D knows how many years, while the Heaven's Secret Tower merely existed for 2,000 years. The Heaven's Secret Tower domineeringly ventured in, but did not arouse the Holy City's kickback. This in itself indicated many problems. Chapter 1203, Kanua. Chapter 1203, Kanua. Divine Martial Hall, dark and gloomy. Waves of terrifying aura leaked out from the depths of the great hall, giving people a feeling of palpitation. Old witch, you didn't listen to this D's words. Suffered a huge loss this time, right? A cold voice transmitted over, the words carrying thick, gloating over others' misfortune. At this time, a cold and stern voice came over. Humph! Stop making sarcastic remarks over there. Don't think that this Holy Mother doesn't know what you're planning. These two people were shockingly the two great heavenly fiends. Oh, DS, Kanua, and Yuji. Haha. Now that it played out like this, don't you understand yet? The two of us are originally this immortal grove region's aberrant life forms and are rejected by heavenly Tao. Hence, that's why we suffered repeated defeats. Kanua said, Sup 1/Sup. So what? Just based on these bunch of rookies from the immortal grove region, can they kill us too? Yuji said, you old witch, you're really forgetful. Didn't you almost turn to ashes this time? Kanua said, Old thing, are you seeking death? Yuji's expression turned coldly and still had some lingering fear in her heart. That voice of the dragon D from Yuan almost shocked her until her soul disintegrated. Don't try that stuff with this D. In your state, what can you still do to the seat? But this D is really quite surprised. Yi Yuan, the brat, actually learned the long-lost voice of the dragon D. Looks like the momentum of his rise already cannot be stopped. Kanua actually said with a slight sigh, Humph, you fool, bustled about for so many years, didn't it still make a wedding dress for him in vain? To actually have the face to talk about me. Yuji said with cold mockery, What do you know? If this deer recovers to peak strength, I naturally wouldn't fear them. But the human race has that old guy who's opposing this D in all aspects. Once I give myself away, this seat's these years of effort will really be cast to the winds. Kanua said in a solemn voice. Yuji was startled when she heard that and said, The current human race still has such a major power? Otherwise, what do you think? That old guy formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which enlisted the services of quite a number of experts. Those 10 great divine kings. There's half that was fostered by him. These people have all comprehended divine Tao laws, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Let alone himself, Kanua said. Yuji's expression changed, and she said, Then what should we do now? Give me the fiend source bead. Kanua said, You're dreaming. Yuji said with a cold expression, in this D's current state, the worst outcome is being sealed once again too. Furthermore, I still have several peerlessly fine cards that can be played against Yi Yuan in my hands. But if you're found by Yi Yuan, that's a one-way ticket to HLL. Do you think that you have any choice? Kanua said with a cold smile. Yuji's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, she still gritted her teeth, opened her mouth, and spat out a black color bead. This bead was black throughout, but the moment it appeared, fiendish energy surged to the sky, as if it had the aura to devour heaven and earth. In the darkness, a large hand suddenly reached out, directly grabbing the fiend source bead in his hand. Following that, Kanua let out a loud laugh and said, Ha ha ha, heavenly fiend. D artifact, fiend source bead. With it, even if this seat isn't able to recover to peak strength, I'll have 70% strength too. Who can stop me in this divine realm? Old thing. Yi Yuan, this time this D will let you know the taste of fear. Ha ha ha, Yuji's expression was rather ugly. This fiend source bead was the fiend race's heavenly fiend D artifact. Its power was boundless. Handing it over now, she could only depend on Kanua. In the depths of the great hall, there was a massive blood pool. In the blood pool, a young man was soaking in it, leaving only a head outside. This man's looks were handsome, looking to be of similar age with Yi Yuan, no different from humans. Above the blood pool, countless red beads were suspended. These beads were precisely the 58,000 blood soul beads that Ji Kanglin collected. The young man suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Blood soul fiend establish. H.I. Plusing grand array activate." All of a sudden, 58,000 suspended blood beads radiated with a brilliant blood light, looking breathtaking. A terrifying, sanguinary power shot straight for the clouds, thoroughly enveloping the young man inside. A month later, a burst of terrifying laughter came from inside the divine martial hall. "Ha ha ha, when this D comes into being, I'll see which one of you can stop me this time." The essence energy storm gradually disappeared. Yi Yuan's essence energy finally calmed down. "Congratulations, big brother, for finally entering Divine King Realm," Fiery said excitedly by the side. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Originally, Essence Energy Realm was the easiest to improve for me. I didn't expect that after so many years, I was actually held back by Essence Energy Realm." "Hoo-hoo, reincarnating. Your lucky chances were too heaven-defying, resulting in Essence Energy Realm seeming slow instead. Actually, even if you're an alchemy emperor reincarnating, to be able to reach the Divine King Realm in such a short time, it's already very heaven-defying." By the side, Longting had a laugh. Killing the Darkness Divine King, Sikongshan, Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity to break through to the Divine King Realm. After a few days of ACCU, mutilation, he finally broke through to the Divine King Realm. Regarding Essence Energy Realm, the Divine King Realm was another level. With the support of Divine King Realm Essence Energy, Yi Yuan's martial techniques would be able to unleash even greater might. Actually, to talk about the Fury Sword Fire Lotus and Divine Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, which one was stronger or weaker, it was not easy to judge. It was just that Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Realm had stopped at 8th level Tao Profound all along. Hence, Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power appeared relatively weak. Now that he broke through to Divine King Realm, not only did Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power increase greatly, his domain of sword, greater teleportation, and other skills would have a qualitative leap. Your Excellency, these few days you've been in close seclusion all along and probably don't know yet, you're already the 4th Divine King now. Mengguang had an excited look. It was as if the 4th Divine King was him. When he killed Sikongshan, Yi Yuan put him away inside the vast heaven peg. Oda. These few days he had constantly been inquiring news in the Azura arena, but this news was undoubtedly the heaviest weight. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly stupefied when he heard and said, "Just 4th." Everyone's expressions choked up. It was just a few months, and you already rushed from 6th to 4th. Could it be that you were not satisfied yet? Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I still underestimated Zhuge Qingxian, the 3 of their strengths. Although the voice of the Dragon D is strong, they just have to resist for 3 breaths of time, and I can only let people slaughter me at will." Only when everyone heard did they come to a realization. However, the power of the voice of the Dragon D was indeed too terrifying. If Yi Yuan could support it to up 10 breaths of time, it was basically enough to sweep across the divine realm. The voice of the Dragon D's sound wave attack, following the Pa-S Sing of Time, would make the power become even more terrifying as the sound waves stacked layer upon layer. It was just a shame that Yi Yuan could at most only support 3 breaths of time. All right, it's almost time we should go back. Probably before long, the fiend calamity will be erupting. This period of time, we still have to prepare a little, Yi Yuan said. The group of people finally returned to the Dragon Clan after a few twists and turns. However, the scene before his eyes made Yi Yuan's hair stand on end with anger. Chapter 1204. Twin Dragons Spitting Pearls. Chapter 1204. Twin Dragons Spitting Pearls. Roar. Rumble. Thunderous dragon roars were mixed with earth-shaking, loud booms. One human and one dragon were currently having a great battle above the dragon clan. The dragon was just an illusionary phantom and not a genuine azure dragon. But it was the spirit of the azure dragon. The spirit of the azure dragon summoned by the constellation Grand Array, while the other figure was none other than precisely the heaven-stabilizing divine king, Zhuge Qingxian, who rushed over from the holy city. Zhuge Qingxuan's divine might was truly unparalleled. That terrifying azure dragon spirit was actually being overpowered by him, looking as if it was going to be defeated. The dragon clan's members did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance, all staring at the battle situation, with tense looks on their faces. This was their final reliance. Boom! Zhuge Qingxian knocked the azure dragon's spirit far away with a palm. Standing with his hands behind his back, he snorted coldly and said, "If you still don't hand over Yi Yuan, this seat will exterminate your azure dragon clan today." The current Zhuge Qingxian was truly insufferably arrogant. The dragon clan's clan members all had looks of despair at this time. This heaven-stabilizing divine king is too strong. So many peak, void, mystic powerhouses attacked together and were all still defeated by him. Dead this time, our dragon clan wouldn't really be exterminated by him, right? It's all that Yi Yuan, really capable at causing trouble. If not for him, how could it bring down the heaven-stabilizing divine king to here? At the juncture of life and death, there were quite a number of people who pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan. After all, to them, Yi Yuan, this dragon lord, was still very foreign. Shut your mouths for this old man. Keep talking nonsense that this old man will exterminate you first. How can the things that Dragon Lord is shouldering be what you guys are capable of surmising? Ao Yong snapped. Yu Mengli heaved a sigh and said, "Grand Elder, now that it came to this, everyone's emotions will inevitably lose control. You don't need to get angry because of this." Ao Yong shot a fierce glare at that clansman and said with a cold snort, "All shut up for this old man. The Dragon Lord is the Dragon Clan's common lord. If there are still words that besmirch your superiors, this old man will punish severely." When those clansmen saw Grand Elder demonstrate his power like so, each and every one of them sensibly kept their mouths shut and did not speak any more. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian said coolly, "Looks like you guys won't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to ma? Sacre you all, is that it?" "Hua." Zhuge Qingxian pointed a finger out. Heaven and earth changed color because of it. The essence energy in the area tens of thousands of miles around gathered onto Zhuge Qingxuan's finger frenziedly, condensing and not dissipating. Seeing such power, everyone's expression changed greatly. Even that azure dragon spirit seemed to have sensed an immense threat too, and actually did not dare to come forward anymore. This is the legendary profound calamity finger, one of the heaven-stabilizing divine king's trump cards. Looks like his determination to kill the Dragon Lord is unshakable. Ao Yong's expression was incomparably ugly as he said this. This finger is so terrifying. It hasn't released yet, and I already have a feeling of asphyxia near death. The azure dragon spirit likely can't resist anymore. Ao Qian's expression changed greatly. Zhuge Qingxuan's might, they had all heard of it, but only when they experienced it personally now did they know that the heaven-stabilizing divine king was even more powerful than in the legends. He had the ability to destroy the entire dragon clan with his power alone. This kind of strength was simply appalling to hear. Zhuge Qingxuan's robes fluttered, his entire person akin to a celestial. The air of an expert was displayed in its entirety, fully deserving of the Tlea of heaven-stabilizing divine king. Profound calamity finger, exterminate for me. Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold shout. Pointing a finger out, the winds and clouds immediately changed color. In the dragon clan, everyone's faces were white as a sheet. Once this finger landed, who knew how many people it would kill? Just then, Yi Yuan rushed over and saw this heaven-shocking finger of Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan only had time to sweep a glance with his peripherals, only to see the dragon clan's members all covered with wounds, including Yu Mingli and Lu Er. Yi Yuan's alarm and rage rose together. A surge of rage flared up. Virtually without thinking, Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation, then unleashed a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm in anger. However, what made everyone surprised was that another terrifying attack rose up inside the dragon clan. Big Brother Yuan. Young Master. It's dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Our dragon clan's divine rank martial technique. Dragon traversing the ninth heaven. That is the dragon lord's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The dragon lord came back. Ha ha ha, we're saved. Two dragon race divine rank martial techniques that did not lose out to the profound calamity finger were unleashed at the same time, from two different directions, directly intercepting the profound calamity finger. The heaven-stabilizing divine king, who originally looked down scornfully at everything. His expression changed drastically at this time. These two terrifying attacks appeared too suddenly that even he did not react to it either. Rumble. A terrifying energy undulation spread out, sending the dragon clan's powerhouses flying. Zhuge Qingxian was the closest to it, being slammed by two surges of tremendous force. His internal organs immediately received a tremendous shock, immediately tasting sweetness at his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Originally, this move of his was prepared to exterminate the Azure Dragon Spirit and slaughter the Dragon Clan's powerhouses. He did not expect that, in the end, it was actually him who suffered a hidden loss. Regarding that attack, which rumbled out from the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too, but he felt relieved very quickly. Tang Yin said before there was still a peerless powerhouse concealed in the Dragon Clan. It was just that nothing was revealed. Earlier, the Dragon Clan reached a critical moment. He finally could not resist making a move. Looks like the matter of the Dragon Clan having a reclusive powerhouse. Even the heaven-stabilizing Divine King did not know either. Otherwise, he absolutely would not come to the Dragon Clan to raise a hue and cry so recklessly. Yi Yuan did not expect that Tang Yin actually knew the matter of this peerless powerhouse so clearly. Judging from that dragon traversing the ninth heaven move, the power was not the slightest bit inferior to his own coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It turned out that the one who grasped divine rank dragon wave was not just him alone in this world. It was just that, and Body had seen it before, that was all. No wonder Tang Yin said that even he did not dare to easily provoke the Dragon Clan this existence. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian faced off in the air, cold gazes meeting with unspeakable rage. Zhuge Qingxian, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent and was bone-piercingly cold. Being questioned by Yi Yuan, Zhuge Qingxian could not help being tongue-tied for a moment. He came to the Dragon Clan in an imposing manner to kill Yi Yuan. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to this degree already. That coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move earlier, disregarding the dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Although the power could not match his profound calamity finger, it was not much worse off than him either. Now he suffered a hidden loss, his internal organs receiving a shock. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan again was virtually impossible. Except, what he did not know was that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused toward him. If not for the Azure Dragon Spirit resisting, Zhuge Qingxian would probably have already charged into the Dragon Clan. If not for the Dragon Clan still having a powerhouse, most likely Li Er and Lu Er would have been killed by him as well. This guy was so arrogant. How could Yi Yuan not have killing intent aroused? Seeing Yi Yuan's murderous look, The corners of Zhuge Qingxuan's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted. What? You wouldn't be thinking of killing me still, right? Can't I? Yi Yuan retorted with a question icily. Hoo, what a joke. Truly a colossal joke. Just now, if not for the seat being momentarily careless. Do you think that you could hurt me? Bragging got to have a limit too. Zhuge Qingxian said mockingly. Chapter 1205. Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Chapter 1205. Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Is that so? What if you add me? A figure appeared, trapping Zhuge Qingxian with a pincering momentum with Yi Yuan. Zhuge Qingxian was bold, stemming from superb skills too. Even though he suffered injuries, he did not have the slightest intention of escaping. His air of an expert was displayed in its entirety. He did not think that this divine realm really had someone who could make him stay. But when he saw the Dragon Clan's arrival, his expression changed too. Long Min, you're actually not dead yet. This Long Min was the Dragon Clan's previous generation patriarch. Many years ago, he said the position to Ao Duo, then secluded himself. Everyone in the world all thought that Long Min already died. They did not expect that not only was he still alive in this world, but his strength was also this powerful. Long Min pays respect to Dragon Lord. Long Min first gave a bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still nodded his head. This was considered to have returned the salute. Thanks to Heaven's stabilizing Divine King's blessings, I'm still lingering on with this last breath of life until today. It's just that Heaven's stabilizing Divine King's actions today, isn't it bullying people too much? Long Min turned to Zhuge Qingxian and said. Zhuge Qingxian had a calm and collected look as he said coolly, this seat wanted them to hand over Yi Yuan, but they refused no matter what. That's why this seat took action. Long Min said, the heavens surmounting Divine King is my Dragon Clan's common lord. Even this elderly self have to respectfully call him Dragon Lord. Aren't you making things difficult by having us hand him over? Hey, old man, you're so unreasonable. We already said that young master wasn't at the Dragon Clan, yet you insist on us handing over the person. Where would we find to hand over for you? Lu'er suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. A cold light glinted in Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes. Separated so far away, Lu'er was also akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. What did you say? Zhuge Qingxian said word by word. Lu'er's words made Zhuge Qingxuan's blue veins throb, his anger flaring up with a wham. He, Zhuge Qingxian, boasted of his casual and elegant bearing. At present, his age was also merely over 3,000 years and did not appear old. He did not even count as middle-aged. But this little S actually called him an old man. Yi Yuan was originally burning with fury. At this time, he was tickled by Lu'er until he secretly laughed in his heart too. This S did not have any thought in mind and randomly shouted. But it poked right at Zhuge Qingxuan's sore sport. His aura released slightly, warding off Zhuge Qingxuan's aura, and he said nonchalantly, Lu'er is merely 30 over years of age. Is there any problem with calling you an old man? You're already getting on in years, still pretending to be young for what? Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Now it's us youngsters' world. You look, Senior Longmin is a wise man who understands the time. He had long relinquished his position. At your ripe old age, shouldn't you hand over your position in the holy city too and be a grand elder or something? Wouldn't it be splendid? Each word that Yi Yuan said, Zhuge Qingxuan's face would become a shade darker. When Long Min saw this scene, he could not help smiling. Not only was this Dragon Lord's martial strength formidable, but his verbal skills were also similarly powerful. But Zhuge Qingxian just really had nothing to say. Even if Yi Yuan's 2 lifetimes were added together, it was also merely 500+ years old. At the very most, it was also just a fraction of Zhuge Qingxuan's. Even though the two people were both peerless geniuses, when put together to compare, Zhuge Qingxian paled in comparison. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used a short few months' time and rushed to number 4 of the 10 great divine kings. Given time, Serpa S. Sing Zhuge Qingxian was also nothing difficult. And this was precisely the most painful spot in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart. Otherwise, why would he take up arms and come to find trouble with Yi Yuan, the divine realm's number 1 that he maintained for 2,000 years? Somebody was finally going to issue a challenge to him, even though Yi Yuan had no interest in this at all. The reason why he said so was entirely just to repulse Zhuge Qingxian. Right now, he was a million times unhappy looking at Zhuge Qingxian. However, Yi Yuan's words also repulsed Zhuge Qingxian until it was enough for him to choke on whatever Yi Yuan said to abdicate his position. Even if he wanted to, there had to be someone to come and take over too. The Purple Gold Hall's elites were all slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan alone. This guy must be doing it on purpose. When Yu Mengli saw this scene, she could not help smiled and said, "Lu Er, your words were unintentional, but Big Brother Yuan's words anger people to death." Lu Er had a blank look and said, "Did I say something wrong?" "Hoo-hoo, Miss Lu Er is innocent and childlike, and you didn't say anything wrong. Isn't that heaven-stabilizing divine king an old man?" "Ha, ha ha." Ao Yong also could not resist laughing. Lu Er still had a vacant look, completely did not know what everybody was laughing at. She had too little experience. These few years, the majority of the time was on cultivation and sleeping. She was basically isolated from the outside world. Hence, even though she was already 30 over years old, her mentality was still not much different from a teenage girl. Zhuge Qingxuan's perception was a Stonies. Plussing. How could he not know that the Dragon clan's members were all mocking him? The always calm and collected heaven-stabilizing divine king had blue veins throbbing at this time, rage already burning all over his body. "Yi Yuan, do you really take this seat's whiskers to be easy to stroke?" Zhuge Qingxuan's aura surged to the skies. Even when Long Min saw, his expression changed slightly too. Clearly, he did not expect that Zhuge Qingxian actually still held back strength previously. However, Yi Yuan had a look of indifference and said, coolly, "Just you are considered a tiger too? In my view, you're also just a little cat. Come, kitty meow for me to hear." But this time an body could laugh. Zhuge Qingxuan's aura was too terrifying. The faces of the Dragon clan's members all changed greatly. They were really frightened by Zhuge Qingxuan's aura. So strong. Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king hasn't brought out his true strength all along until now. Sigh, Dragon Lord, His Excellency is too ras. Plus these words sound liberating. But with this, it isn't easy to settle. This, Dragon Lord, His Excellency, and old Patriarch Long Min, the two people, I wonder if they can block this blow or not. Long Min's expression was solemn, and he reminded Yi Yuan, "Be careful, Dragon Lord!" But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Old Patriarch, you back off first. Wait until I and this kitty fight it out until we both wear each other out. Then you come over and kill him." While talking, Yi Yuan's tone also turned cold. This heaven-stabilizing divine king already touched his bottom line. He decided that he was going to kill this guy even at risk of sustaining serious injuries. Long Min's expression changed when he heard that, but was rather uncertain what it meant. But when he saw the murderous look in Yi Yuan's eyes, he could not help being startled and nodded his head, but retreated. Long Min's action made everyone get a huge shock. What's Dragon Lord His Excellency going to do here? Could it be that he wants to contend against the heaven-stabilizing divine king on his own? Ao Duo turned pale with fright and said, while at this time, Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Very good, you're very courageous. Not only did you successfully stoke this seat's fury, you even dare to face off on your own. Since you want to hear this kitty's meow, then this seat will meow for you to hear. Therefore, listen up well. Profound. Chi. Finger. One finger unleashed. Plussing the wind and clouds moved. An attack that moved heaven and earth charged over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1206. Heavenly Fiend Ode. D coming into being. Chapter 1206. Heavenly Fiend D coming into being. Too terrifying. Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a divine king realm martial artist? Dragon Lord is in danger. He actually hasn't unleashed a martial technique yet. What on earth is Dragon Lord doing? Has he given up resisting? A series of clamoring sounds came from the Dragon Clan. They discovered that Yi Yuan provoked very happily just now. But now he actually stopped moving. Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. This finger was stronger compared to that finger previously. It was simply not what human strength could resist. Yu Mingli's and Luer's expressions changed greatly and had worried looks. After all, Yi Yuan's opponent this time was the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, who is known as the Divine Realm's #1. It was not up to them to not be worried. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, uncertain what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. In a blink of an eye, Zhuge Qingxian brought the profound Qi finger and arrived at the place several hundred feet away from Yi Yuan. Poo work! The person had not drawn near yet and already broke Yi Yuan's defenses, making him directly spew out a large mouthful of blood. Dragon Lord! Big Brother Yuan! Young Master! Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically one after another. They seriously could not figure out why Yi Yuan did not retaliate. Zhuge Qingxian was also rather surprised, his face somewhat stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not resist at all, but he did not have the intention of pulling back. Since you're not resisting, then I'll directly send you to the Western Paradise. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he can't save you either. However, right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally made a sound. Voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! Roar! Yi Yuan suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light. A terrifying dragon roar instantly reverberated through the clouds. At this moment, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, directly urging the voice of the Dragon Ji. OD to the limits! The profound Qi finger that originally had an irresistible onslaught abruptly stopped at this time. Zhuge Qingxuan's figure was forcefully nailed in midair by the voice of the Dragon Ji. OD's sound wave attack. Poo work! Zhuge Qingxian, who was caught by surprise, similarly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Yuan's roar made everyone's expression change dramatically, but everybody's reaction was completely different. Long Min's withered old face was seemingly like the last radiance of the setting sun at this time, exuding a flushed color. That was caused by excitement. Voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! It's absolutely the voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! Ha ha ha! Indeed worthy of being the Dragon Lord. He actually learned my clan's long-lost voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! Long Min said with unbelievable surprise and delight. As for Ao Qian, Ao Yong, and the rest, they clearly also guessed the origins of this move of Yi Yuan's. It's actually the voice of the Dragon Ji. OD! This is too inconceivable. This move has already been lost in the Dragon Clan for over 100,000 years. Didn't expect that we actually saw it again anew today. Such a terrifying power. Is this one of my Dragon Clan's supreme martial techniques? Voice of the Dragon Ji. OD? Just how powerful was my Dragon Clan when at the height of its power and splendor? Turns out that the Dragon Lord dug a pit for the heaven-stabilizing Divine King to jump, yet even jumped inside. If the heaven-stabilizing Divine King falls, my Dragon Clan will gain great fame and prestige tomorrow. When Luer, and the rest saw the situation, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. But they still looked at the two people confronting each other in the air with anxious looks, not daring to relax in the slightest, being shocked by the voice of the Dragon Ji. "Oh, D," which came unexpectedly. This blow to Zhuge Qingxian was not light. Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon Ji, "Oh, D," was not the slightest bit weaker than his profound qi finger. Furthermore, the penetrative force of sound waves was clearly greater than ordinary martial techniques. Now he finally understood why Yi Yuan had no movements all along. Yi Yuan was making him suffer from his own scheme. The voice of the Dragon Ji, "Oh, D." Naturally, the closer to Yi Yuan, the greater the power. Yi Yuan risked sustaining serious injuries and also had to wait for him to enter the range of several hundred feet in order to give him a head-on blow. Yi Yuan succeeded. The moment the voice of the Dragon Ji, "Oh, D," was unleashed, Zhuge Qingxian immediately suffered severe injuries again. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of ending it here. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Voice of the Dragon Ji, "Oh!" D persisted for 2 breaths of time and dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian's figures virtually flew out backward at the same time. Zhuge Qingxian and the profound qi finger were not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan also suffered serious injuries under this one finger. Adding on the voice of the Dragon Ji, "Oh, D's consumption, his condition currently was dreadful to the max." However, Zhuge Qingxian's situation was not much better than his. The power of the voice of the Dragon Ji, "Oh, D," was too fearsome. He also entered that strongest region. Currently, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His entire body had almost been torn apart. Mutual destruction. At this time, Long Min suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's words earlier. Wait until the two of them were worn out. Kill Zhuge Qingxian. Long Min was shrewd with age. How could he waste such an opportunity? Lifting his hand, it was a dragon traversing the 9th heaven. A dragon roar sounded again. Zhuge Qingxian's scalp tingled. For thousands of years, this was his first time truly facing death. He who had always considered everybody and everything beneath notice finally knew what was called despair. No, Zhuge Qingxian howled. He was already powerless to resist such an expert's attack. Everyone stared at this scene unblinkingly. Their hearts leaped up to their throats. The heaven-stabilizing divine King Paris. H.I. Plusing. This was the #1 major event in the divine realm for thousands of years. But in the next instant, everyone's faces changed drastically. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole just happened to meet Long Min's dragon traversing the 9th heaven. It was only to see a bloodlight flash inside the black hole. Long Min's divine Tao martial technique was actually extinguished just like this. Long Min's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm, "Fiend race!" A young man slowly walked out from inside the black hole, bringing along several powerhouses behind him. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, with the haughtiness of looking down arrogantly upon the world. Even the heaven-stabilizing divine king was a magnitude inferior to him in terms of disposition. Seeing this young man, everyone's face changed drastically. Clearly, the arrival did not have good intentions. The young man smiled nonchalantly and said, "Hoo-hoo, the Dragon Clan. I really haven't seen you people for a long time. Where's everyone? Just nice today. I'll catch the whole lot in one fell swoop." At this time, Yu Mengli had long already made her move, reaching her hands out to support Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's wounds were very severe at this time, his consciousness was very clear. Seeing this young man, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Danger, extremely dangerous. This was the feeling that this young man gave him. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared. It was precisely Long Tongue. When Long Tongue saw that young man, his expression immediately became extremely ugly, close to losing all hope. When Yi Yuan saw Long Tongue's expression, he was immediately clear in his heart. To be able to make Long Tongue display this expression, Who else could there be still? He actually came into being ahead of time. Long Ting took a look at that young man, then looked at Yi Yuan, and was filled with extreme unwillingness. He was unreconciled to it. Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. To deal with Kanua, one at least had to reach Feng Tian's boundary back then too. Although the current Yi Yuan was strong, compared to the Feng Tian back then, he was still quite a bit worse. He's Kanua. Yi Yuan endured the pain all over his body and spoke up. Long Tongue slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. He's precisely heavenly fiend. Oh, Kanua. His strength seems to be even stronger than before." Chapter 1207, Long Tongue's Resolve. Chapter 1207, Long Tongue's Resolve. Kanua's appearance caught everyone off guard. Currently, Yi Yuan already suffered serious injuries. Just based on Long Min alone, there was no way to be Kanua's match. Could it be? Could it be over just like this? Long Tongue said unwillingly. Seemingly detecting Long Tang's gaze, Kanua actually looked over here. It's actually you. Didn't expect that 50,000 years have passed, said. I could actually still be you and pee into an old acquaintance. Didn't expect that he actually protected you, Kanua said smilingly. Long Tongue snorted coldly when he heard that and said, Who's an old acquaintance of yours? This old man wishes that he can tear you limb from limb. Kanua smiled faintly and said, Hoo-hoo, something that even origin deity realms couldn't accomplish, just based on you guys, some trash. How can you possibly do it? Rather, you all shall become this G. Oh, D's blood feed today. At this time, everyone was jittery inside the Dragon Clan. They did not know who this young man was at all, and could not even see through his cultivation realm. But they knew that this young man was very strong. That mover earlier by old patriarch Long Min, dragon traversing the ninth heaven. What kind of power did that have? But this young man just gave a casual attack and actually utterly annihilated this attack. G Grand Elder, who is this young man? Isn't the divine realm's strongest the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Why do I feel that this young man seems to be even stronger than the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Asked Ao Yong, a Dragon Clan elder. Originally, Ao Yong also did not know about the existence of the heavenly fiend. Oh, yes. But the last time Long Tongue was in the clan, he told them the matters back then. He looked at Kanua with a solemn expression and said, This young man is most likely the heavenly fiend. OD from the fiend race. He was once a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm powerhouse. How is this possible? Didn't all of the deity realm powerhouses all go missing? This is actually a deity realm powerhouse. No wonder his strength is so powerful. Doesn't that mean that even though he doesn't have deity realm cultivation, he possesses deity realm comprehension? The fiend race actually still has such a terrifying powerhouse, a former deity realm powerhouse. Doesn't that mean that he's the number one person beneath the deity realm? Ao Yong nodded his head and said, It's likely the case. Looks like what Senior Longtongue said was true. It's just that there was Senior Feng Tian capable of suppressing this heavenly fiendy. 50,000 years ago. Now who is there? Could it be that heaven is really dooming my Dragon Clan? Heaven is dooming the divine realm? A look of despair appeared on Ao Yong's face. The pressure that Kanua gave him was seriously too great. At this time, Kanua's gaze turned to Yi Yuan, and he said emotionally, Yi Yuan, I have no choice but to admit you're the most troublesome son of heaven's mandate that this seat has encountered. Even the absolute heaven back then was probably not as troublesome as you. If I give you another few years' time, you might really be able to threaten this G. If this immortal grove region's heavenly Tao isn't efficient, you might be able to grow to an existence even more powerful than absolute heaven. It's too bad that it was still this G. who won in the end. Yi Yuan looked at Kanua, his eyes spewing fire. He struggled, wanting to stand up, but it aggravated his wounds, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy was the ringleader that decimated his family, but now he was powerless to resist. Ha ha ha. Are you extremely frustrated in despair? The person who killed your father is in front of you, but you can only quietly wait to be killed by the other party. This sort of feeling is very wonderful, right? However, when this seat sees your expression, I'm very excited. Ha ha! Kanua started chortling with laughter like crazy. This was a conspiracy that lasted for over 500 years. Kanua wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death countless times, but he did not succeed. Kanua was challenging Heavenly Tao, but he failed. Yi Yuan rose up like a comet, giving Kanua tremendous pressure. Yi Yuan was too strong. When he heard Yuji say that she was almost shocked to death by Yi Yuan, Kanua decided to come into being ahead of schedule without the slightest hesitation. He could not give Yi Yuan any more time to grow. This Son of Heaven's mandate seemed to be not quite the same as the ones he encountered before. Lier, bring Yi Yuan away first. Leave this place to this old man. Long Tongue suddenly let out a long sigh and said to Yu Mengli calmly. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli trembled all over. They knew that Long Tongue wanted to defend to the death here. No, I'm not leaving. Yi Yuan used all the strength in the body to shout. Long Ting turned around and said to Yi Yuan, Yi Yuan, for this old man to be able to meet you. Watch you grow, it's already enough. You are this old man's pride in this lifetime. Where there's life, there's hope. I, this old bag of bones, am already useless. As long as you're around, Kanua, he will not be considered to have one, and the divine realm will not perish either. Yi Yuan's tears gushed out. He clenched his fists tightly, using all the strength in his body, wanting to stand up. But he could not do it. The battle with Zhuge Qingxian, he already spent everything he had. Senior, Lier, what are you still waiting for? Long Tongue yelled coldly. 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes toward Long Tongue. How could she be willing to part too? But at this time, she did not seem to have more options. Senior, you, take care! Finish talking. Yu Mengli gritted her teeth and brought Yi Yuan away. Lier, I'm not leaving. Don't bring me away. Yi Yuan yelled. Big brother Yuan. I am sorry. Yu Mengli said with tears in her eyes. Long Min, even if the Dragon Clan is eradicated today, you'll also have to ensure Yi Yuan leaves. This was Long Ting's final yell. Senior rest assured my Dragon Clan stands proudly in heaven and earth, and definitely won't compromise. Long Min's expression turned stern as he replied solemnly. Hoo-hoo, what a touching scene. It's just a pity that none of you can leave today. Kanua smacked a palm out nonchalantly. Ama, sieve blood-colored palm headed straight for Yi Yuan through the air. Zhuge Qingxian was currently not far from Kanua. Seeing the power of this palm, his gaze immediately turned intent. This palm was too terrifying. Even at his prime, he was absolutely unable to receive this palm too. Long Teng's figure moved, directly blocking between the enormous palm and Yi Yuan, and swiftly smacked a palm out. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Back then, he imparted this move to Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan already Serpa. Said his predecessor. It was just that, how could the Long Tongue without a physical body be Kanua's match? Sensing that terrifying palm behind, Yi Yuan turned his head back, and his eyes involuntarily turned bloodshot from anger. No, a resentful to the extreme emotion pent up in Yi Yuan's chest. Under the violent anger that attacked the heart, Yi Yuan's vision went dark and he fainted away. Hoo-hoo, a mantis trying to stop a chariot! Kanua smiled lightly and did not think anything of Long Ting at all. Long Ting only felt like his soul was going to be scattered, facing this palm. Too strong. The current Kanua was even stronger than back then. Long Tongue slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Right at this time, waves of ripples suddenly flooded the S, P, A, C. a black-clothed person slowly walked out, lightly raised his palm, and received that black-colored enormous palm. Then a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. That blood-colored enormous palm actually gradually dissipated into nothingness, just like that. Kanua's gaze turned intent. His expression became sullen.